Chapter 1, Prelude to Apocalypse. 9:27 a.m., Emilio Aguinaldo Highway, Bacoor City, Cavite, Philippines. HAAA. Mark climbed up the stairs of an overpass while sighing. He sighed not because he is disappointed or feeling down, but rather, he feels too annoyed that he could punch someone and can't do anything about it. He needed to pay his electricity bill, which is due by today. He really isn't the type of person to go out too much, and if it is not for the bill being due today, he would still be relaxing at home. To finish things fast and go home, he decided to go to the distribution office as early as possible, making him wake up by 6 a.m., and he left before 7 a.m. Due to traffic, it's already past 8 a.m. when he arrived at the office. Lucky enough, there are just 4 people who came before him. So he thought that he would be able to go home early, but as if just toying with him, no number was called for quite some time. More and more people arrived as time passed by, but not a single transaction was made since the office opened this morning. Mark is getting impatient, but he can't just leave the payment for another day, or it would be likely that his house won't have electricity by tomorrow. The other customers also started complaining and asked the staff passing by every now and then. As he looked around, he noticed the staff getting flustered about something. Many of them are going back and forth as they discuss their work with unnerved expressions. At 9:27 a.m., the issue was finally disclosed to the customers. Our apologies, but there seem to be problems with our system. Transactions will get delayed until we fix the issues, the branch manager explained. As the other customers asked more questions, the issue seemed to be on the main office's side, making the branch manager unsure of when the transactions would be continued. Without any other choices left, the annoyed customers left the office while grumbling about the time they wasted while waiting. The frustrated Mark also left while thinking of checking the office back later in the afternoon. He can't delay the payment for another day after all. But if things didn't go well, he might spend some days without electricity at home and also needed to pay a reconnection fee. How troublesome. He grumbled under his breath as he walked on the overpass. Since he needed to pass time anyway, he decided to spend it at the city mall a few blocks away. He might as well play some arcade while at it. He needed to cool his head after all. Still, he needed to wait until the mall opens at 10 o'clock. Mark walked down the stairs of the overpass and left towards the direction of the mall. Maybe because he is too frustrated, or maybe because he didn't really go to this place too much, he did not notice. Before he walked up the stairs, there are too many people walking towards the same direction. When he was walking across the overpass where the view of the area is wider, the heavy traffic is rather way heavier than usual. The annoying sounds of car horns never ceased as the drivers of the cars stuck in the traffic expressed their annoyance. What is stranger is that the heavy traffic only affected the northbound side of the highway, while the other side had its flow of traffic going smoothly. And no one would ever notice that almost all of the cars moving southbound actually came from branching roads, and the actual cars coming from the other end of the highway are very scarce. Furthermore, the cars coming from that direction are driving at very high speeds, unbefitting the tight space of the highway. 10:04 a.m. Emilio Aguinaldo Highway, CR, Tirona Highway. An impatient jeepney driver can't wait anymore and tried to counterflow towards the opposite lane of the highway as he tried to overtake the cars in front of him. It is then when a city bus from the northern end of the highway came at very high speed. As the traffic at this side of the road is going smoothly, the bus managed to avoid accidents despite how dangerous the speed it had took. Unfortunately, the jeepney took its action at the moment the bus is coming. Before the jeepney could even totally leave its lane, the bus that did not even try to avoid, crashed against the jeepney. The jeepney with its totally crushed front half was pushed strongly and crashed again at the cars behind it, while the bus, due to the force from impact, was sent flying and rolled on its side several times, crashing everything, other cars and people, before finally crashed onto another bus, halting its onslaught. The event is totally horrifying to everyone who witnessed it. Dozens of cars are involved in the accident as the torn-off metal parts littered the road along with the bodies of the unlucky people. Many of the witnesses felt their knees go weak and some pulled their eyes away from the grotesque appearance of the dead bodies. The shock and fear they felt as they watch everything happen can't be explained with just a few words. Those with clearer minds immediately took out their phones to frantically call for help. Unfortunately, for some strange reason that no one here knew about, all they heard from their phones are beeping sounds, as no one was actually able to connect their calls from the emergency hotlines they knew. The flow of cars totally stopped and the people started gathering around the site of the accident. Those who took out their phones to call for help continued trying while others started taking pictures and videos. It is then that, "Hey look! No one knew who shouted, but everyone's attention was called onto the wreckage that can't even be recognized as a bus anymore. It is because, even if they are crawling, staggering, and moving slowly, even wounded and broken bones protruding out of their bodies, the passengers emerged from that bus. Chapter 2, Zombies. 10:06 a.m., Bacoor City Mall, 2nd floor. Mark slumped on a bench as thought of how this day is just too unlucky for him. First, he was unable to pay his electricity bill early, so he decided to play at the arcade center in this mall to pass time, but who knew that the arcade is closed? Furthermore, there is no sign that it is being renovated or something like that. It is just closed despite the fact that the mall is already past its opening hours. Still, he can't help but notice that the arcade center isn't the only one, rather about half of the stores he passed through earlier are closed and some are just barely open. Many of the mall employees he saw had worried expressions as they held on their phones, while some are even trying to make calls despite the fact that they are on their working hours. He breathes deeply as to calm himself down. There is really nothing he can do about these circumstances. He can only blame his luck. Still, the atmosphere was surprisingly heavy. As if something horrible is happening somewhere and was affecting everything. I just hope it's nothing too troublesome. Disregarding everything else in his mind, he stood up and made his way towards a stall selling drinks not far away from him. Bam! As he paid and received the bottle of soda from the clerk, a loud explosion-like sound coming from below disturbed everyone's mind. Others might not be sure of what caused the sound, but Mark exactly what should be the source of it. That was a gunshot. To be exact, it is the sound of a shotgun firing. The gunshot was then followed by loud, terrified screams. Everyone from the upper floors that heard the sounds coming from the first floor grew curious as to what is happening. They moved towards the terrace trying to have a view of the commotion below. What they saw left them speechless. Mark also watched as he took a sip of his soda. The people below ran away in fear as they screamed. Some pushed the ones in front of them just to get away faster, while others pulled their companions who ran slower. As the people below scrambled in panic and the people on the floors above watched, the gunshots in the background continued at different intervals. Yelling, screams, curses and gunshots, there is a lot of noise that can be heard, but what is the cause of these scenes? Just what is going on? A man near Mark voiced the sole question on everyone's mind at the moment. At first, what all they could see are the people running away from the eastern side of the mall. As the people running away got fewer in number, the sounds of gunshots get closer and closer below them. Soon enough, the security guards of the mall who were firing their guns entered their views as they shoot at something as they retreat backwards as fast as they can. Though the people watching from above are terrified by the gunshots, their curiosity got them better as many stayed and watched intently. Those who were cautious and scared enough already left to find a way to hide or escape the place. Shit! What the hell are these things? Mark heard a guard just below him curse with a very loud voice. This just showed how overwhelmed the guard under his own emotions. It is then another guard who is reloading his gun fell down as he screamed. No, rather than falling down, he was pounced on as another person is currently above his helpless body attacking him. F***CK. George. Clank. The guard who Mark heard cursing just earlier shouted as his companion got attacked. He aimed his gun at the attacker to shoot, but all he heard is the clanking sound of his gun. He is also out of ammo. Panicked, he shakily reached at his pocket to take out some bullets from his gun. Some bullets fell out of his pocket while he attempted to reload his shotgun with the ammunition he just took out. Unfortunately, he is late. Before he could even close the cartridge of his shotgun, the loudest and final scream of his companion is heard. He froze as he slowly raised his head, looking at the bloody corpse of the other guard. The attacker mercilessly tore his neck as he chewed hungrily at the chunk of the fallen guard's flesh on its mouth. Filled with rage, the guard held his weapon tight as he ran towards the fallen guard and shot the attacker on the head without mercy. The attacker's head blew up like a balloon being shot at point blank with a shotgun. He just killed the attacker as he looked at his dead companion with remorse. Then he felt severe pain on his back as the floor got closer and closer in his eyes. Only unknown pain and confusion filled his mind as his sight slowly faded to black. By the moment the first guard died, the people watching were totally terrified. Like bats disturbed from sleeping in their caves, the people ran away in every direction, finding ways to escape. Those who had weaker stomach ran away with pale faces, leaving traces of vomit on their initial spot. As the people around him scattered away in fear, Mark remained standing in his spot near the terrace as he watched the second guard being bitten brutally. He then saw the body of the guard who died first move and stood up while staggering, with his head hung to the side revealing the eaten part of his neck dripping in blood. Mark had his brows furrowed, but on contrary, his eyes had a slight twinkle of excitement in them and his lips slightly curved in a smile he never showed before. "Zombies," he said, but no one around him heard what he said. If anyone was to hear his voice as he said that, they would likely notice that his voice isn't filled with fear but rather, is filled with anticipation. Taking his sight away from the scene below, he looked at the people who are making their way down in panic. All the escalators and stairs are filled with people. He spotted several students in the middle of the crowd. Though their uniforms slightly got his attention, he only looked at them for a second. Trying to measure the situation one last time, he turned his head back to the scene below. The staggering zombie guard is already gone while the body of other guard lying on the floor started twitching. Around the guard are bloody figures of people either staggering as they walked or some that are even running at the speed faster than how their physiques are showing. Mark started to move, but not following the waves of people escaping from the mall and are rushing down the escalator. He rushed towards the stall where he bought drinks earlier. Seeing that the clerk of the stall had already gone, he picked up a plastic bag and started filling it with snacks and drinks. It is then that he ran the opposite direction, countering the flow of people, and climbed the escalators going up towards the third floor. Chapter 3: The Third Floor. Mark reached the third floor after weaving off his way up the escalator because despite the fact that the escalator actually goes up, many people traverse the escalator to go down to the lower floors. As he looked around, there's barely anyone left that wanted to go down in panic. Still, there are people who are standing here and they're watching the panic people with a confused expression on their faces. Most of these people wore uniforms bearing logos of shops located here at the third floor. Being the only person going up the escalator, the confused people on the third floor immediately saw him as he arrived. The ones close to Mark immediately approached him. "Excuse me. Do you know what is going on?" The one that asked was a man wearing a polo shirt with a logo of a phone brand. Actually, they tried asking those people who ran down as they heard the commotion outside their shops, but no one bothered answering their questions and just ignored them. Looking at the people asking him, Mark just answered one word which bewildered them. "Zombies." "Hey. You are joking, right?" Of course, no one will believe an answer like that which is said in a calm and expressionless way. The other people that just arrived also heard the exchange between Mark and the men, and surely, they did not believe him. With an annoyed expression in his face, Mark answered with discontentment. "Everyone else is already running away. Do you think I have the time to joke with you?" Mark just finished talking when he immediately turned his head behind as screams, louder and closer, entered his ears. Tisk. Mark immediately turned around and ran past the people who also moved to look over the terrace of the third floor. During the short moment that he was held up to answer the man's questions, the situation below turned grave. The people who were previously scrambling in panic to go down and escape out of the mall are now running up the stairs and escalators with the zombies on their tail. Furthermore, not all the zombies chasing their prey are your everyday zombies that was slow-moving and walks sluggishly. Some of the zombies are like rabid beasts, moving fast and pounces toward their prey at any given chance. The people who lagged behind as they flee easily fallen victim to these fast-moving zombies. Blood splashed as the bodies of the victims are disgustingly mangled behind their screams of help. The ones on the third floor revealed looks of horror and their faces were drained of their color. Many felt nauseated as some vomited after looking away at the gruesome scene below. They soon remembered the person who just climbed up earlier and what he answered to their questions. They looked around to find Mark just to see him a little far away twisting off the metal part of a mop and taking its wooden handle and waving it like a staff. Seeing what Mark is doing, the thought popped up on their blanked and panicked minds. Weapons. Find weapons. A man in the crowd shouted. Everyone snapped from their stupors and many scrambled away looking for anything they can use as weapons. Only those who was weaker, especially women and children, were left with their legs shaking. They don't know what to do. Are they really going to fight? The scene of carnage replayed on their minds as their bodies shook. The children started crying as they heard the chilling screams from below. Mark saw these people who were frozen in their place. Shaking his head, he approached them with a cold demeanor. They can only stare at him as he approached. He then looked at a woman on the verge of tears who was wearing a uniform with a logo of a PC brand. Seeing Mark looking at the woman, a man with a short build immediately returned and blocked him by standing in front of the woman. What do you want to do? The man spoke warily. Mark looked at the man and saw that he was also wearing a uniform with the same logo. Seeing the logo, Mark did not bother with the woman anymore. Pointing at the entrance of the mall's tech zone behind him with his thumb over his shoulder, Mark spoke. Those steel shutters there. You know how to close them. The men saw Mark looking at the logo on his uniform and sighed in relief that Mark didn't have any ill intentions. Being in this type of work for a long time, he had gone sharp at observing people, and he knew that Mark approached his co-employee because their shop is located at the very corner of the tech zone's entrance. And in response to Mark's question, he nodded. Then bring these people and children and close the shutters at the other entrance. Just pull that one halfway down for now. We can use the tech zone as refuge once the zombies reach the 3rd floor. Hearing what Mark said, the eyes of the men and those weaker people behind him along with the children lit up. Without further ado, they hurried towards the tech zone and followed Mark's instructions. The ones who scattered around to find weapons also saw what happened as they looked at Mark with respect. Though this person looked cold and exudes an aura that deterred people away from him, he showed a calm demeanor and looked for options that they, who panicked, won't be able to immediately think of. When they went and looked around for weapons in a hurry, they can only think of fighting to fend themselves, despite the fact that they also felt too scared to do so. They saw what happened below. Once the monsters below reach this floor, if they can't fight, they will also get eaten. Now, Mark opened another option that they don't need to fight to survive. Many of them immediately hurried to follow the ones that entered the tech zone, only to hear Mark shouting at them. You people, where do you think you are going? Hearing the shout, they can't help but stop, confused. What do you mean? We also want to get in there and hide. Why are you stopping us? A man voiced his discontent. These idiots. Mark murmured, then he looked above the terrace once more before replying. We still have time. Go to the other shops and carry anything you guys think we can use before going there. Especially food and water, we need those unless you want to starve to death in there. Mark voiced his concerns with a commanding tone which made these men feel annoyed, but they can't refute as what he said is rational. Abandoning the thought of running away for now, they entered the shops just to get out, carrying boxes containing an assortment of things. Unfortunately though, as the 3rd floor mostly has shops for tech stuff and sports gear, shops that sells food are almost non-existent except for several small food stalls. A clever employee of the mall took a few of his co-workers and ran towards the southern wing of the mall as fast as possible. In a few minutes, they came back with several boxes of junk food and cases of cold drinks with a few more people in tow. Mark, who ran into a sports gear store, saw them and his eyes lit up. It seemed that these guys went to raid the snack bar at the cinema area. Mark, who entered the sports store a few minutes when and had gone out carrying a large sports bag strapped on his shoulder and a metal baseball bat on his right hand. The handle of the mop is nowhere to be found though. He left it in the store as the metal bat is more convenient to use at this situation. But as he went out of the store, his eye caught a movement by his right side and turned by reflex. What he saw made him broke into cold sweat. Chapter 4, The Neck-to-Neck Encounters. To his right, there is a man wearing a white uniform running towards him like there is no tomorrow, with a shotgun is swaying on his side. The problem is this person's clothes are almost turned red because of blood and there is a bite-sized chunk of flesh missing on his neck. Another step is all it took and the man lunged at him like a hungry beast. Even though he broke into cold sweat, his reflexes did not betray him. Stepping sideways, he dodged the zombie's pounce, and while it is still mid-air in front of him, he gave it a heavy swing of his bat coming from above. The bat missed the zombie's head but directly hit the nape of its neck. Cracking sounds of bones being broken creepily entered Mark's ears as the heavy metal bat made contact. The impact halted the momentum of its pounce, directly hitting the floor with its neck bent back more than it normally would be able to. Giving out a few twitches, it almost stopped moving. Why almost? Because its head is still moving. Mark's counterattack broke its neck bone, severing all its ability to move its body, but still, its brain remained intact and as such, its head is still alive. The head glared at Mark like it is looking at its prey, growling angrily with its bloody mouth despite its condition. Mark on the other hand glared back at the zombie, but he is actually trying to get used to the sensation he felt just now. Even if Mark did not hesitate to give it killing blow, it is still the first time he actually tried to kill in real life. In video games, killing is an everyday matter as a large variety of games work by the system of killing enemies, be it humans or monsters. Also, the feeling of being close to death is suffocating. After all, it truly is a close one. If his instincts did not kick in, just getting pounced on isn't the end of it. The sensation of being near death and killing in real life is totally different. Mark is actually shivering and his heart is pounding loudly as he tried to hold his bat tighter. Getting a few mouthfuls of air, he made himself calm down. He glared at the familiar zombie laid on the floor in front of him. It was familiar since he saw this person just a while ago. Failing to reload his gun on time, he got bitten on his neck by a zombie that pounced on him. It was the guard on the first floor earlier whose corpse vanished when Mark was not looking. As evidence, the unloaded shotgun that still had its chamber open lay beside it while still being strapped around its body. This zombie guard has no other injury aside from the bite that he got earlier and the broken neck inflicted by Mark. This way, Mark was able to assure himself that, like how it is in the movies, a single bite from a zombie can turn a person into one. As time is very important, Mark decided to continue mulling over these things later. He raised his bat once more and mercilessly swung it on the head of the guard. The smell of iron scattered in the air as blood splashed on the floor. Mark gave his bat another swing to the side to get rid of the blood on it and kicked over the body to make it lay on its back. Covering his right hand with a handkerchief, he carefully removed one end of the strap of the shotgun and pulled the shotgun off the guard's body. He then detached the buckle of the guard's belt and also gave it a pull, taking the heavy-duty security belt away. Giving the contents of the larger bag behind the belt a quick look, he smiled as he took out several shotgun bullets, fully reloading the shotgun he just took. He then buckled the belt around his waist as everything inside the pockets connected to the belt contained necessary stuffs like small flashlight on the first right pocket and the two-way radio next to it. He just wished that the radio isn't broken after being carried by a zombie who would pounce and jump here and there. Without further ado, not even giving the dead guard another glance, he ran towards the direction of the tech zone. It is because he already heard several screams at the third floor. 3 people gathering supplies in the east wing of the mall are running away screaming as they are being chased by a fast-moving zombie. Further behind, there are more zombies that are following as they stagger. Still, he commended these people in his mind. They did not want to fight as they were afraid. Still, as they ran away, they never had the impulse to throw away the supplies they gathered. They are actually running away pushing 2 carts with several boxes of food on it. As Mark, who isn't that far away, since the sports store he just left is located at the southern wing near central area of the mall, saw this, he did not hesitate and ran towards the trio. Seeing Mark holding a gun run towards them to help, the trio was elated. They are afraid of fighting this fast-moving zombie and more zombies are coming from behind them. Still, they didn't want to leave the food they found with their efforts. They are lucky their job is to restock food at the stalls, so they knew where they left their carts before. They found the carts and also emptied the stall they are about to restock earlier, but before they can take everything, they saw zombies climb the escalators unsteadily with fast one leading in front. Continue running. Mark ran past the 3 and shouted. Of course, the 3 wouldn't dare stop even if he didn't say this. He then stopped running not far from the zombie rushing at him. Seeing the zombie, Mark thought how lucky those 3 was. If it was a normal fast-running zombie, the 3 couldn't have made it, but the zombie running after them actually only had 1 foot. At the part where its left ankle should be is only a stump of flesh dripping with blood. There is no doubt that this is a zombie to the same standard as the guard he killed earlier, but it is gravely hindered by its disability. As the zombie tried its best rushing at him, Mark held the metal bat on his left hand and pulled out the shotgun with his right hand. As he found a gun, he is actually itching to try shooting it. This shotgun may be short-bodied, but it still did not lack a good punch. A gun is just one in the list of an otaku's most wanted items. He stepped his left foot backward, turning his body to the side as his right hand aimed the shotgun forward. As a gamer, he knew a lot about the gun's recoil, so he aimed the gun at the approaching zombie's chest even though he wanted to hit its head. Bang. Mark felt his right arm go numb after pulling the trigger while blood of the zombie splashed everywhere. The zombie's head flew off the terrace and its body was pushed about a step back before it slumped on the floor. Despite it was shot with a shotgun, the body was not impacted enough to push it back as wasn't directly hit with the gunfire. On its neck. Chapter 5, Panic and Confusion. Damn it. Why the neck again? Mark lamented as the shot missed his intended target. Still, he managed to do what he needed to do anyway. Furthermore, the stray slugs from the shot flew off past through the zombie, riddling the other zombies behind with holes. He didn't actual experience in using guns prior to this event, and the things he knew are knowledge that he picked up in the internet and video games. Since that is the case and is not that confident with his arm strength to endure the recoil, he aimed at the zombie's chest so as the recoil kicks in and raises the barrel due to the force will still make the shot hit the zombie's head. But contrary to his thinking, the recoil did not pull the shotgun up too much. Maybe because the gun's recoil is weaker than he expected, or his arm can handle the recoil the gunshot created. The trio, who are quite a distance already, stopped when they heard the gunshot and looked at Mark in awe. They then saw Mark retreat towards them quickly, so they also continued running away. Mark did not dare linger any longer and shot off towards the trio. The zombies already reached the eastern wing of this floor, and he can also saw survivors screaming as they climbed the escalators and stairs at the central area from his position. As the three are pushing heavy carts of food, Mark managed to catch up to them quickly. They then saw the situation at the central area. People from the lower floors who managed to survive came flocking up to this floor. They are screaming and pushing each other. Some can't help but fall down as they are pushed around. Some of the survivors who wore light-colored clothes are particularly eye-catching as they escape clutching their dirty shoe-printed bodies in pain. Still, the numbers were considerably lower compared to the number of people who ran away escaping before, when Mark is still at the second floor of the mall. The people who never left the third floor tried their best at directing the people, but only few of the panicked survivors from below paid attention to them, while most didn't even try to listen as they scattered trying to find refuge on their own. The woman who Mark tried to approach earlier started helping the survivors who were carrying their children and pointing towards the tech zone. It is then a fat man who was perspiring and panting heavily knocked down the woman. "Get out of the way!" The fat man shouted and ran away, leaving a few curses behind him. A man with burly stature wearing a suit and sunglasses followed. Seeing how these idiots run around like rats being chased away from their nests, Mark frowned. "Oh! Help me!" The man who was last to climb the escalator screamed as a zombie managed to catch up to him and drag him down the escalator. His scream did not last long and became muffled as he fell down the escalator, struggling to free himself, together with the zombie that caught him and the zombies climbing behind them. This might be a depressing sight, but it can only be called that the person is unfortunate, as he met his end before even anyone managed to help him. Though by the looks of it, no one really bothered to, as everyone frantically tried to escape. Still, the man's death bought some more time for the people on the floor. As Mark and the trio reached the central area, several more screams sounded coming from the western wing of the floor. Everyone stopped as they saw about a dozen people running from that direction, and behind them, several fast zombies chasing them. The survivors who just made it to this floor grimaced, seeing that they were surrounded, and the ones who were giving their efforts to help don't know what to do either. At this moment, Mark looked around him. Shaking his head, he proceeded and took the liberty to command the three behind him. "You two, bring those carts inside, and you." He looked at the most fit-looking of the three and pointed at a wall several meters away. "Get that fire extinguisher and follow behind me." Drawing his gun from his side once more, Mark took off towards the direction of the survivors from the west wing, while the three followed his orders without hesitation. The two switched to pulling their carts and carefully waved through the confused people. Seeing the amount of food on the carts the two is pulling with them, the people who are initially here in this floor was pulled awake from their stupor. The others who searched for supplies only managed to get a few plastic bags or small boxes of food, but the carts of the two has several large boxes. Mark also waved through the people while the guy carrying a fire extinguisher followed behind him. As he passed along the woman who fell down, he stopped for a bit. "Get inside already and only take the ones who are listening. As for the others, leave them if they continue with their stupidity." "But no buts, hurry up, we are losing time here. If the zombies manage to enter the tech zone, then forget about surviving. I don't really care too much about you guys dying, so it's up to you." Without waiting for another reply, he continued running. The guy behind him also heard what Mark said but said nothing. Right now he is only following Mark's orders. The woman left behind hesitated a bit as she looked at the back of the two. In the end she looked at the survivors who were in despair. She bit her lip and shouted. Though she still held the notion of saving these people, what Mark said to her makes sense. As she shouted, her previous concerned tone as she tried to help these people are now changed into a commanding voice. "Those who wanted to live, follow us quick. Otherwise, became food of those monsters right now." Then she left, pulling her co-employees with her. Her co-workers were also surprised at her behavior and only took another look at the people who watched her leave before following her. The survivors looked dumbfounded for a short moment before what the woman said sank into their minds. Everyone immediately scrambled as they followed after the woman's group. Among the people, the fat man shamelessly bulldozed himself through the people in front of him and shamelessly followed behind the woman who he just pushed away earlier. After everyone entered, the woman's group remained beside the entrance and only closed the shutters halfway, waiting for Mark and the survivors he is saving. It is then. What are bastards doing? Close that door already. The fat man shouted as he panted with spittle flying out of his mouth. What are you talking about? We still have people outside. And who are you even to tell us what to do? One of the employees guarding the entrance shouted back. I don't care about them. Hurry up and close that damn door before those monsters gets in. Infuriated, the employees guarding the entrance prepared to teach this fat bastard a lesson, but they can only step back with pale faces before they can even move a step forward. In front of the fat man, the man wearing a suit and glasses stood pointing a pistol at the employees. Chapter 6, The Survivors from the West Wing. From West Wing of the third floor, a group of people despaired as they ran away from the group of fast zombies' ferocious chase. Among the group, 2 college girls wearing their school uniform held their hands together as they gave their best to not lag behind the group. It is because those who lag behind are the first ones to be eaten. When they manage to finally get to this floor after a lot of hardships, there is about a dozen of them running away, but with the relentless chase of the zombies behind, they are picked up and eaten one by one. Right at this moment, there is only 7 people left running away. Then can only bit their lips, close their ears and steal their hearts as they hear the cries of help, fear, and pain of those who were caught and eaten. The girls' hearts had already grown cold to this. They held their hands together without letting go, assuring each other of their existence. They felt that once one of them let go, they totally fell into despair. Just this morning, they are happily chatting with their friends in school, complaining about their schedule for today, which are all math-related subjects except for the first period, and all those subjects is handled by a single instructor. That is then that they learn that their instructor for the whole day is absent and none of the instructors present know why. Their whole class thought they are fortunate to not have classes, and together with a few friends, they decided to go to the city mall to play and pass time. It's all fun and games even though many shops are closed for unknown reason. They bought and ate fast food, laughed as they chatted while eating. But who would think that it is the last time they would laugh and eat together? Things fell into chaos as they heard the gunshots and the screams. Not even finishing their food, they decided to escape out of the mall. Together with their friends, all 8 of them ran along with all the people escaping. But their escape failed horribly when the exit they wanted to go through is actually the entrance to hell. Fast-running zombies entered in frenzy, passed through that supposed exit, trapping everyone who wanted to go out and escape. Then, a sequence of horrible, sad, infuriating, disappointing and unfortunate events happened. In the end, out of all the people in their group, only the 2 of them are left and manage to reach this hopeless point in their lives. They can only run together with these people who are in the same circumstances. Then, the group was shined with a little bit of hope as they saw a quite larger group of people further away on the direction they are running. They heard them shouting as they seemed to be directed by some people. Even though that group is far away, they knew, all of them ran into the same direction like they found salvation. Why did they know that? The answer is because it is the only thing they hope to find at this moment, that they are being chased by death itself. Now, in the minds of every single person in this small group of survivors, a similar goal sprouted. It is to follow that large group of people into safety. The only question now is if their pursuers would let them. But of course, that won't happen in the slightest. And not only that, for some reason, the pursuit of the zombies behind them became more and more aggressive. Oh. Help me. No. 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 Stop. Ah. Another man who was in the tail of the group was caught. Several zombies pounced on him and tore his skin with their mouths and tore his stomach with their nails, creating a bloody scene of human flesh and guts while the man screamed to his death. Unfortunately, even with the man's death did not lessen the pressure this group is undergoing. Not all the zombies stopped to take a bite at the men and continued their relentless pursuit of the remaining people. They ran and ran with the fastest they could, none of them even have the slightest intent to look behind them as they feared to. Still, they could hear the hungry growls that crave for their flesh draw closer and closer. They looked forward, towards the people escaping from afar. It is then that they noticed 2 figures separating from the group going towards their direction. Help. Please. Help us. A man running in front can't help but call out as they saw the 2 figures. The 2 men ran towards them, both carrying something in their hands. As the 2 came closer, they finally saw what they are carrying. The person running in front held a shotgun with his right hand and a baseball bat with his left, while the other person in the back held a fire extinguisher. They felt elated as the thought of the incoming help entered their minds. Ah! But before they can raise their hopes up, another anguished shout echoed into their ears. The fastest one of the zombies managed catch up and pounced on the back of the last man running behind the group. The remaining people didn't try to help of course, but the two girls can't help but stop when two more voices of panic sounded from behind them. Ah. What are you doing? Let go. Ouch. Mommy. Wah. The two girls looked behind them and saw the man who just shouted in fear as he was pounced on. He did not cry in pain as the zombie over his back bit the flesh on his shoulder, and instead, with a crazed expression in his face and bloodshot eyes, his right hand tightly clutched on the left foot of the woman who was running in front of him. Help me or I won't let go. The man's voice started to go hoarse as all sanity left his mind. He will die if no one helped him, and if so, then he wouldn't let himself die alone. The woman tried pulling her leg out of the man's hand, but it was like a clamp that tightly clenched her foot without letting go. A step away in front of the woman, a girl about 3 to 4 years old sat as she started crying because of both pain and fear. The woman carried her daughter as she ran, but as she fell down because of the men grabbing her foot, and her daughter was thrown away to the floor in front of her. Chapter 7: The Shot He Wanted to Make. As the woman continued trying to tug her leg off the man's grasp, she saw the man's head slowly slump down the puddle of his blood on the floor. She thought that it was a chance for her to escape, but to her horror, the man's grasp actually tightened even more. After the men had totally gone quiet, the zombie stopped biting at the man's neck and shot a sudden fierce stare at the trapped woman, accompanied by snapping sounds of bones on its neck due to the quick turn of its head. It started adjusting its body, trying to pounce at the woman, who now burst into tears due to fear. Paula. Take the child. One of the two schoolgirls shouted as she burst into a sprint, charging at the zombie. The girl called Paula hesitated a little before running after her friend. Seeing the sprinting girl coming over, the zombie changed its target and quickly lunged towards the girl. After 2 uncontrolled lunges, the zombie sped past the woman and the child and jumped strongly at it, pounced at the girl. The girl stopped for a moment as she saw the zombie jump at her. She brought her right foot behind to gain momentum and then mercilessly swung her right leg upwards with all the force she can release, hitting right in the middle of the zombie's neck and chin. The zombie, who was in the midst of its attack, spun a sling flip to the air backwards and it flew back for about 3 meters and had an unsightly landing on the floor. 2 more zombies from behind fell as one got its feet swiped by the flying zombie, while the third stepped unstably on the first 2 zombies and also fell down. With that little time she managed to get, she immediately pried the dead man's hand away. Unfortunately, to her surprise, she failed to remove the hand, and the man's grasp is actually getting tighter and tighter that the woman started to wail in pain. The man's body then started twitching violently, but still not letting go of the woman. Ange. Quick. They are coming. Paula, who already secured the child in her embrace, shouted at her friend as she saw the 3 zombies who fell down getting up. Shit. Ange gritted her teeth as he heard her friend. She looked at the twitching men. Don't blame me for this. Their situation is getting grim. She then removed her last ounce of hesitation. Ange raised her feet and brought it down with heavy force. Snap. The eerie sound of bones breaking entered their ears. Ange violently stomped at the man's arm, breaking his bones. Some of the bones break, but unfortunately, the man's grip did not loosen. As she saw this, she made several more stomps, breaking more bones in the man's arm. The woman and Paula looked at Ange, who stomping at the man's arm with surprise. Despite their situation and the fear they are feeling against the zombies, they can't help but feel goosebumps as the sound of breaking bones enter their ear. Stomp after stomp, the man's grasp finally loosened. However, the time Ange needed to release the woman is also enough for the 3 zombies to recover. Furthermore, the other zombies that were left behind are also catching up. Ange's pupils constricted as the 3 zombies that had fallen earlier jump at her side by side. Ange. Paula shouted as she watched the plight of her friend. Bang. A deafening sound echoed into their ears. At the same time, the 3 zombies pouncing over Ange are blown several meters away, riddled with bloody holes on their bodies. 2 of the zombies tried to get up immediately after, but the injuries the 2 received gave them a lot of difficulty. As for the other one, it just slumped to the floor and stopped moving. The 4 females covered their ears due to pain because of the sudden gunshot, but still looked towards the source of the shot by reflex. Just to see the backman wearing a hooded jacket and a black beanie on his head, who already stood between them and the zombies while pointing a short shotgun on. The zombies finally got a headshot. They heard the men mutter. Mark ran towards the group and saw them being picked down by the fast-running zombies one by one. Seeing the dire state of their situation, he urged himself to run faster. Help. Please. Help us. A man in the front of the group shouted. He then saw a zombie catch up to another man behind the group and lunged at the men. He did not have much reaction to the men being caught, but he could only frown as he saw what the men did. What a bastard. Only at the worst possible times can a man's true nature is revealed. It is something he always believed. Mark heard the child who was thrown to the floor cry in pain, and of course, the other people in front of the escaping group also did. However, they only stole a glance behind their backs and continued running towards Mark. Instead, the two college girls stopped and went to help the mother and child despite the danger are facing. The survivors who continued running was about to reach Mark and stop him to ask for help, but did not manage to, as he shot them a cold look and continued running past them. As Mark ran past them, the ones who wanted to stop him gritted their teeth in anger and left one last glance at Mark and continued running. The employee behind Mark saw what happened and also ignored the group of men fleeing as he followed him. While running, Mark's uneven eyes grew larger in surprise as he saw one of the girls charge at the zombie who caught the man that is holding the mother's leg and sent it flying. He can't help but grin as he saw the girl's movements and the method she did to free the woman. Unfortunately for the girl, she took the time she had isn't enough for the time she needed, and the zombies already jumped towards her by the time she freed the mother from the bastard's grasp. Luckily enough, Mark also arrived by their side at this point without them noticing. Bang. Mark shot his gun at the lunging zombies, making them fly back several meters. The three zombies disregarded each other and tried to lunge at the girl almost at the same time, sticking them together in a single line. As Mark shot the zombie in front, most of the shotgun pellets blew its head off into mush and the remaining pellets riddled the other two zombies with holes. He then shot a look behind him and shouted, "What are you women staring at me for? Hurry up and run." Chapter 8, the first time he cursed out loud. Hearing his shout, the females finally started to take action. Paula lifted the child in her arms while Ange helped the mother stand up. As the mother tried to walk though, she almost fell down again. She did not fall and managed to walk, but she can only drag her left foot as she grimaced in pain. Seeing this, Ange immediately took the mother's left arm and put it on her shoulder. Bang. Bang. Mark continued shooting the incoming fast infected with better accuracy as he got used to the recoil of his shotgun. His gun then ran out of ammo. He opened the chamber. He immediately took out several 12-gauge shells from his belt bag and reloaded it calmly as he retreated step by step. Still, he can notice that their retreat is too slow, and he saw Ange assisting the woman in order to move. What happened? Mark asked as he glanced behind while not taking his attention away from the zombies. She sprained her leg. Ange answered, furrowing her eyebrows. As she grimaced in pain, the mother then spoke with tears on her eyes. "I can't run anymore, please just take my daughter and leave." The two girls and the men following Mark was surprised hearing the woman and the child started crying. "Mama. No." The child squirmed violently out of Paula's arms, almost even falling off. Paula had no choice but to crouch down for the child to avoid falling off her arms accidentally. Still, the child did not stop trying to reach out to her mother. "Not a chance. We're not leaving you behind." Ange heightened her voice in determination. "But dash. No buts." Ange then continued on assisting the woman, not letting go even a tiny bit. Seeing Ange's determination to help her, tears started flowing out of the mother's eyes. She didn't want to die. She is totally scared of dying on the fangs of these rabid beasts, and she didn't want to leave her daughter behind even more. But in this case that she injured her leg, she'll just drag her daughter and these good people to their demise. She didn't want to be like that man who dragged her into this mess. The employee who followed Mark also had tears at the corner of his eyes as he watched this scene. Then a snort came from a direction behind them. "What are you guys being dramatic for? This isn't a drama series and we don't have time for you guys to create a scene. You dash." Ange wanted to say something in retort as she thought that he wanted to abandon the woman, but Mark did not let her and turned his eyes towards the employee behind him. Seeing Mark looking at him, he gulped his own saliva for some reason. "You think you can carry her?" Mark gestured towards the mother. The employee looked at the woman, who had quite a short build, which is about several inches less of 5 feet, and reluctantly nodded. Seeing that the man is quite reluctant, Mark was confused. The man's build showed that he is used to carrying heavy stuff, but he actually showed such expression in carrying the woman. Still, following what Mark said, the man put the fire extinguisher on the floor and took the woman from Ange, lifting her on his arms in the position Mark knew as Princess Carrie. The mother also showed a little bit of hesitation and embarrassment being carried like this, but she also knows the urgency of the situation and did not resist. As she thought wrongly, Ange also had a bit of embarrassment on her face as she looked at Mark, who is now holding a bat which is not dripping with blood. It seemed that they are too engrossed with the situation of the woman and they did not notice that their savior already took down several zombies. In front of him, there are several bodies that either had blasted heads or smashed skulls. The scene of blood and gore in front of him is totally sickening and scary, but his face did not show any of such emotion. Among the bodies, the man who grabbed the woman's leg can also be seen with a deep dent on his head and his orifices bleeding. Shouldn't it be easier if you carry her on your back? Mark asked as he swung his bat at the face of another zombie who lunged at him. The man did not answer but only looked at Mark with a pleading expression on his face. Seeing this, Mark finally came to a conclusion and did not urge the man anymore. Tam. 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 Blam. It is then a sickening loud sequence of metal sounds clashing with a final sound of heavy metal falling on the floor sounded. Shit. Mark's expression changed as he cursed out loud for the first time in his life when he heard that sound. The females together with Mark are confused to his reaction towards that sound, but the face of the employee who just lifted the woman paled. What happened? Ange noticed the ugly expression of the two and asked. Hold this for a little bit. The employee seemed not to hear her question and Mark did not answer either. Instead, Mark held his bat towards her. Ange did pursue the question anymore and received the metal bat. Mark then took the fire extinguisher and bashed its bottom on an incoming zombie, causing it to stagger backward. At that opening, Mark pulled the safety pin of the fire extinguisher and squeezed the trigger, aiming at the bashed zombie's face. The zombie, who had its face covered with sticky white foam, started to run towards its target once more without even trying to remove the foam covering its eyes. Trying to attack, it pounced, but not towards Mark but towards the terrace. The zombie's shoulder hit the railing but the rest of its body passed over the terrace. With the momentum of its jump and the railing stopping the force on its shoulder, the zombie kept rotating midair as it plunged to its death. With a loud splatting sound, it hit the ground 2 floors below. Mark's eyes shined a bit as he then proceeded to spray the contents of the fire extinguished across the floor. And the result, the incoming fast zombies that already had bad sense of balance slipped on the foam, sliding on the floor, covering their bodies with even more of the foam, especially the zombies' hands and feet as they tried to stand up again. The sliding zombies spread the foam even more and they started having a hard time to stand up as their hands and feet slipped on the floor every time they did. Still, even if they slipped repeatedly on the floor at this moment, they are still advancing forward and this situation won't last too long. Okay. Run. As he gained more leeway for them to run, Mark rushed back to the tech zone, leaving the struggling zombies behind. Chapter 9, a problem that arose because of something that closed down. As their group ran away, Mark sprayed the contents of the fire extinguisher on the floor every now and then. Even though the foam spread on the floor isn't as thick and more spread compared to the first patch he made, it should be enough to hinder the zombies' pursuit even a little bit. Still, he did not intend on using up all the contents of the fire extinguisher. When he heard the sound of metal clashing and that loud bang on the floor, he is sure that he would need the contents of the fire extinguisher somewhere else. Hey, open this up. Please let us in. Before they can get to the tech zone, they heard the voice of a man with his angry and helpless shouting as he hit the metal shutter blocking the entrance of the tech zone together with 3 more people behind him. These people were the ones running in front of the 2 schoolgirls before, the ones Mark ignored earlier. But that is not the pressing matter at this moment, but the metal shutter in front of them right now. That's right. The tech zone is already closed, abandoning the Mark and the employee that followed him along with other people that are still outside. Other people like the students, the mother, and the child, and even most customers might not realize, but Mark, who conscious of it, and most of the employees working at this mall knew what it is if they heard that loud sound of metal clashing before banging on the floor. It is the steel shutter at the entrance of the tech zone being closed down. This is also the reason the employee that Mark brought with him had his face drained of color. Seeing the closed entrance from afar, the 2 schoolgirls and the mother, being Princess Carried, felt dispirited. They thought that they would be saved if they managed to follow that large group of people, but they were shut out before they could even start doing so. As the people outside the entrance were shouting and hitting the shutter with hands, voices coming from inside answered, arguing with the people outside. Although they can hear the voices, what the voices were saying were incomprehensible to Mark and the people with him as they were still far away. Then, as they got closer, bang! A gunshot coming from inside the tech zone echoed, making the people outside the entrance jump back in fright while the people with Mark froze on their steps. Several frightened screams are heard from the inside. The screams are masked by an angry shout of a man with irritating voice similar to squealing of a pig. Get the F***ck away. We already said that we are not letting anyone in. Who knows if you bastards are one of those man-eating monsters? Go away or the next shot will bore F***king holes on your bodies. The men who were in front of the entrance could only step back in fright. You F***ing bunch of animals. Knowing that it would be impossible for the people inside to let them in, they left cursing as they scatter like flies towards different directions where they don't see any zombies. As the situation isn't good, Mark frowned as he carefully make his way towards the closed entrance together with people with him despite hurrying as much as possible. But when he is about a few steps away, he heard several thumping sounds just to his right. When he looked, he saw two people knocking on the glass of a store beside him. This part of the store is connected to store at the just beside the entrance. Unfortunately, it is still not possible to enter the tech zone through this part unless they break the reinforced glass, which ruins the point of going into the area in the first place. Inside the store, two familiar employees are knocked on the glass in an attempt to get his attention, which luckily succeeded. These two employees were the woman who Mark talked to earlier and the other is the shorter member of the cart-pushing trio. Seeing the two waiting for them with both scared and apologetic expressions, Mark started to have clearer thought about the vague ideas he had before. The two inside tried telling them who were outside about the situation. Unfortunately, it was a futile attempt because the reinforced glass prevented their voices from going through clearly. Unless the two shouted, Mark and the others outside might hear them, but the two did not dare due to their situation. Bam! Mark swung his baseball bat at an incoming zombie, smashing its face into a pulp. Seeing this, two inside the store shuddered. After looking around, Mark handed the fire extinguisher to Ange after seeing that there are no apparent zombies in the vicinity that can be deemed as immediate threat. You know how to use this? Mark asked. Ange, who was confused being asked such a question, nodded. Spray the contents on the floor on the directions where the zombies are coming from. I know you can do that. We need buy a little time. Being ordered like that, Ange pouted but still followed. If it were other girls like her friend, Paula, they might have declined due to fear, but Ange, who knew how to defend herself, had more guts to do so. Mark also noticed this and thus, he did not hesitate to ask the girl do it. Paula, who was worried about her brave friend, just watched as she also knew that she'll be fine. As Ange started spraying the fire extinguisher on the floor, Mark took out his phone from his bag and pressed the power button, revealing the cute anime custom screensaver. Upon unlocking the phone with a swipe, the next thing that showed is the high-tech looking theme with a wallpaper of a cute blue-haired anime girl holding a high-tech plasma sword at her right hand and a double-barreled ray pistol on her left. Paula, who was just behind him, saw this and was surprised and smiled wryly. Just who would think that this fierce and scary-looking man that did not even bat an eyelid as he shoot his gun and smash the zombies' bloody faces actually had such hobby. Mark opened a note app on his phone and turned around just to notice at the side of his view, as Paula smiled wryly with her gaze on his phone. He felt a little embarrassed but did not try to show even a little bit of it. She also saw that Mark noticed her looking at his phone and also felt embarrassed and turned her face somewhere else with slightly red cheeks. Continuing the strong facade, he typed a few words on his phone and showed it on the two who were inside the store. What happened? Mark asked using his phone. Chapter 10, To the South Wing. As they saw the method Mark used to communicate with them, the two employees inside the store scrambled to take out their phones, forgetting that it is still their work time and they are not allowed to carry their own. Seeing their predicament, Mark knocked the glass and pointed on the stack of papers and motioned his left hand like he is holding a pen and writing over his phone. The two immediately understood and immediately ran to the counter, picking up a pen and a sheet of letter-sized paper, and the man wrote on it in a hurry. After writing what seemed to be an essay with several sentences long, the short man plastered his rushed and almost illegible writing. Summarizing what the employee wrote, they were forced to close the entrance to that fat guy and his guard holding them at gunpoint. The fat man also instigated the others to support him, leaving the employees with no leeway to resist. Those ungrateful bastards. This sentence was the last line the man wrote on the paper. After reading the essay written by the man, Mark immediately typed on his phone and replied with another question. Is there any other way to go inside there? What about the other entrance? The man replied. Mark turned his head towards the direction of the tech zone entrance at the west wing and shook his head. Though that entrance is quite far away, it isn't hard to see the number of zombies that are now around that area. Furthermore, those zombies are already making their way towards their direction. The gunshot should have attracted them. It seemed that the woman had an idea as she just snatched the pen on the man's hand and wrote on another paper. Behind her, the man is reading what she was writing and his eyes lit up. Use the service corridors. I don't think you would be able to use the back doors on other stores, but you should be able to enter the corridors using the fire exits in the cinema. As he saw the woman's idea, he nodded. He also knew about the corridors found at the back of large malls that connects the shops and are used to transport supplies without going through the front doors of the store. It is the only choice they have right now, though it will be quite a detour. They have a goal now, and it was literally roundabout one. Mark looked at the closed entrance of the tech zone with a look that as if he was looking at the people inside. Then he typed quite a number of words in his phone and showed it to the two, which made the two confused because rather than a suggestion, it seemed more like a command for them to follow. Seeing the confused and hesitant look of the two, he typed another sentence and showed his phone once more. It doesn't really matter to me, but just do what I said if you guys want to live. This sentence made the two quite afraid. Even if they don't understand why, they chose to do what Mark said to them. Mark nodded to them one last time as he prepared to depart. When he turned around, he saw Ange as she just threw the fire extinguisher with a baseball pitch using all her might at a zombie that just climbed up the escalator nearby. The fire extinguisher hit the zombie square in its face as it staggered and fell backwards. The fire extinguisher bounced off due to the impact and made a loud clanging sound as it hit the ground floor, while the zombie fell on the other zombies behind it, creating a domino effect of fallen zombies on the escalator. After throwing the fire extinguisher, Ange immediately ran back towards the group and asked, "Finished?" "Yeah, let's go." Mark looked at the people behind him and nodded at them. Everyone felt nervous knowing that they had to go another round of zombie encounters, but it's not like they do have any other choice. With Mark in the lead, their group started running. He pushed his senses to his limits as he tried to perceive any upcoming danger. Looking around, everyone could notice how the situation is worsening. If they didn't move any faster, they would be surrounded in no time as the number of zombies in this floor is constantly increasing. But in Mark's view, their increase is just reasonable. Just earlier, he released several shots of his shotgun, killing several zombies in the process, while the unreasonable people inside the tech zone wasted another. There are also other noises like the shouting and hard knocking of steel shutter the people outside the tech zone had done earlier, and the high-pitched screams after the gunshot. Just all these commotion is bound to attract the zombies from the floors below. Leaving the central R of the mall, they turned right at the corner towards the south wing of the wall. Their target is the furthest end of the south wing where the cinemas are located. "Why did you throw the fire extinguisher away?" While running, Mark can't help but ask Ange. "It's already empty, so I did." Ange snappily replied. Hearing her answer, he shook his head. It might be empty, but the canister could still be used to smash someone's head. Mark looked at her and handed her his baseball bat. She looked at Mark confused as she absent-mindedly accepted the baseball bat. "Lead the way for a bit, I'll just deal with the nuisance at the back. Remember. Aim for the head." Ange looked behind their group surprised and then nodded with a serious expression. They might not have noticed it due to their tension and also the growl of zombies coming from every direction, but behind them, there is about half a dozen zombies running after like madmen with distorted faces. In front of them, it is lucky enough that the number of zombies on the way is relatively fewer and there are no fast-moving zombies in sight, but if they let the ones chasing from behind get close onto them, things would become nasty. "Just continue running. Don't look behind," Mark shouted as he aimed his gun behind the group. Bang. He shot the closest zombie that is already about to lunge at him without hesitation, blowing up its head. Ammunition is precious and he wanted to save ammo as much as possible. But with the number of fast-moving zombies in close proximity, he can't skimp on bullets. Not right now. Chapter 11, Dealing with Zombies Chasing Behind. Bang. Bang. Several gunshots were released in succession. Mark prioritized shooting those who moved very close to each other before dealing with the single ones. Sometimes he would need to dodge as the zombies pounced on him while he was reloading. After all, the shotgun's chamber can only hold 5 shells at maximum at the same time. There are also times that he needed to dodge as he attempted to shoot, making his accuracy suffer in the process. Dodging the zombies' attack is hard but not impossible. From what he observed, their attack patterns are linear, like pouncing or grabbing. One only needed to calm down and catch the movements of their feet and hands, and one would be able to dodge their attacks. Unless he is totally outnumbered, forced into a corner or become careless, he can deal with this much. If a zombie pounced from his right or left, he would jump backwards. If the zombie lunged in front, he would do a large sidestep to the left or right. That is how he dealt with the attacks. Bang. Mark was forced to jump back. 2 zombies attacked from his right and in front almost at the same time. He shot the one in front as it was the second one to attack, but the shot did not manage to hit its head and instead, the zombie's right shoulder was blown off. Its right arm flew to the back, creating a bloody mess on the floor. Then he saw it. So it's really like this, huh? This isn't the first time he noticed it. He saw the similar situation when he shot the 3 zombies in order to save the college girls earlier. The zombie that had its shoulder blown off staggered backwards, howling before falling down on its back and started trashing on the floor, splattering his blood everywhere. This zombie can still feel pain. In curiosity, he did not hesitate and shot the zombie that just lunged at him at its chest, creating a bloody mess of broken ribs, pieces of its lungs, arteries, and heart splattered on the floor. The zombie then fell with its body twitching for a bit before slumping down with devoid of any movements. It died. Mark looked at it incredulously before jumping back once more, evading another attack. Bang. He blew up the zombie's head away. Then he saw the zombie that is trashing on floor due to its missing shoulder stop moving. The other one died of blood loss. Anyone would think of that if they saw the amount of blood on the floor soaking the zombie without its arm. Seeing that the 2 died due to their severe injuries, Mark stopped on solely targeting the zombies' heads, which was a harder target to aim at and included the zombies' chests or abdomens. Of course, when there is a good chance of blowing the zombies' heads off, then he would do so. Bang. 3 left. He muttered as he shot another zombie on its stomach and left it trashing on the floor like an earthworm poured with a pinch of salt. Bang. Bang. 2 more zombies with burst chests fell to the floor and started thrashing around, creating more collages of torn flesh and blood. It was a very disgusting scene. Clank. Mark tried shooting the last approaching zombie, but he was met a metallic sound as the last shell was already shot from his shotgun. The zombie lunged at him and he can only dodge as he tried to reach for a shell in his belt bag. His evasion was successful and the zombie fell with force on the floor, hitting a green-colored plastic trash can, spilling all the garbage on the floor. When Mark saw this, an idea hit him and he quickly picked up the trash can. As the zombie tried to stand up, it felt some force squeezing its face and its view suddenly turned black. It felt its prey is still around but it can't see anything, and thus, it started to dash forward while swinging its arms madly. While the zombie ran away, Mark looked at the zombie incredulously. A zombie with a trash can covering this head while running fast and crazily swinging its arms trying to catch air really looked ridiculous. Still, he was quite surprised at first. When he put the trash can on its head, Mark was standing in front of it, but instead of turning passive like he thought it would be, it actually dashed towards him, making him dodge in panic. After he dodged though, the zombie did not stop and continued running away back to the direction where it came from. The last zombie ran away and Mark did not have any notion of chasing it as it is going the opposite direction they are going to. He turned around and saw the others are already several stores away from him. He looked at the bodies, zombies with smashed faces and heads on the floor left behind by them, and he can help but commend the ability of that girl. Crash. With that loud sound of glass crashing down, anyone would turn to look by reflex, and so does Mark. When he saw what caused the sound, he had a complicated expression on his face. Several stores away, a shop selling perfumes had its glass walls broken, and buried under the pieces of broken glass, a zombie with a trash can on its head was trashing on the floor trying to get up. Funny enough, the trash can was still on its head and did not fall off after crashing on the glass wall. Well, it would be really hard to remove the trash can that it was forced to wear as it can barely fit its head. Then, Mark was stupefied, not because of the trash can zombie but because the bodies of some of the zombies he just killed started twitching and slowly stood up. And he realized that those who stood up once more are those whose heads, no, rather, the brains are still intact. I messed up. When he saw that zombie who died because of the fatal injury it had on its chest, he thought that these zombies might be similar to the green flu infected in some video game series. Fast, strong, and can be killed by normal means of killing. To think that was mistaken. It was a good lesson for him. Don't treat real life as some kind of game, though he still thinks that the crappiest game of all is reality. Then he noticed something else which gave him a clearer idea of what is happening, making his eyes light up. He immediately shot back to rejoin the group and left the zombies that just stood up. Chapter 12, Taking a Short Break. Mark easily managed catch up with the rest as evading the slow-moving and the most normal of zombies is too easy. Unless he got surrounded by overwhelming numbers, caught in a surprise attack or immobilized, getting away from this kind of zombies was a piece of cake. It wasn't like these zombies would teleport towards people like zombies from some American zombie apocalypse series. With only a few zombies on the way, their group arrived at the entrance of cinema area. In here, there are several cinema halls that can be accessed by customers who had tickets. Right now though, the dark cinema area looked like some haunted part of the mall. As they arrived, Mark cautiously looked around and noticed the retractable gate sticking out from the ceiling. He tapped the shoulder of the employee carrying the mother and pointed at the gate. "You know how to close this one?" Everyone looked up to what Mark is pointing at above them and saw the metal gate on the ceiling. They thought that it could serve as another assurance for their safety and also looked at the men. The expectant gazes that turned to him made him somewhat uncomfortable, so he immediately shook his head. "I don't know how to pull that down." When the men saw their downcast eyes, he hurriedly explained. "My work here is to deliver cargo from the warehouse. Most are boxes delivered to stalls, so I never had the opportunity to enter other workplaces for utility staff. And, it hasn't been long since I started working here." The others immediately understood when he explained. "It's a pity. Can't we look around? Maybe we can find how to close this. If we can hole up here, then we don't need to go there. There should also food here, right?" Without minding their expression, Ange started blurting her own opinion. But only to be rebuked by Mark, who shook his head. "We don't have much time to look around. There are just too many rooms here. And it is a totally bad idea to hole up here." He then walked away, put his duffel bag on the food counter and jumped over it. He then opened a refrigerator and took some cola and drinks and put the beverages on top of the counter, urging the others to take one before looking at the entrance of the cinema. Outside, he can still see the zombies that are still chasing after them, though these guys are the typical slow-moving ones. They should arrive in a few minutes. They still have time to take a breather. The employee let the mother down and Paula set the child on the counter. The mother picked up a bottle of fruit juice while she helped her daughter punch a straw on her kitty drink. The employee and Paula both picked up a can of cola while Ange stared at Mark for some reason. "What are you staring at?" Of course Mark would ask that. "I want the same drink as yours." What Mark is drinking is a bottle of energy drink. He didn't put the same drink on the table since it's very rare to see females consume this kind of drink, and the employee is looking at the can of cola. Still, since she requested, he just picked up another bottle and threw it at her, which she agilely caught. Ange immediately downed a few mouthfuls from the bottle without any regard on how she looked like. After releasing a satisfied breath, she turned to Mark and is about to ask something what he said earlier, but he disappeared. She leaned over the counter and saw him crouching under the counter looking for something. "What are you looking for?" "We should pack up some of the food here, so I'm looking for a bag or something we can use. They only have small paper bags and carton boxes here." "Bags, huh? We left ours in the fast food on the second floor when we escaped." Ange reminisced as she looked at Paula, who also felt downhearted. Mark then forcefully opened a cabinet door on the adjacent counter. Inside were 2 knapsacks and a small strap bag. He then immediately poured out the contents inside the cabinet, only pulling the bags out. He put the bags in front of Ange. "You guys fill these with food." Mark looked at the counter and other containers filled with food, though there are parts of the snack bar that are definitely ransacked. He then remembered the group of employees earlier that he saw coming from this direction carrying plastic bags and boxes of food. Taking the baseball bat that Ange leaned in front of the counter since it was dripping with blood, he took off to the cinema's entrance. Several zombies already closed in and needed to be dealt with. Ange pouted while Paula frowned a little. Mark's attitude is a little overbearing, but they can't really say anything. It is him who saved them, and now is not really the right time to argue about it. On contrary, the employee and the mother did not really care about his attitude. The employee sees Mark as someone capable of leading them to safety, while the mother views everyone in this group as her and her child's saviors. If they did not come to her, then she would already be dead or even worse. As for the child, nothing can be said. She only knew that something scary is happening and those frightening monsters will eat them if they are caught. She just sipped her kitty drink as she watched her mother silently. It is already a good thing that she isn't crying anymore. By the time Mark returned, his metal bat is dripping of blood and his black jacket had slightly reddish liquid splatters. If the zombies were not existent at this moment, his appearance is enough to give weak-hearted people a good scare. The bags are already filled with food and several bottles of drinks. The 2 bags or knapsacks are already being worn by the employee and Paula, while the smaller strap bag is being carried by the mother. Mark looked at the mother, who was standing in front of her child. He noticed the mother's sprained ankle is now plastered with a cooling pad. He then looked at Ange with a questioning look. Ange, on the other hand, also saw him look at the others and the backpacks they are carrying before he looked at her with that look. Of course, she immediately understood what his stare meant. I can't fight properly if I carry something heavy, you know. Mark walked past her as if ignoring her righteous sentence. He then picked up the duffel bag on top of the counter and donned it on his shoulder before replying. I'm not really asking anything though. This time, Ange's face turned red. Even though what Mark said isn't really offensive, she took a hard blow along with Mark donning a heavy duffel bag on his shoulder, which made her feel a little shameful. In her head, she heard Mark said something like, I'm also fighting and I'm carrying this, even though he never said anything like that. As she was lingering in her own space, a hand patted her shoulder, making her sober up. Hey Ange, what are thinking about? Paula asked as she patted Ange's shoulder. Ange, who just snapped out of her daze, saw Mark and the others already walking away. She swallowed up her emotions and replied to her best friend beside her. No, nothing, let's go. She then pulled her confused friend and followed the rest of the group. Chapter 13, The Situation Behind the Cinema Doors. 11:15 a.m. City Mall, Bacower South Wing, Cinema Lobby. Mark stood in front of a double door leading to one of the cinema halls. This hall is the closest to the cinema entrance. He approached this hall not because it is the closest, but this hall was the only hall that had its doors tightly shut. The others were confused seeing him standing and not opening the door, but no one said anything, except for one person. Hey, why don't you open that already? Also, can I borrow the bat? I need a weapon. Mark looked at Ange, who just hopped beside him without warning, with incredulity. He was wondering how this girl's head works. Still, he did not question her antics and just sighed before he replied. Later. I'll be the vanguard this time, and I just can't shoot the gun every time unless we want to die by attracting every single one of those zombies. Also, I don't have infinite shells for this. The shotgun shells he managed to get isn't that many, the ones he used when they escaped already depleted more than half of what he had. After replying, he then proceeded to plant his ear on the door, trying to listen to the sounds inside if there is any. Hearing his reply, Ange pouted but did not say anything else and just mimicked Mark also sticking her right ear on the door. She then heard sounds inside. The sounds are a little faint, but when she heard the sounds, she was petrified for a second before her face turned red and quickly backed off. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on. At first, she did not recognize the faint sounds, but then when she poured her concentration on listening, what she heard made her heart pound and her face became red in embarrassment. Through the door, she heard moans and panting of a man along with the feigned voice of a woman. It was not hard for anyone of age to imagine what was happening inside. What's wrong? There are. Paula asked Ange in confusion, seeing her back off like that. Of course, the flustered girl didn't know how to elaborate what she just heard to her friend, who is also a female. Ange looked at Mark, who was still listening to the sounds beyond the door. Men are really perverts. That is what she thought at first, but was forced to dispel it when she saw Mark's stern face. He then stopped listening inside, but his expression is graver than before. Mark then approached Ange and stretched his hand holding the bat towards her. Take this for now. You just said that you need it, right? Well, you can just say that I changed my mind. Mark smiled as he said that, but the smile really looked sinister. You guys hide back at the snack bar. Don't come out unless I called out. He turned around without waiting for replies. The rest looked at each other and nodded among themselves before going back behind the snack bar and hid there. What is going on? The mother asked while everyone else is looking at Ange. There are people inside. They are having sex, probably. Ange hesitated to say what she just heard, but she still said it though her face is crimson red. This courageous girl who can bash zombies' faces with a steel baseball bat and did not falter to the scene of blood is actually weak at topics like this. The mother and the employee's faces also turned red, especially the employee, as he is an adult man at the age of 29. Of course, hearing a girl several years younger talk about something like this in front of him, he would feel embarrassed. Furthermore, he is the only male in the group right now since Mark is away. Surprisingly, Paula did not react that way and just stared at Ange before saying, "It shouldn't be just that simple, right?" She then looked at Mark, who is quite a distance away and was now sticking and adjusting a knife between the locks of the double door. Eng also looked at Mark with her embarrassment slightly lessened. Looks like it. Gotcha. Mark made a slow but forced push on the knife, followed by the sound of the door lock loosening. Before he could even pull the knife, the door opened slightly. Luckily, it seemed that the door was maintained properly and it made no sound when it opened. Well, it is doable that the people inside won't hear anything from what Mark is doing because of their passionate session inside. Unfortunately, that passionate part is one-sided. That is why Mark sneaked inside with a stern face. Upon entering, he sneaked towards the hall with the lustful sounds and vile laughter getting louder in his ears. What he saw conformed to his thoughts. 3 males sat on the armrest of some chairs next to the pathway watching another male who was thrusting on female on the floor. Clothes riddled the floor, and by the looks of it, all the clothes belonged to the female. Some of the clothes are even ripped like the school blouse that is closest to Mark's current position. Mark looked at the laughing perpetrators for a second and saw their loose clothes, baseball caps, and even silver chains dangling on their necks. Belts with metal decors can be seen under half-tucked shirts. Though they looked stereotypical, appearance of these men made Mark remember of gangsters around the area. Yes, gangsters. Mark also found his conjecture plausible, as there are a lot of squatter compounds nearby. Though it didn't really mean that gangsters can only originate from those kinds of areas, but sadly, most of these kinds of people did in this country. Gangsters, criminals, drug addicts, and such people can easily be located if one were to thoroughly search those areas. Estimating the dangers and other things, Mark then readied his shotgun, which he fully loaded with shells, and stealthily walked towards the criminals. As the bastards were facing the opposite way, Mark can easily approach them without them noticing in this kind of dark cinema. As he stepped forward out from the wall he is hiding, he paused. He looked to his side and began to re-evaluate his thoughts slightly. To his side, a body of a boy, probably in his last years in high school, was lying on the floor between the chairs. His uniform dyed red with a single hole on his chest. The smell of blood irritated his nose as the body was just a foot away from him as he crouched. Of course, he did not fail to notice the bloody bite mark on the boy's wrist. Leaving the body behind, Mark made his way towards the gangsters. Seriously, boss, hurry up, just how long do we have to wait for our turn to F***ck this bitch? One of the gangsters sitting on the armrest said with boredom as watched the so-called boss humping on their trophy. Hearing that, the boss gave that gangster a dirty finger as he continued on his business. You should wait until I had enough. I'm the one who saw her first. Ha ha ha, alright boss. We have all the time we need to play with this bitch. Just who do you think would come with all the mess outside? I doubt anyone else is alive in this mall, we even lost some of our brothers. Another gangster said in a tone licking his boss' boots. Yeah, but who thought that this bitch and his idiot boyfriend would really follow us and think that we are saving them? So, that's what happened, huh? Yeah. That's what happened. Ha ha ha. As the 4 gangsters are narrating their vile deeds of taking advantage of the slaughter outside and get the girl into this situation, a voice coming from behind them sounded with a question-like realization. The unsuspecting gangster actually replied to the voice until his own voice trailed off as he realized that the voice did not come from any one of them. The gangsters froze and even the boss stopped thrusting as he felt his genitals slowly soften. As the 3 gangsters slowly turned their heads around with cold sweat on their backs, the boss already froze in horror. What the boss saw first is the muzzle of a shotgun pointed at them and then the men wearing a jacket standing holding the gun. Mark, on the other hand, was also surprised as he looked at the gangsters. The damn bastards were actually minors. Chapter 14, The Tainted Masterpiece. He did not notice at a distance since the cinema is slightly dark. Cinemas are built like this after all. Now that Mark got a close look at the gangsters, he can confirm that these guys' ages ranged from about 14 to 16 years old. You 3 raise your hands and don't dare move unless you guys want your heads blew off. He coldly said towards the 3 idlers before staring at the last one and said. And you there, get away from her. You. Who are you? We don't think we offended you. You shouldn't play hero, there is 4 of us here and we outnumber you. One of the 3 made a tough front for some reason while the boss and the other 2 were remaining quiet. The member who tried to intimidate actually moved towards the front of the barrel as if he was not afraid of the gun. The other 2 gangsters though were snickering inside. They used this tactic several times before when they are compromised in their gang activities, so they knew what would happen to this idiot who took the initiative to play hero before their group. They noticed that the person did not answer and thought that he is taking the bait as his eyes darted towards every single one of them. They also thought that he was actually afraid to shoot. Unfortunate for them, they're the ones playing the role of idiots here. Mark did not take the bait, obviously darting his eyes towards the gang members because he is looking for something. Though he already had a hunch on who had it, he just had to make sure so he wouldn't need to waste ammo. Yes. He just didn't want to waste ammo. The gangsters were all smiles inside, but unfortunately for them, their hopes were dashed when the man actually smiled. A smile filled with disdain towards them. He then spoke. "Nice teamwork, but..." Mark threw a kick to the crotch of the gangster in front of him, making him suddenly bend down. Then bang. "I won't fall for that." The gang leader lost his right arm as the shotgun obliterated his arm up to his elbow and a revolver pistol flew along with the severed right hand. Mark already knew that the leader had a gun due to various reasons. First, the dead guy near the entrance was killed by a gunshot. Second is that by the nature of these rapists, they should have already ganged up on the girl on the floor, yet, she was served on a platter before the boss and 3-inch. Did not make any move, and that is not by respect but actually because they were afraid. Third is that the member who he just kicked actually tried to move in front of his gun, not to intimidate him but cover the gang leader's movements. As Mark already knew who had a gun, his eyes darted on the members and became sure that these kids only had one gun. It is because when he showed himself, the reflex action the three members made was actually to try and grab their weapons, which are all melee types, and they did not even try to let go of those despite being pointed with a shotgun. Just as the leader was about to raise his gun, Mark delivered a sinister ball-crushing kick and shot the leader's arm when the one kicked bent down in pain. Actually, he wanted to shoot down the leader dead, but he made a compromise due to various reasons. The leader stood up in shock of the pain and clutched what remained of his arm, but immediately his hard sword already fell soft and dangled unsightly as he rolled about the floor, spreading blood on the cinema wall and floor. Screams of pain echoed throughout the cinema hall. The one Mark kicked already fell unconscious on the floor and is actually foaming in his mouth. The other two, seeing what happened to their leader and their friend, did not succumb to fear and surrendered but actually fled as fast as they can. Leaving their weapons behind, the two ran separate ways inside the cinema before passing through the emergency door near the big screen one after another. They ran in frantically in fear that they will get shot and end up like their comrades, but their grim reaper in their minds is actually just watching them, like looking at cockroaches running away from being stomped to death. Mark just watched the two in disdain without any notion to chase. They are not worth the ammo needed to subdue them. He also thought of a plan for them. He then approached the severed arm and took a harshly folded handkerchief from his pocket and used it to pick up the blood-covered revolver before wiping the blood off. A .38. Mark asked himself as he observed the gun, looking at every angle, amidst the painful screaming in the background. He opened the chamber and took out the contents, revealing 2 empty casings and 4.38 live bullets. Mark removed the empty casings and stored them in his pocket and returned the remaining ammo back to the chamber, loading the gun and pulled the firing pin back. Holding the newly acquired revolver, he approached the groaning gang leader. The leader's voice is already hoarse due to his violent expression of his pain through his mouth and weakened due to severe loss of his life-sustaining liquid. He clutched the stump that remained of his arm, trying to lessen the blood flow, to no avail. He stared at Mark, who was approaching with severe fear in his eyes. He then remembered the faint gunshots they heard earlier, which they chose to ignore. Those gunshots and the shot that was aimed at him is actually the same. They shouldn't have ignored it if he knew that this will be his outcome. To think the girl he coveted as he saw her earlier in this mall would become his unlucky star. "Don't kill me. You can have the girl, just don't kill me." He was afraid that this guy, who was akin to demons in his eyes, would directly kill him. Mark on the other side did not pay attention to the leader's hoarse begging. He heard his begging, but who would beg someone with their pants down? His dangling eggplant is pointed straight at him. He can't help but feel the urge to shoot it. In the end, he bent down and reached for the leader's pants, not to help him put it on, of course, but to feel the contents of the pockets. He found 8.38 rounds inside the back pocket. No wonder the pocket looked heavy. He then left the leader shivering in both pain and fear. The leader stayed still and silent as he started feeling weaker and weaker. Mark then turned, facing the victim, who is sitting silently on the floor. The girl's round baby face was beautiful. Her long below-shoulder-length hair looked soft and straight. The length of her body, arms, and legs were all in proportion. Even her breast was neither big nor small for her stature. He thought that if an agency put her into the showbiz industry, this girl would sure go big in no time. She is like a beautiful masterpiece. Unfortunately, this perfect looking suffered harshly in this incident. White sticky liquid stained her fair-colored legs, body, her face and also dripping from her mouth. It showed how many times the bastard gang leader reached his climax in doing her in. Also, there is the blood of the gang leader splattered on her as he is shot just over her body. Bruises can be found on her left cheek and arms. Ignoring the remains of her unfortunate situation, Mark can't help but admire her appearance. No wonder the gang targeted her. Then Mark frowned. The girl was also looking at him, but she had neither action to hide nor cover either her breasts or her nether regions. Her eyes are listless, and even though she is staring at him, it looked like she wasn't either. Mark then sighed. This girl already gave up in life, didn't she? He thought as he scratched his head over the matter. Just what should I do here? Mark muttered. He is an otaku, and to some people like him who were never meant to be someone attractive, saving a beautiful damsel in distress might be a good dream to happen. But now that he experienced it, he had no idea what to do afterwards. After all, his interpersonal skills, though not non-existent, it is very low. He tried of remembering if there is any anime or novel references he can use, but there is nothing he could remember that could fit his situation at the moment. Arg, damn it, whatever. I'll just do what I can, I guess. Chapter 15, Her Life, Her Experience, and Her Hate. 9:30 a.m., Tirona Highway. More than 30 minutes earlier. A group of high school students are eating at a restaurant by the road. The group consisted of 7 people, 4 girls and 3 boys. They were merrily chatting as they ate the high-class food they ordered, though a girl among them wasn't really thrilled by the occasion. She is Xiaomei, the one that can be said as the #1 beauty at their school these days. Many admired her looks and were very popular among the students. Others might be emboldened with confidence under these circumstances, but in contrary, she hated it. Though she had this good looks, she is quite a shy person, so all these unwanted attention is quite irritating to her. Although she had the ability to deal with people with smiles and such, she would prefer not to, especially dealing with boys both young and old. Every time she saw their eyes, it looked like the eyes of a beast wanting to eat his prey whole. She hated those eyes. At her school, she knew she had many admirers. In the first days, she would receive confessions, letters and such troublesome things, but later on, these kinds of things disappeared in a strange fashion. Though there are still the admirers around, none of them would ever try what the others tried before. She then looked at the boy sitting across her table with a frown. This boy is the reason of it all. But she wasn't even a little grateful. He is handsome, carefree looking and smiling at every occasion, but she knew that these are all pretenses. He is possessive, scheming and lusty bastard who see everyone as tools and always using money to get everything he wanted. This boy is the son of one of her family's business partners. He had been chasing her for some time now, but it's not like she didn't know what is happening. She is a smart girl, and of course she knew what they really wanted. It is that time at a certain gathering that both their families participated that all of it started. It is also the time she realized the true meaning of her existence to her family, except her mother, that is. It also the same with most of the daughters of business and politically oriented families. They are treated as tools for the expansion of their family's power. And she really hated it. Although it hasn't been official, this boy in front of her is technically her fiancé that she hated. This person made too many advances towards her, and of course, she always declined. It is because she hated him to the core. Then, she looked at her so-called friends. Though a part of her wanted to think of them as her true friends, but for the most part, she only mingled with them for the sake of appearances. It is because from time to time, these girls, her friends, would give away praises about the boy in front of her. About his looks, his kindness, his smiles, etc. It's disgusting. It's not like she did not know that they had been paid to do so. But she can only smile. She needed to keep up with the pretenses. She can't say or do anything that will degrade the face of their family. It is because she is still a part of that family. Still, she hated it. Other people envied the rich. They had money, they can do anything they wanted, and they had power. But to her, these things are all useless. All she wanted is her freedom. Finally, they went out of the restaurant. Ignoring everything else, she took out her phone to call her driver. She just wanted to go home at this moment. Though staying at her home is also suffocating to her, it is still way better that this fake atmosphere around her at this moment. But as she held her phone beside her ear, she became confused. There is no ringing, no beeps, and no automated voice reply either. She then looked at the screen just to see the message, network busy, at the center. Beep. Beep. The noise of hundreds of cars beeping entered her ears as she noticed the heavy congestion of vehicles on the main road. Bam! Crash! That very loud noise startled everyone who heard it. Their group followed the stream of people going after that sound out of curiosity. What they saw is horrifying. A large city bus that almost turned into scrap metal, broken cars, scraped road, an overturned jeep, and the worst of all, dead bodies that littered the road, spreading pools of blood. Xiaomei can't help but turned around. Some of her friends ran to a nearby sidewalk planter and vomited the high-class food that they just ate. Even the boys in their group are shivering. This is a total disaster. They then heard screams from the spectators as they pointed at the almost scrapped bus. Xiaomei looked and saw silhouettes, rather people emerging from the bus. Many people exclaimed as they felt it was a miracle that there are still people alive from that mangled vehicle. But Xiaomei felt weird. She looked at the people coming out of the bus and felt that it is impossible for these people to be still alive. Some had missing limbs, some had large chunks of flesh missing from their bodies, some had parts of their bodies bent at an impossible angle, and everyone is dripping blood from their bodies. It is not possible for them to be alive. Xiaomei started stepping back as she feared that something not right is going on. She saw the Good Samaritans approach the people from the bus trying to help. What she feared happened. Blood splashed, not from the people from the bus but from a man, which is one of the people who approached. He approached a woman covered in blood that came shambling out of the bus. Disregarding the blood, he grabbed her arms in order to help her move. That became the worst decision he made in his life. The woman he tried to help grabbed his shoulders and savagely bit into his neck, pulling out a mouthful of flesh. The others who tried to help the injured people froze in their tracks as they were filled with shock. Then, help! It's their screams that followed to fill the ears of all the people around. What is going on? Xiaomei's classmate beside her asked that question. Why? Run! Help! More screams entered their ears, but it did not come from the place of accident but from further away. Then they saw people running on the northern side of the highway. Their faces filled with horror. Among the people running, there are others covered in blood and others running after others, catching them in the process. Then, the people caught screamed in pain as their flesh was torn away from their bodies. Xiaomei wanted to run away and is about to, but a hand caught her arm and pulled her. What are you doing? Let go. She glared at her unofficial fiancé that started pulling her. Where are you going? Do you think you can outrun those guys? It is better to find somewhere to hide. Xiaomei looked at him. She didn't want to go, but she knew he was right. She didn't think that she'll be able to outrun those people either. In the end, she could only let him pull her as she can't even resist away from his grasp. And even if she tried to resist, the people covered in blood would be able to get them first before she would be able to break free. During the commotion, her group is forced to scatter because of the number of people filled with panic already causing a stampede. She then locked eyes with one of the girls from her group of friends. Chapter 16, her suffering, her resentment, and the words she wanted to hear. Amidst the sea of panicked people, she saw one of her friends that is also staring at her. Tears built up at the corner of her eyes. Even though wasn't pure friendship, the two of them still spent time together. While she was being pulled away, that friend of hers wasn't running but lying down on her front on the pavement. The girl tried to say something but nothing came out of her mouth but blood, and she can only stretch out her right arm towards May. But that stretched arm only made her suffer more as the running people stepped on her outstretched arm. May wanted to help and tried resisting over her fiancé's grasp, but a frail girl like her did not have the strength to do so and was pulled away with even more force. She heard her fiancé shout at her, but his words did not enter her ear as she watched her friend grimace in pain for every stomp she received from the people running for their lives. The scene continued until May's view was drowned with people. Being pulled away, the two reached the mall and ran inside along with the other people. She saw the guards ignore the people running inside and concentrated talking at their radios with stern expressions. It wasn't long after they entered the mall when they started hearing gunshots. May looked behind and saw the people running away, the people chasing after and those who already made a bloody pool on the floor. She then saw a pair of guards as she was being pulled inside the mall. One of the guards was caught and fell down while being bitten on his neck. Thought the other guard managed to shoot the assailant, but he also fell after another one jumped over his back. She then saw the guards who fell first stood up sluggishly. Surprised, she stared at the guard as she ran. As if he felt her gaze, the guard suddenly turned his head like a scene taken from a horror movie and faced her stare. May would never forget that scene, those bloodshot eyes, that bloody face and that nightmarish expression. The guard then dashed, ignoring everything else, towards her. Like a beast wanting to devour her whole, in a literal manner. She felt afraid and she was shivering inside. F***ck. She heard her fiancé curse. She looked at her fiancé and then back at the guard running after her and she was filled with horror. The guard was already close and was on the verge of lunging towards her. Then, a column of stacked shopping carts came creaking blocking the lunge of the guard. The guard lunged and crashed on the shopping carts causing a loud crashing sound and toppled shopping carts scattered around him. Hey! Over here! The two was stunned by the sudden situation before hearing several shouts towards them. When they looked at the source of the shouts, they a group of oddly dressed youths who looked younger than them holding weapons and are calling them over. As if he saw light within the darkness, May's fiancé started pulling her towards the group's direction with haste as the event with the carts gave them a small leeway to escape. She did not want to go but can't resist against the boy pulling her. She also felt weak feeling fear from the encounter just now. But, it isn't the end. Clattering noises echoed behind her as the guard charged through the scattered shopping carts blocking its way. He restarted his pursuit towards her. Scared, May stopped resisting and ran towards the odd group. The odd youths waited by the escalator. When the May and her fiancé arrived, they started leading the way up. With the guard on their tail, they ran up until they reached the cinema on the 3rd floor. They can't see the guard behind them. It seemed that they lost him somehow. The group then led them inside the cinema which lacked any employee. May had a bad premonition. Actually, she felt it odd when the group specifically called for her and her unwanted fiancé. When they arrived, the odd group did not call for anyone else. Then, when they were running, despite her fear, she can't help but notice the odd youths stealing glances at her. The look in their eyes as they glanced at her, she knew those kinds of eyes. Her hated fiancé looked at her with those eyes from time to time. Many other males she encountered before would eye her like that. Then, one of the odd youths locked the cinema doors. And hell started for her. Her hated fiancé was shot. Not because he tried to defend her but because of his arrogant attitude as he tried to sell her off after being threatened. Then the one who held the gun who were called boss by the other three forced his body onto her. She tried resisting but she lost all her strength as she was punched on her stomach. Even so, she still tried resisting with what is left of her strength but a merciless slap came hitting her face. Tears welled up on her eyes as she felt the pain and humiliation. Her clothes were torn off her body and she became a toy for the pleasure of boy in front of her. As she lay naked on the cold floor of the cinema, feeling the pain in various parts of her body, her sight grew dimmer and dimmer. She felt helpless and powerless and she just wished she would die as soon as possible. Laughter and jeering echoed around her but for her. For May. It doesn't matter anymore. Everything is already black in her eyes. Bang. She heard a loud sound but she did not react but still, she could feel the warm liquid that splashed onto her body after the sound. She also felt the weight on her crotch lightened. She heard loud wails of pain but she did not react. Soon she lifted her body. She saw a man standing in front of her with his back facing her. She stared but did not do anything else. She saw the boy called boss by his group crying in fear and pain just by the man's foot. She did not react but felt that he deserved this. She saw the blood that scattered on the floor but did not notice it. May looked back at the man and the man looked at her. She felt his stare as if scanning her body. Though, she did not react to it. He just might be the same, she thought. She felt her sight going dimmer. This might really be my fate, she thought. Then, she saw the man taking off his jacket. Her emotion started to vanish as she dropped her sight to the cold floor. And then, she felt warm. Her sight somehow grew a little brighter and saw a black jacket draped on her body. It smelled a little sweaty yet it felt warm. Then something soft touched her face. She looked up and saw the man half kneeling in front of her and wiping her face with a warm handkerchief. Unknowingly, she reached out and slowly grabbed the hand that held the handkerchief with her both hands. The man looked surprised. He let out a deep sigh and smiled gently. Using his free hand, he reached out to her head and patted it disregarding how dirty or sticky her hair was. He then said as gently as possible, "It's all right. Everything is fine now." To the man, it seemed that those were nothing but simple comforting words but to her. Her tears started to fall and her wails of resentment are all let out. Those words are the words she wanted to hear all her life. Chapter 17, Why He Let Them Go. In the dimly lit cinema hall, Mark was half kneeling on the floor. In front of him, a half-naked girl with only a jacket draped over her back covering her body is crying. Mark, who was still poker-faced, is quite baffled by the girl's cry. For some reason, the girl's tears did not only stem from what happened to her just earlier, it felt that it rooted from somewhere deeper. He felt how heavy the weight that this girl's tears carry but can't do anything about it. He can only gently pat her head trying to provide some comfort. As Mark pat her head, he is thinking about what to do next. The girl needed to clean herself but she is clearly not in the condition to do it. He thought of calling the girls outside to help but quite reluctant to do so. The girl's body is stained by a man's fluid so other girls might find it disgusting. He can do it himself and it would be a lie if he said that he didn't want to but it is really felt inappropriate. In the end, he decided in calling the girls outside. As he was about to stand, the girl hastily grabbed his right hand. You need to get cleaned up quick so I'll call some help. Don't worry, they are girls. Well, there is also a man but. I'll just lead him to the other side I guess, he thought. It wouldn't be surprising if this girl would be wary of males after those bad things happened. Mark patted her head one more time after she let go of his hand. But before he calls the others outside, he looked around him. The boy he kicked is still unconscious and the leader is silent. No. Rather, the leader is. He already died, huh? Being soaked with his blood, the gang leader already stopped breathing. And another change of plans. He sighed. Mark can't leave her if the place looked like this. He approached the unconscious boy and removed the chains tied on his belt, then used the chains to tie the boy's hands behind his back. The gangster's unnecessary bling came handy at this moment. Then, he stuffed the weapons left by the gangsters into his duffel bag. A 3-foot-long iron pipe, a machete, and an ice pick. These weapons would come in handy. He looked back at the armless dead body. I am not touching that. Mark approached the girl again just to find her staring at him. Though she already stopped crying at some point and she tried wiping her tears with her hands leaving dirty marks on her face. Her face stained by tears, semen, and blood made her look rather pitiful. He picked up his handkerchief once more and folded it in reverse before wiping the grime off her face. Can you stand? The girl weakly nodded. She tried to stand but fell down almost immediately. Luckily, Mark is just there to catch her fall. He then helped her as she tried to stand straight up. With his help, she tried walking but her steps were very unstable but she would knit her thin brows from time to time due to pain. Tears accumulated at the corner of her eyes but she held it in. She may. She suddenly spoke. Mark looked at her confused but it's not like he don't have any idea what she is talking about. Why you're dash. Mark. Mark did not let her finish. Well, the introduction came out of nowhere but you can call me Mark. Just Mark is fine I think. Also don't try to open your mouth if it's painful. Your cheek is bruised and you have cuts on your lips. He led her towards the other side of the cinema and helped her sit down on a chair at the end of the middle row. Wait here a bit. He then walked towards the double door on this side of the cinema. The doors were also locked but were easier to open from this side. After unlocking the door, he opened it slowly. Bam. A blood-covered person fell just in front of him. No, it's not a person, it was. Ange was just outside the door and felled the zombie just by his feet. Mark then opened the door wide at normal speed. He saw Ange aiming the metal bat at him but immediately lowered the bat after seeing who opened the doors. Mark looked around and saw several bodies on the floor and zombies that are closing outside the cinema area. He ignored the bodies and faced Ange. You all right? As Ange is still panting, she just raised Mark a thumbs up. You don't look fine at all though. The others also went out of hiding after seeing him come out. Paula filled him in. Several running ones came due to the gunshot earlier. It's my fault I guess. He scratched his head. Bang. Everyone, not just Mark's group but including the incoming zombies outside turned their heads towards the central area of the mall where the gunshot seemed to come from. Bang. Bang. More shots echoed across the mall. The slow-moving zombies outside turned around following the source of the gunshots. The show started without us, huh? Well, It would buy us some more time, I think. Mark said, taking back his group's attention. Anyways, let's go, I need some help. He turned his back without waiting for reply, took a box from a nearby food counter and entered the cinema hall once more. The others hastily followed. They seemed to start getting used to Mark's unnerving attitude. After entering, he told the employee to stay near the door to guard for a bit before leading the girls to Xiaomei. What they saw was the pitiful appearance of the beautiful girl and the unpleasant stench that lingered around her. It seemed that Xiaomei was still uneasy as she immediately grabbed the hem of Mark's shirt when he got close. He patted her head to assure her that it is fine, making her settle down a bit. This might just a simple gesture, but the girls Mark brought was filled with a plethora of emotions, such as, "It seemed that he really is a good person, we just saw a pleasant side of him," or, "Something fishy is going on." Then the girls received a glare from Mark. He told them the circumstances and asked them to help Xiaomei clean up her body and handed them the box he just took from the counter outside, which turned out to be a box of tissue paper. He also took out a small spray bottle that contained rubbing alcohol for them to use. Mark was surprised as the seemingly conservative Paula did not show any disgust as she helped Xiaomei wipe her body. The same goes for the mother who let her child sit down on a nearby chair as she cleaned Xiaomei's hair. And he was flabbergasted by the fact that the boyish-mannered Ange, who looked unfazed by blood, was really reluctant to deal with the disgustingly white liquid, though she still ended helping after being scolded by her friend. Xiaomei was also proactive in cleaning herself, but as she felt weak and her hands shivering, she was of no help at all. Mark, on the other hand, left the girls on their work as it was improper for him to watch and went towards the fire exit near the big screen. He opened a gap on the door and took a peek outside. There are no zombies that can be seen, even though there are blood marks left on many parts of the corridor. Looked like the plan worked somehow. That is right, he planned this. It is the reason he let the two gangsters run away. He thought of the possibility that there would be zombies inside the back corridors, which he concluded to be right, seeing the marks left behind. He let the two go in hopes that they would lure away the zombies away. Though he also expected it to not work, or the two would run back luring the zombies in, he prepared some backup plans, but the plans he thought of was wasted in a good way. Chapter 18, Battle Ready. Mark cautiously went out, stepping into the back corridors of the mall. The corridors are about 3 meters wide, more than enough for 2 trolleys to pass side by side and still leaving a wide margin. There are a lot of doors varying in sizes and colors for some reason. He did not find any zombies for now. The corridors ran along the outline of the mall and thus, it had many corners. Even though he can't see anything of danger in the straight corridor he was in, he can't say what the corners had in store. Still, traces of devastation are present. Several trolleys blocked some parts of the corridor and many wrecked and overturned boxes that spilled its contents out littered the floor. Blood marks stained the floor and walls, and there is even a large puddle of blood not far from him. He looked to his left, which goes towards the south. He saw the fire exit sign hanging from the ceiling at the midpoint of the corridor, with the arrow pointing to a single door at right side. Just beside a door he saw a blood-covered corpse sat on the floor with its back leaning on the wall. Blood continued to drip from exposed wounds on the arms, neck and legs, creating a blood puddle on the floor. He moved closer to fire exit and noticed that the body is quite familiar, which he immediately recognized. It is one of the gangsters he let go. It looked like the other one managed to get away. He noticed the red footprints on the floor. All of the footprints led towards the door in large strides. It seemed that all the zombies present here earlier are fast-moving ones, which he found plausible. As he inched towards the door, he noticed how badly mangled the gangster's body was and wondered why he was left there and did not turn. Then, bam! He swung his metal baseball towards the supposed-to-be dead gangster's face as it sprung up to attack him. "I won't fall for that," Mark said as the gangster zombie, who was pushed several steps away, finally ending up dead, without any more chance of standing up again. Probably. Ensuring that the gangster totally stopped moving, he peeked through the glass window on the door. Seeing that there is nothing outside, he opened it and cautiously stepped outside. What greeted him is the stale warm air blowing strongly, unbefitting the current season. He took a quick look around him, disregarding the devastating scene he can see from afar. What he focused looking for are the possible threats, escape routes and things that can be used. Where he stood now is a flight of stairs hugging the walls at the back of the mall, facing a large parking lot. The stairs continued down below, ending about 2 meters above the ground. At the end of the stairs, there is a retractable ladder which is still suspended upward. Mark noticed the commotion just below the ladder. There is a group of zombies crouching on the concrete encircling something. the zombies are eating something which is not hard to imagine what. Just behind the group, he noticed baseball cap that started to roll away, getting carried by the strong wind. To his right, he found another set of ladders attached to the wall. He looked up and saw that the ladder ends up at the edge of the mall's rooftop. He then looked towards the west wing and saw another flight of stairs similar to what he is currently standing on. Confirming that there are no dangers at this part and finding a good route to take, he decided to go back, but as he entered the mall once more, screams echoed from the northern side of the corridor. Hearing the screams, he not making any noise anymore and immediately dashed towards the northern side past the cinema entrance, not to check on the screams but to overturn the trolleys that littered the corridor. He arranged the overturned trolleys and together with the heavy boxes, he managed to quickly build a waist-tall barricade blocking the corridor. The barricade isn't likely to stop anything going above it, but its purpose is not to stop but to hinder. Ah. Help. Stop biting me. Ah. The screams are getting closer along with loud running footsteps of more than 10 people. Mark turned around and ran back to the cinema with haste. He opened the doors loudly, immediately getting the attention of the people inside. As they looked at Mark, thought he still looked calm, they can feel the urgency of the situation. What happened? Ange immediately asked as Mark came close. Mark looked at the girls, then towards the male employee quite a distance away and the cinema door that is now barricaded with different kinds of furniture. He also saw the unconscious gangster which is now being guarded by the employee. He signaled the employee to come closer and turned back to the girl, specifically looking at May, who looked better than earlier. Zombies are coming soon, we need to leave. Is she good to go? Hearing that there are zombies coming, the atmosphere tensed up. Then Paula answered his question. We managed to help her clean up her body to some extent, but she needs to take a bath, badly. Mark nodded at her reply. Can't we fight them? The boyish Ange asked. We can, but... Mark purposely cut his sentence. But what? Well, end up as zombie food. Mark smiled. Ange felt she was being played with. The fast zombies should be at least a dozen, if we are lucky, about more than 30 I think. Anyways, get ready, we're leaving. Even though he just said that nonchalantly along with a little joke, Mark managed to shake them to the core. That's just too many after all. And just how is he sure that there would be that many? Everyone stood up and picked up their things. May, though still having a hard time moving, also stood up. She did not have anything to carry with her, not even clothes, so she is ready to go somehow. She is only wearing the jacket Mark lent her, which turned into one-piece clothing due to their difference in stature. The employee also arrived close by carrying the unconscious gangster on his shoulder. What should we do with him? It's not the employee but Ange who asked the question while pointing at the unconscious guy. Mark then turned towards May, who stepped back in a hurry and hid behind him when the employee came closer. On the other hand, the employee also did not dare come close for some reason that baffled the other girls. Then they heard Mark mutter and they saw him do a troubled facepalm. Andro and Gyno, what a bad combination. Everyone is confused. Mayor, what do you want to with him? Mark asked May. But she looked surprised and stared at him for some reason. She then looked down, contemplating on his question. Though she is not aware of it, she started grasping the hem of Mark's shirt and started to shiver a little. Then Mark's voice cut off her line of thought, then she felt his hand patting her head and then she started to calm down. Just remove the chains and leave him here. Hearing what he said, everyone except Mark and May changed expressions. Leaving the guy, his death would sure become inevitable. Still no one said anything in opposition. Mark took of the chains while frowning. Just how long would this guy spend sleeping? He brought the chains with him and left the unconscious gangster sitting in the middle of the cinema. He then distributed the weapons he gathered from the gangsters. He gave the bat to Ange, and the iron pipe to the employee. He wanted to give the others a weapon, but Paula is in charge of helping May move while the mother is carrying her daughter, and of course, May is in no condition to fight, but he also doubts that she had the ability to. Then, both the ice pick and the machete fell in his hands for his use. He slid the ice pick through his belt and held the machete in his right hand while his left hand held a revolver. The shotgun hanged over his side and the large duffel bag hung on his back. He looked really battle-ready while being under Ange's envious gaze. The group then moved towards the emergency exit of the cinema. Chapter 19, The Back Corridor Encounter. F-. Mark almost cursed as he sprang into action. With him leading the group, he slowly opened the double doors just to find several distorted faces staring his way. As there is no other choice but to fight, he took advantage of the seemingly confused state of the zombies staring at him. He jumped forward and hacked the neck of the nearest zombie, making its head fly, and kicked another zombie to his right away. Though he wanted to commend the sharpness of the machete on his hand as it managed to hack through the zombie's neck with little resistance, he found the feeling of cutting through human flesh a little unpleasant. Quick! Run! Towards the emergency exit. Mark shouted at the bewildered people behind him and pointed towards the other side of the corridor. They all immediately moved as fast as they can after his command. He is just as baffled as them. He made a small barricade back there with the goal of hindering them somehow. So how are these guys already here? Don't tell me that these guys can teleport like zombies in that American Zombie series. Then he saw the state of the corridor in front of him as he hacked his machete to the head of the zombie on his left, and his uneven eyes grew wide. 4, 7, 15, 26. The corridor is filled with zombies. There is about 40 or more in his estimate, as he didn't have the luxury to count them all. Then he saw the barricade he made that is already overturned, and not like the barricade was pushed to the side, but rather, the barricade was struck with overwhelming force. Even some of the heavy boxes are scattered several meters away from where he built the barricade. The zombies also noticed the commotion and saw Mark and his group. And of course, like hungry beasts that hadn't eaten for a century, the zombies started moving towards the direction of the prey they found. The fast zombies immediately overtook the slower ones as they ran. Since the running speed of the zombies also differ, their beastly actions also created accidents on their side. Some of the slower zombies would be hit by the ones overtaking them, making some fall down to the floor and splat. Their bodies became mashed zombie meat under feet of the stampeding zombies behind them. Mark continued dealing with the zombies that came closer. A female zombie jumped at him, aiming for his arm holding the machete. As he didn't have the time to pull back his right arm that he just used to hack another zombie, he crossed his arms and pointed his revolver towards the zombie's face. Bang! The bullet entered the female zombie's widely open mouth, piercing through her brain, and her body flew back due to the impact. Another zombie lunged towards Mark from his left, but he didn't need to take action this time. A metal baseball bat mercilessly slammed onto the zombie's face. The force in that swing would have probably made a home run in the professional baseball stage, since the zombie hit by it literally flew back, slamming at the other zombie behind it with excellent force. Mark and Ange looked at each other for a split second and nodded. The otaku shut-in, wielding a revolver in his left and a machete on his right, took care of the zombies on the right side, while the more experienced fighter holding the baseball bat took care of the zombies on the left. With their somehow rough teamwork, they managed to hold the zombies back as they retreated. It is lucky that the corridor's width is rather limited, or else who knows what would have happened. The body zombies that they managed to kill that was left on the floor also worked to their advantage, as the zombies from behind would step on the bodies, would slow for a bit, while the clumsier ones would actually fall down. Their group is moving at a steady pace. Though it could be faster, there is no helping it. They had 2 injured people with them after all. Just as they reached the emergency exit that Mark checked earlier, a louder commotion broke out from the zombies' side. Several zombies lagging from behind were struck by heavy force, literally flying to the sides, hitting the wall with loud thuds. Then Mark and Ange saw it. Mark was also sure it was the one behind the quick breakdown of the barricade he made. What caused the commotion was a bulldozer, no, a large pig, wait. It was large fat zombie running at about 20 kilometers per hour, bulldozing its way through the group of zombies. Mark recognized the guy. He was the rude fat guy who was accompanied by his guard wearing a suit earlier. He was the person who was responsible for them getting locked out of the tech zone. Earlier, he bulldozed himself through the group of survivors. Now, as a zombie, he is still bulldozing his comrades away. Bad habits never change, do they? He already turned and is still causing a lot of problems. Where is his bodyguard? Mark did not see any zombie wearing a suit since earlier. He also noticed that the fat guy was literally bigger than how he remembered. Way bigger. He seemed to be more than a head taller, and his fat body literally occupied more than a third of the corridor. And just what is with his speed and strength? Did he mutate or something? Hey! Mark called Ange. Bang. He shot another zombie with his pistol as he removed his duffel bag from his shoulder. Help me carry this and exit the door. After you guys exit the door, close it. There is a ladder behind the dash. Bang. Mark fire another shot. Behind the door. Climb the ladder to the rooftop. Ange was bewildered as she took his duffel bag from him. What are you SA? Quick. Just do what I say. We don't have much time. Mark started holding his spot and stopped retreating. Fighting the zombies, hacking and shooting the zombies that came his way. Although she was very reluctant, Ange quickened her retreat and followed the other who already exited the door. She then slammed the door shut under the surprised eyes of the other's people. Seeing the door that had been just slammed shut, he fired the last bullet from the chamber of his revolver. He still had some of the bullets for the revolver in his pocket, but he is sure that he won't have any time to reload. Instead, he slid the empty revolver into the empty holster on his belt and held the machete with his left hand. He then pulled the shotgun from his side and shot directly at the fat zombie who is already at point-blank range. Bang! The fat zombie staggered and fell sideways as Mark shot its right leg. His big body blocked a large part of the corridor but sure did not stop the zombies from coming after him from the unblocked side. Bang! He shot the zombie running by the feet of the fat guy, adding another body to the blockade. This gave him time to retreat and he ran away, though he ran straight south, not following the others through the door. As he passed by the door, he saw the teary-eyed May peeking at the door window. He then shouted, "Hide! Wait for me at the rooftop." He then sped off and the zombies came running after him at a distance. Chapter 20, Slipping Competition. Most of the zombies already ran past the door chasing Mark. May was tightly being held by Ange as she watched what is happening inside the door. When Ange slammed the door shut with Mark being left inside, May immediately sprung to open the door once more and let him in. Fortunately, Ange managed to hold her back in time. She tried to struggle out of Ange's grasp, but then Mark ran past the door and shouted at her. "Hide! Wait for me at the rooftop," he said. May then stopped struggling and obediently hid, though she still watched by the side of the door until she can't see Mark anymore. The others felt guilty as they tried to settle down hiding behind the door. Except for Ange, they can't do anything but keep being protected to the extent that someone needed to lure away the dangers to keep them safe. They felt how powerless they are. Ange let go of May, who calmed down. She also felt down because of what Mark did as he stayed behind to lure the zombies away. A part of her knew that if he did not do so, then every one of them are likely to fall. She raised her composure up and looked around. Then, she saw the ladder that Mark told her about just by her head. She then silently told everyone to climb up the ladder. With the male employee in the lead and Ange in the tail of the group, they climbed up the ladder. Both May and the mother had difficulty climbing up due to the conditions of their bodies. The employee also carried the child with him, lessening the mother's burden somehow. As they climbed up the ladder, all of them somehow agreed on an unspoken rule. Do not look down. That sentence echoed in everyone's minds. It is really reasonable that it would enter their minds, considering that they are climbing a ladder up to the rooftop of a 3-story high mall. Just think how high they are from the ground at this moment. Just one slip up and then, splat. What is better? Falling to death at that height or getting eaten alive by zombies? Of course, none of them would want to know. After a minute or two, the group finally reached the safe confines of the mall's rooftop. Still, none of them looked happy. Mark, who brought them all up to this point, is not with them after all. They remembered what Mark shouted as he passed by the door earlier and they decided to wait for him. Rewinding time for a little bit back after Mark passed by the door. After he shouted those words at May, he did a sudden short jump. He jumped over the dead body of the gangster he left earlier in the middle of the corridor, submerged in his own pool of blood. The zombies running after Mark started slipping after stepping over the gangster's body and the sticky pool of blood around it. The zombies in front that slipped on the floor became the catalyst for another domino effect to happen among the zombies. Many of the zombies fell down, but none of them are visibly damaged. Though there is quite a number that did not get affected and continued running after Mark. The gangster's body became another tool for Mark one last time before being stomped into an unrecognizable mush of flesh. Mark saw what happened and was visibly elated. Like how zombies are in the movies, they are dumb and have a really bad sense of balance. One good move is enough to send them lying on the floor. If he can keep up on it, he should be able to shake them off his tail. He ran away across the long straight corridors. The next corner is still quite a distance away, but the distance between him and his pursuers are getting shorter by the minute. The zombies obviously ran faster than Mark. He then saw a blood-stained trolley parked on the side of the corridor. On the trolley are cleaning equipment like mops, rags and brooms. There is also a bucket containing murky water on the trolley. The zombie behind him is already within arm's reach when he reached the trolley. He picked up the bucket while running, overturning the trolley in the process. The cleaning tools fell in front of the zombie behind him, causing a wooden mop to get stuck between its legs. The zombie obviously tripped hard as its face hit the floor flat and its head got stomped by the one running behind it. Mark turned around and threw the contents of the bucket on the floor before throwing the empty bucket towards the nearest zombie. He then sped off once more. The results of what he did is too obvious that he did not feel the need to look back to see what would happen. The dirty water in the bucket was certainly mixed with cleaning soap, which immediately spread across the floor. Another competition on who would look the worst after slipping on the floor ensued between the zombies. This is why janitors always put the "slippery when wet" sign whenever they are cleaning the mall premises. The floor slipping tactic he is using is rather becoming a classic for him, but it is the only thing he can do right now. Rather, he is lucky that somehow, he can do something besides running. He can fight, but he would surely die the moment he stops running. He can also shoot the zombies behind to thin their numbers, but that would also come with dire consequences. His ammo is limited, he would need to slow down in order to reload, and he would draw more attention. Who knows where zombies would start popping up from if he starts creating more commotion. Exchanging a few zombies for his life isn't worth the exchange. Running away like this, being chased by man-eating carnivores, he can now understand the feeling of the father character at the beginning of the second 28-foot zombie movie. Still, the extensive exercise he is experiencing right now is already taking a large toll on his body. He is now sweating profusely as his legs started to grow heavy. In terms of stamina, he knew that he can't win against Ange, what more of these seemingly tireless zombies. He panted as fast as he was running. What should I do now? Now, there are northwest zombies at close proximity behind him. The zombies were considerably delayed by the soapy water that spread out widely across the corridor. He then reached the end of the corridor. He probably reached the southern end of the mall, and the only way available is turning at the corner to his left. But as he turned left, Mark immediately jumped to the right and lost balance. He managed not to fall down, but he still toppled a set of segregated trash bins. In front of him is a single zombie who seemed to be attracted to the noise coming from this side of the corridors. He immediately hacked the zombie's neck. Since he is using his left hand to hold the machete, he did not manage to fully separate the head from its body, but he managed to cut off its spinal column. The zombie fell to the ground with its head dangling from what remained of its neck. He looked at the corridor and saw that there were no other zombies aside from the one killed just now. Then his eyes lit up. He saw a sign hanging from the ceiling showing a flight of stairs pointing at the double door to the right. In front of the double door on the left side of the corridor, Mark saw a door with metallic sheen having a button pad installed on the right side of the door. To think that there is an elevator here. But that is not his way out, but the door pointed out by the sign. He threw a final gaze at the zombies chasing him and ran towards the doors. He then cautiously went through the doors afterwards. Behind the doors was a stairwell leading both up and down the mall floors. Fortunately, the same as the corridor outside, the stairwell is empty. The double doors had vertical door handles with quite narrow space, which came to his advantage. Mark took the ice pick out and slid it through the narrow space between the door frame and the handle. The handle of the ice pick went in perfect fit. He then left and climbed up the stairs. The zombies arrived soon and turned into the corner to find nothing of their prey. What they only saw is a dead body with a dangling head staring at them. Chapter 20, On the Mall Rooftop. 11:33 a.m. City Mall Bacoor, rooftop. The girls sat on some monoblock chairs forming a circle nearby the ladder they just climbed before. On the other side, quite a distance away, the male employee was talking with three men of varying ages wearing blue long-sleeved uniforms and overalls on top of their clothes. When they climbed the rooftop earlier, they encountered these three men. Both parties were cautious about each other, but it is the employee who seemed to be acquainted with them who broke the ice. From their talk, it seemed that these three were here to clean the rooftop when the disaster broke out. They saw the situation inside the mall through the skylight windows installed on the rooftop and became afraid to go back inside the mall. When they saw some people climb up the rooftop, they thought that those savages below managed to get up here. The three were elated to know that the ones who just climbed up was people who managed to escape and approached to greet them, but it somehow ended up in failure. As the three approached to give a short greeting to the girls, the mother and her child, Ange and Paula were fine and are also elated to see other people, but May started shivering and slowly backed away in fright. The three men became troubled with her reaction. Paula told Ange to take May to rest a little further away and apologized to the men about what happened. She explained her circumstances while omitting a large amount of details, basically telling the three that May is severely androphobic. The men understood and did not pursue the issue. Still, the youngest of the three can't help throw an admiring gaze at May. Both Ange and Paula had good looks as college girls, but May is on a way different level. Then, the staring man was hit on the head by the older man beside him, making him avert his gaze and clutch his head in pain. The older man apologized for the inappropriate behavior of the younger man and dragged him away. The employee found several monoblock chairs for the girls and went to talk with the three cleaners. This now led to the current situation. The girls took out snacks and drinks from their bags as it was already nearing lunchtime. The mother opened an airtight sealed sandwich and fed her daughter, who was sitting on a chair beside her. Ange and Paula also opened their own sandwiches. May, who already calmed down on the other hand, is only drinking juice, rather she can only consume juice at the moment because of the painful cuts on her lips. Paula also went and offered sandwiches and drinks to the men on the other side. The employee took the offered food and drinks while the other men only took the drinks and told her that they still had their own packed lunch. The younger cleaner actually wanted to take the sandwich, but he was receiving fierce stares from the older men. Even though they are eating and feeling safe for now, the girls and the employee are visibly tensed, stressed and worried, even glancing at the ladder climbed before from time to time. This piqued curiosity of the middle-aged cleaner. Why the long face? What happened? The employee sighed. The person who has helped us get this far still down there. The employee then pointed at the floor near his feet. He then recounted a summarized version of what happened, starting from the time he and his cousins found boxes of food and being chased by a zombie, the time they had been locked out of the tech zone, and to the time Mark went and lured the zombies away for them to escape safely, only omitting what really happened to May, like what Paula did. The three cleaners were surprised and also understood the feeling of this group that managed to survive with great difficulty. As they were here at the rooftop, they saw how severe the situation is inside and outside the mall. They saw people die. They saw people get chased and eaten. Those scenes churned their stomach heavily and they became afraid to get away from the safe confines off this rooftop. And this group managed to cheat death several times, do so a certain person. Yet, while they are all here, that person is not. The atmosphere had gotten heavy. The cleaners are also worried about their families, and the story they just heard added some weight to their feelings. This group only managed to survive due to the help of the person they are waiting for. If not for him, it is likely that they would have never met this group of young people, alive, or probably, they would be able to see them, as flesh eaters, that is. How about their families? Are they safe? If they are in danger, would someone help them, like what happened to this group in front of them? They are getting increasingly worried. I wonder if my family is safe. The middle-aged cleaner said. Hearing what the men said, the same feeling also rose in the hearts of Mark's group. Now that they are free from the threats of the floors below, their near-death experiences flashed in their minds. Are their families experiencing the same situation? Who knows? They stopped eating their food without noticing. There are two people on the rooftop that didn't seem to worry about their families though. Ange continued eating her sandwich with relish. She spent quite a large amount of calories in order to fight back earlier, and now she is feeling really hungry. She also seemed that she is not worried about her family facing dangers. The same goes for May. She came from a rich business family. They had a lot of contacts and connections that can take them to safety along with their assets. May is more worried about her savior, who is still inside the mall. If she can, she would really rush back to look for him. It is that May felt a tugging feeling. She looked behind her and stood up. She then unsteadily walked towards the southern side of the rooftop under the confused gazes of the other girls. Ange wanted to follow May, but Paula stopped her from doing so. Paula understood that she just had a very traumatic experience, and many people who also did would have times that they would want to be alone for a while. As long as she did not look suicidal, it should be fine. May walked slowly, but it was actually the fastest she could go at this moment. There was a familiar structure built by the south side of the rooftop. There are doors on the structure, and she was being drawn double doors on the right side for some reason. As she was just several meters away from the double doors, the doors swung open. Mark dragged his tired body up the flights of stairs, reached the last few steps with difficulty. He saw a double door at the top and was sure that it leads to the rooftop. He pulled the doors open and stepped out before closing the door immediately. Feeling weak, he then leaned on the wall beside the door and started a coughing fits. Now that he started to feel safe, he began to feel the pain on his legs. His lungs felt constricted and feeling pain on his right side just below the ribs. Feeling his drained energy, he entrusted his body on the wall behind him. He then heard faint footsteps in front making him raise his drooped head. When he raised his head, he saw the teary-eyed May dragging her weakened body as she walked unsteadily towards him. He tried to smile at her but the smile did not even manage to form as he coughed several more times. May is already in front of him when he raised his head again, with both arms as if she was about to hug him but she didn't and just froze like that. May on the other hand did the motion unconsciously and ended up frozen when she realized what she is doing. The atmosphere became awkward. Mark saw that the others are already noticed arrive and are running towards him. He wiped his right hand on his shirt, raised it and patted her head easing the awkward atmosphere. May then continued to raise her arms and held on Mark's left arm with both her hands. It looked like a good reunion scene from a corny drama series until Mark felt lightheaded and fell onto his knees as he started wincing in pain. Chapter 22 Idle Talk and Introductions. Ange and the others finally felt relieved when they saw Mark, who looked very exhausted, safely reached the rooftop. They can't help but approach him to welcome him and thank him for what he did. But then panic came over them as they saw Mark fell down to his knees while shivering in pain before they could even get close. They ran faster and it was Ange who was first to reach the pained Mark and the worried May. "Are you okay?" she asked Mark, and like that, she received a sarcastic reply. "Well, cough, yeah, do I look okay to you?" Ange realized that she asked a stupid question. Paula also arrived while with the mother behind her carrying her daughter. The cleaners and the employee reached them soon after. "What happened?" Paula asked as she crouched in front of Mark. Mark looked at her but did not answer her question, and instead, "Get my bag no, open the duffel bag and get the smaller bag inside. Also bring me something to drink," he said. Paula and Ange heard him. Paula nodded at Ange, telling her to get what he needed. Ange dashed back to where they sit before as the bag was placed by the nearby wall. She immediately opened Mark's bag to search but then she froze in surprise. Noticing that Ange not moving in front of the open bag, Paula yelled, "Ange! Hurry up!" "Oh, okay." Hearing her friends shout, Ange searched for the smaller bag inside. She immediately found a small strap bag inside. As there's no other things inside that resembled a bag, except for a plastic bag filled with snacks and drinks, she took the strap bag out before picking up a bottle of water and brought the things to Mark. Under the worried eyes of the girls and the employee and the curious gaze of three people he wasn't familiar with, Mark took out 2 blister packs containing medicine, one containing tablets and the other had capsules, from the bag. The tablets already had several empty spaces while the capsules are visibly untouched. He popped out one of each and swallowed the medicine before drinking several mouthfuls of water. The water bottle was almost empty when he put it down. Mark felt a little better after drinking water but he can't still move too much due to pain and his spasms haven't ceased since the medicine had yet to take effect. "Just let me rest for a bit." He leaned his back on the wall and sat at a more comfortable position. He then shut his eyes and started breathing calmly and deeply. Seeing that he shut his eyes, the people around him decided to give him some space and left, though they relocated their resting areas closer to his position. The only one left was May, who kept on holding his right hand as she sat worriedly beside him. Ange and Paula would look at him from time to time as they were worried that he was already bitten, would turn into a zombie, but abandoned the thought later on. They saw their classmates and friends turn after several seconds of being bitten, but several minutes already passed and Mark still stayed silent. As they were talking, the cleaners and the employee also joined the girls. After all, none of them had any bad intentions and the only reason the males separated was because of May, who now sat beside Mark. As they just managed to have the time to talk, everyone started with their introductions. As a courtesy, the older cleaner was the first to introduce his name as he was obviously the oldest here. "I'm Bernard Macarag, you young'uns can just call me Uncle, and most people here do call me that. This one is Joseph, he might look like this but he is my son." Bernard pointed at the younger cleaner. "What do you mean by that?" Joseph tried to intercept. "And this is?" They ignored Joseph and looked at the middle-aged cleaner, who then introduced himself. "Calvin Roxas." He doesn't seem to be the talkative type as he kept his introduction short. "Mine's Angeline. Angeline Perez. My friend here is Paula May Clarence." Ange introduced herself and Paula. Paula bowed her head a little as a greeting. Next was the employee who was visible nervous introducing himself in front of the girls. I'm Fernan, yeah, Fernan in age. I'm Rhea Ismail. It was the mother who then said her name. And the last one to introduce herself of course was. Come on baby, tell them your name. Rhea told her daughter. Saria. The daughter said her name loudly. Muslim. Anj asked in surprise. Well, yes. I am. Is there something wrong? Rhea seemed troubled. No. Anj realized the blunder she made and continued. It's just I rarely see female Muslims not wearing that veil something. It's called hijab, Anj. Paula filled her in. Right, that hijab veil thing. Paula had the urge to heavily smack her friend's head. Rhea became somehow gloomy and replied. I'm wearing one earlier but I had abandoned it. One of those zombies below somehow managed to clutch onto mine. If I did not let it go, who knows what would have happened. Also, it's not I wear it because I wanted to, but rather I had to. It's because of tradition. As the introductions are getting straight off, Bernard cut in. What about them? He pointed at Mark and May. Anj looked at the two before replying, and she realized something, making her scratch her head. The girl is called Mayor, I think. He called her that, right? As she wasn't sure, she turned to the others and they consented. As for him, Anj didn't know how to continue. They all now realized that they followed him and they are saved by him. Yet, they know nothing about him. Not even his name. They did not ask and he did not tell them either. He also did not ask for their names. He just went and did everything he had done. They exchanged a few topics about this and that. Afterwards, Bernard asked the youngsters. He is the one who saved you guys, right? You guys think he would be fine? He should be. Paula replied and Anj nodded. I mean, he's not bitten, isn't he? From here, we saw the people below got bitten then turn into one of those. Of course everyone in Mark's group knew what Bernard is talking about. They saw it happen with their very own eyes. We don't think he is. We saw it happen several times and they all became zombies after a few seconds. He is taking too long to become one if he is really bitten. Zombies. Are you sure about it? It was Calvin's turn to ask. That is what he called them. Paula answered as he glanced at Mark once more. I see. Do you have a phone we can borrow? Anj suddenly interjected as if she just realized something and asked the three men. What do you want to do with it? If you want to call the police or some emergency hotline, then forget it. Why? Bernard did not reply and just urged Joseph to take out his phone. He took his son's phone under his protest and dialed some numbers before showing the screen to Anj. At the screen of the phone, a rectangular prompt popped up with the message, network busy. We already tried calling several times and different numbers using different phones, but we got the same result. Bernard added. Anj and the others felt dejected to this. I want to ask something. Joseph said meekly as he faced Paula. You said she is androphobic, right? Then why is she, ouch? He pointed at May as he tried to ask his question, but he wasn't able to finish what he wanted to say as he received a hard smack on his head. What would you do that for? He snarled at his father. There are things you can ask, you should ask, and things that you shouldn't. On the side, Calvin just shook his head. He seemed to be used to the father and son's banter. It's fine. Paula said, stopping the two. See. Joseph wanted to refute his father some more but flinched when his father posed another smack for him. About his question. The father and son duo waited for her answer. Bernard might have scolded his son, but it is just because he know how to control himself. In reality, he was just as curious as him. You can say that he is the only male she trusts, or maybe, the only person she trusts in the whole world right now. Paula decided to say what she thought about May's behavior. The talk went for about another 10 minutes before they stopped. They stopped because they saw Mark weakly stood up and walked towards them with May following behind him. Chapter 23 Self-Induced Adrenaline Rush. Mark sat down still for about 20 minutes as he endured the pain and lightheadedness while waiting for the medicine to take effect. He took deep breaths while calming himself. The pain in his body, he didn't really care about it too much since he is quite used to it, though it really kicked hard this time. I really overexerted myself. He thought. When was the last time it felt like this? I don't even remember. Only his family knew how much of a shut-in Mark is. He only comes out of the premises of their home when buying things from the stores or when something really important should be done like paying bills. Due to this, he lacked exercise and his stamina and strength are quite below average. Yet, all this time, since the outbreak started, he was moving beyond his capabilities. How? It all started when he was in grade 4 during his elementary years. He was diagnosed with kidney infection, though it was found out really early and was cured within a week of being checked in a hospital. After he was cured of his kidney infection, he noticed that his heart would start beating strongly until it starts to get painful every time he gets excited or agitated. He thought that it was a re-emerging heart problem since he had one when he was a baby, but when he was tested in a hospital, the results were negative. It then went like that for years, making him get used to the situation, and he learned that he only need to calm down, take deep breaths and control his emotions to make his heartbeat go back to normal. He also stopped feeling heart pains during the change in his heartbeat during that long period. Though, it also caused him to stop showing too much emotion on his face. In college, however, he realized it. He was not a sporty person, and the only kind of sport that interested him is martial arts, soccer, and baseball. Yet, he was never given the opportunity to experience all those until college, where a soccer club started. He joined and managed to get a good progress and plays during practice, though he wasn't able to actually join any official matches due to various reasons. During practice, there are times that he would get too much into the game and his heartbeat would go faster and stronger more often. Though one day, during one of the practice games, when his heartbeat changed while he was focused too much on following the ball with his eyes, a teammate of his kicked the ball wrongly and the ball made a sharp beeline in front of him. By the strength that the ball was kicked, the direction it flew and the speed it was flying, it was reasonable that the ball would just flew by and pass by him with him not being able to react or do anything. Yet, it happened. As his heart beat faster, his focus on the ball became sharper as the ball moved slower and slower in his eyes until it looked like that it almost stopped in front of him. His blood seemed to boil and he felt an unknown source of energy in his body urging him to kick the ball. His foot touched the ball in great momentum and it flew fairly far. He remembered that kick as his best record in terms of speed and distance. It felt like it happened in several seconds, but in reality, not even single second passed. After he kicked the ball, he stood in the middle of the field surprised. The club members were also surprised, but what he did was dismissed as a lucky kick. But to him, there was more to it. He then started practicing, trying to stimulate his heartbeat by purposely controlling his emotion and impulses. Mark managed to get a few results, though he was far from being able to do it with control. Soon enough, due to needing time to finish his thesis and concentrate on his studies, he quit the club. After a few years of practice, even after he graduated, he reached the point that he can finally do it, control its activation and use it whenever he wanted. Though at this point, he would just use it when playing games when things get difficult or when he is on the losing side. Mark also learned about what is happening to him. It was adrenaline rush, and due to years of practice, he was able to self-induce it. Though, it doesn't come without limit or side effects. He would feel fine during the duration it is activated, but depending on how long, how much activity or which part of his body he focused on, he would receive a backlash at the same intensity after the duration was over. From being lightheaded, sleepiness or headaches to muscle pain and severe muscle spasms, he would experience those depending on how he used this ability. When he actually raised his adrenaline levels while playing games, his eyes would feel fatigued and his arms would go numb afterwards. And that is what happened to him. Ever since he saw the zombies below when he was on the second floor of the mall, he grew really excited and subconsciously activated his ability, and it remained activated as his subconscious and senses continued on detecting danger around him. Now that he managed to reach a safe area, his adrenaline levels started to drop on its own. Then the backlash triggered. Fortunately, he would always bring medicine for muscle pain and headaches ever since he managed to get this ability. Even though it came with quite a heavy backlash, and would surely become worse in the long run, it is one of his few abnormal abilities he could boast about. The pain lessened, though far from actually ceasing, and Mark finally opened his eyes as the medicine reached the peak of its effect. He looked at May, who beside him, and he don't know what to do with her. Mark had never experienced receiving this much of concern from another person, so he was not used to it. May really looked like the sky would fall on her as she watched him writhing in pain. The two locked their gazes, making him raise his lips into a weak smile. I really can't abandon such a weak rabbit, can I? His right hand is still clutched, so this time, with his left hand, he patted May's head. I'm fine now. We should join them, all right. May nodded and helped the pained Mark stand up, and the two walked towards the group. The group watched Mark approach them. Even though his exhaustion, pain, and weakness are visible, he walked calmly towards them like it was nothing. But before Mark and May can even reach the encircled chairs, Ange already jumped off her seat and approached the two. "Hey! What happened to you? We're really worried, you know that. You're too close." Mark grabbed Ange's forehead and pushed her away. "Wah! Your hand is dirty." "What are you talking about? I properly wiped my hand on my shirt." Growling. Even though Ange was complaining, she was smiling. Then, aside from Bernard, Joseph and Calvin, who were unfamiliar with Mark, the rest followed Ange's lead and circled around him. Fernan happily clutched his neck but then retreated in quickly after Mark complained in pain. Rhea, carrying her daughter, Saria, just stood to the side also smiling. Then, Paula went in front of him. "Welcome back," she said. Mark froze. He never expected to hear something like that. Even in his family, no one says something like this to him no matter how long he left before returning home. Feeling warm inside, he decided to reply. "Yeah, I'm back." Mark then looked at the three men behind the group. "Who are they?" And as he knew that it was the cue for them, Bernard approached. "Bernard Macareg. It's nice to meet you. We heard a lot of what you did from them." He then held his old right hand towards Mark. Mark accepted his introduction and shook the old man's hand. Then, another round of introductions followed, though it's just the group introducing themselves to May and Mark. "We already introduced ourselves. It's you two's turn now." The always impatient Ange urged the two to tell their names. Mark glanced at May, who was hiding behind him, before looking back at the people in front of him. "This girl, she's Xiao Mei." "No, it should be Mei Xiao. As for me, it's Mark, just Mark." "You're not gonna tell us your family name?" Ange is being nosy. "I don't really need to, right? Not like it's important." "Wah, it's unfair." "Just what are you being noisy about?" Chapter 24: Mark's conjecture and the fate of the survivors inside the tech zone. 12:03 p.m. City Mall Bacoa rooftop. Everyone formed a circle to discuss what they should do next. As the chairs available isn't enough, each of the girls had sat on one while the males except Mark laid some flattened empty boxes on the floor and sat on those. Mark, on the other hand, was also given a chair due to his condition. His chair was previously used by Saria, who now sat on her mother's lap. "What are your plans now?" Bernard asked the young people in front of him, and what happened surprised him. Except for his son, Joseph, Calvin, who was with him here in the rooftop, and the innocent Saria, everyone looked at Mark as if they all planned it together. Why are you all looking at me?" Mark sighed. Ha, I don't know, I just..." Ange let out a dry laugh as her voice trailed off. They all slowly averted their gazes from him. Except May, that is. Though none of them want to admit, but they are very clueless of what to do, and Mark, who seemed unfazed as he dealt with the zombies and managed to get them this far, might have an idea of what they should do next. The only person who seemed to want to do something was Fernan, but he knew that he might not be capable of actually doing it. Bernard and Mark looked at Fernan at the same time as he looked disturbed and thinking of something deeply. Then, as he steeled himself, Fernan raised his hand. "I want to go back inside. I want to get to the tech zone." Everyone understood why. Bernard and the rest already heard of their story, so they also understood his reasons. But Mark spoke. "That would be hard." Everyone agreed as they all nodded. The only way they can use to get there right now is the back corridors, which are now teeming with zombies. As if he managed to read their minds, Mark continued. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not talking about the zombies in the back corridors. I already had a good idea on how to deal with those." "Then what do you mean?" Fernan had a bad premonition about the way Mark is talking. "The tech zone, it should be filled with zombies right now," Mark said calmly. Everyone was shocked, and Fernan felt as he had been struck with lightning. He asked Mark, shivering. How? Are you sure about this?" Bernard was also worried. 100%. Actually, the zombies we encountered when we exited the cinema came from the tech zone. As for proof..." He looked at Ange. "Remember that large fat zombie?" "Yeah, it looked gross. All that fat jiggling as he ran. Ugh." Ange looked disgusted as she remembered that zombie's appearance. He should be the person that caused us to be locked out. It is hard to recognize him since his clothes are in tatters and his body changed, but I'm quite sure that it is him. The fat man followed by a bodyguard. That's... Fernan grimaced. He also remembered him, though he did not see what he turned out to be as a zombie, since they did not try to look back as they escaped to the emergency exit. Strange enough, when Mark said that the guy was a fat man followed by a bodyguard, both Ange and Paula jolted on their seats. Mark looked at the two college girls with eyes like he was cleared of confusion. He watched their expressions, and if this was anime, he was sure that there should be black aura enveloping the two. The males were surprised by their reaction, but Rhea looked at the two as if she had some understanding, and also pity is obvious in her eyes. Realizing their inappropriate reaction, the two apologized and sat properly on their chairs, but the dark atmosphere around the two did not lessen a little bit. Then, to their surprise, Mark spoke to the two. He is the reason, right? The reason of what? Joseph can't help but butt in. Ange and Paula looked at Mark but stayed silent. As Joseph asked, Mark looked at him and continued. That fat man is the reason why only these two girls remained of their group. The two girls trembled when Mark said that, while Rhea shook her head. Seeing the confusion of the others, Mark decided to say more. When the zombies entered the mall and everyone started running down the escalators. I already saw these two. He pointed at the girls who now hung their heads down. I think there should be another 6 or 7 students with them. I saw their group among the people escaping. The whole group looked at the two. They don't know what to say. They want to know the whole story, but it would be unlikely for the two to tell. Furthermore, it would just make these two remember their bad experience. The atmosphere turned sour again. Then, without minding the drop in mood, Mark spoke. Paula looked fine, but this gloomy face doesn't suit you, Angeline. The two looked at Mark confused. Why would he say something like that? The others were the same. What do you mean? Ange replied weakly. You look ugly. Mark smiled sinisterly. Then she snapped. She even stood up from her seat. Who are calling ugly? Then there was silence and Mark stayed smiling. Puffed, hi. Someone's giggling entered their ears. They followed where the sound coming from and saw Paula trembling on her seat. Paula. What are you laughing at? Sorry. I can't help it. Paula answered, wiping the tears on the corner of her eyes. Mark watched the spectacle with a snicker. While the others were confused where the dark atmosphere just now had gone to, Bernard was looking at Mark. Amazing. He thought as he looked at Mark in a new light. With just a simple sentence, Mark recovered the mood of the two girls and the dark atmosphere was blown away. The two girls realized what happened as they grew quiet once more, though this time, it is normal silence. Still, Ange is pouting due to Mark's remark. Then back to the issue about the tech zone. Everyone grew serious once more. Mark looked at Fernan. You are worried about those two, right? They were your cousins, correct? Fernan nodded. There is a chance that they should be fine if they followed my instructions correctly. Instructions? Don't tell me you expected this to happen. Also, how did the tech zone got filled with zombies in the first place? Bernard barraged Mark with questions. Please, one question at a time. Well, I'll answer them all anyway. Mark fixed his seating position. About the instructions, they might have told you already about how we got locked out and how I communicated with his cousin and that sales clerk, right? Bernard nodded. My last message to them was some instructions they must follow. Take all the people originally here in this floor, find a secure place to hide and don't come out no matter what. Strictly remember not to bring anyone who came from the lower floors. Paula interjected. So, you remembered it? Yeah, I was behind you that time and I saw it. So that is why you told them that they might die if they did not follow what you said. That's right. This also answered the second question. However, I wasn't 100% sure back then. He stared at Bernard. Then what happened? Did you expect that the zombies would be able to get in? Joseph is the one who asked this time. He was visibly agitated. No, you are wrong. Though I expected that the zombies would get to them, it's not from the outside. Mark dragged his sentence a little and revealed a sinister smile. It came from the inside. All of them were shocked. How did that happen? Well, though I didn't really manage to confirm it, with that amount of people from the lower floors that managed to enter the tech zone, I thought of the possibility that one or more of them were already bitten. Wait. Mark looked at Ange. We saw people who got bitten turned into a zombie almost immediately. Our friends were also the same. Ange seemed to hesitate continuing her sentence, but it seemed she steeled herself. Then, tell me which part of their body were they bitten? Neck, shoulder, face, arms. Ange trailed off and shivered. Seriously. Don't try to remember how their bites looked like, I only asked you where they were bitten. Well, I think that's it. There are also ones who were bitten on their legs and body. Paula added. I bet those who had bites on their arms and legs had been bitten multiple times or got bitten in other parts of their bodies. The two girls nodded. Well, my reasoning really came from some video game, but what if the time needed for a person to turn into a zombie might vary, and one of the reason they vary is because of where they were bitten? Everyone started listening to him intently. From what you two said, they immediately turned, but their bites were near their head or they are bitten several times. However, what if they were bitten on their hands or maybe their foot or even the tip of their fingers and managed to get away with just those bites? Would they immediately turn? Is that possible? Bernard asked. I think what he said is possible. Rhea interjected. I saw someone earlier, a woman. She was grabbed by a zombie and got bitten just above her left ankle. She managed to get away with just that bite because someone helped her and did not turn into a zombie until I lost track of her. Hearing what Rhea said, everyone was now inclined to believe Mark's conjecture. Then, Joseph asked a question. Say, if you knew all that, why did you not just tell them that there might be people inside who was bitten and might turn anytime? It was a question that will determine Mark's standpoint in this situation. Chapter 25 Mark's standpoint. If you are sure that the tech zone is now filled with zombies, then what happened to those people who weren't bitten? If you told them what you knew then. Joseph, stop it. Bernard patted his son's shoulder. Still, no one blamed him for asking such a question, as everyone here understood his point. From what Paula said, Mark instructed the two employees to save a few people without telling why. It just meant that he had no plan of helping them. He abandoned them to die. Everyone looked at Mark, though it's not like that he would actually answer it. But to their surprise, Mark answered frankly and nonchalantly. Why should I? You. Don't you even care about the lives of other people? Joseph was agitated, especially with how Mark behaved when he answered. They are talking about lives of people here, and not just one but many. Joseph was so agitated that he almost stood up, but he was held down by his father. Could you say your reasons? I don't question what you did or your decisions, but I want to know why. Surprisingly, it was the silent Calvin who asked that. It seemed that Mark's attitude and stance here made him curious. Fine. Mark sighed. First things first. Mark seriously looked at Joseph. You are mistaking who is the victim here. It is not them who are abandoned, but we are. Joseph was shaken, and Mark continued. Those people, no, idiots, was helped by those employees. They were directed to a safer place. They, who only knew how to run, scream like crazies and ask for help even though they never even tried to help themselves. They even had the guts to turn on the people who helped them. Because of them, we were locked out, we needed to fight, we were constantly in danger, and we made it here alive with great difficulty. Though, I don't mean it a bad way, think about it. What would have happened to these people if I wasn't there with them? Mark looked to his left and right, the group people he helped and saved. He pushed everyone into thinking. What would have happened if he was not there? Fernan and his cousins might have been able to escape, but they would need to leave the precious food they found. Then, they might have been able to enter the tech zone before it closed, but with what happened inside, their ending would be unknown. Paula and Ange might have been able to save Saria, but Rhea, her mother, would become the sacrifice for their escape. And even if the two managed to run away, they wouldn't be able to enter the tech zone at all, and that is 100% sure to happen. Then, their future is bleak from that point. During their escape, they relied on Mark and his weapons. If he was not there, it is likely that they would not be able to reach the cinema on their own. Everything was because he was there. If he wasn't there then? They shivered as they thought of the possibilities left for them. Looking at their bitter reactions, Mark continued. Those people inside abandoned those who were outside for dead. So tell me. Why should I save them? Are they worth it? Actually, if not for those two who waited for us despite the threat they are facing, I won't really bother giving them those instructions at all. After all, I'm not a saint. And I'm not a hero either. Though you guys can say I had a screw loose, I'm an average person for the most part. One of the things I am good at is remembering and repaying favors. The way I treated them would just be my repayment the favor they gave us. They pushed us to danger that can potentially kill us, so paying with their lives for their unreasonable actions is a good trade-off, don't you think? Joseph already grew silent. Also, what if they did not lock us out? Do you think I won't tell them the potential danger? Of course I will tell them, because we would also be in danger, but that isn't what happened. They just paid for their own actions. It's that simple. Everyone is silent and Joseph can't counter any of what he said. Everyone is contemplating about what Mark said. Though what he did is morally wrong in a human standpoint, what those people did isn't morally right either. No one can be blamed rightfully. The first person to blame would be the wrong one. They looked at Joseph, who now hung his head down. Though, frankly, we should thank those people. Mark patted May's head, who is now hatefully glaring at Joseph, making her calm down. Joseph even felt her piercing stare. Though her fear of them is still visible as she hid behind Mark, her anger can't be concealed either. At first, they were confused why they should thank those people, but they immediately realized what he meant as Mark patted May's head. If those people did not lock them out, what would have happened to May then? Thought the three cleaners don't totally know what exactly happened to May, but they knew that she was saved after their group was locked out, so they also understood what Mark meant. Joseph felt down. He knew he wasn't thinking carefully when he blurted those all out. He also wasn't in the position to question him in the first place. While Mark was fighting for survival below, he was here shivering in fear, not even wanting to step and face those scary creatures. On the contrary, Calvin now had a refreshing smirk as he looked at Mark. He found Mark's reasoning interesting. Bernard patted his son's back, comforting him before he looked back at Mark and spoke. I understood your reasoning, but there is something that is inconsistent with what you said. What is? You said that you're not a saint and not a hero either. Why did you save them? I doubt that they have anything to do with you. The others beside Mark also looked at him. He also wanted to know why he saved them. I did not save them. They saved themselves. Everyone was confused again. Still, their ears perked up. Knowing what is in their minds, Mark continued. He looked at Fernan. If you and your cousins abandoned those food carts, do you think I would help you guys? Those food are really essential to survive this mess, though I won't be surprised if you guys abandoned it and ran away. Yet, you guys didn't, so I helped you guys that time. He then looked at the girls. I'm sure that time you two were running from the West Wing. Paula was on the verge of giving up. Paula's eyes grew wide. How did you know that? She thought. Yet, Ange continued pulling you away and not willing to give you up. Ange blushed. Also, when Mrs. Ismail fell that time, while the other people ignored her. It's you two who stopped disregarding your escape and tried to help her. If that time, you two abandoned her, you two would have more time to escape, if you ask me. And Mrs. Ismail, you went quite far to ask these two to take your daughter and sacrifice yourself. Actually, it won't be surprising if you actually throw your daughter to the zombies so you can escape. What are you saying? How could I do that to my own daughter? Then, about May. Mark ignored Rhea. Hers is quite complicated, so I'll skip it. May pouted her lips in displeasure, just to wince in pain as the cuts on her lips that just started to dry up opened. Well, I'm just talking about the possibilities. But if those possibilities really happened, do you guys think I would help any of you? He faced Bernard. I'm not a morally good person, but I admire people who can keep their humanity in a situation where their lives are at stake. That is why I helped them. The people he saved felt embarrassed. He turned his head and looked at the opening on the wall above the ladder the others climbed up before and looked at the sky. I'll tell you, guys. In a time like this, which is possibly the end of the world, humanism is the rarest treasure. He looked like an old man who experienced a lot in his lifetime as he continued. Treachery, theft, selfishness, murder, and other awful things that human can do. There won't be a lack of those things at times like this. Just take those guys that you said I abandoned as example. He sighed and turned his face back to Bernard and smiled. Did you like my answer? Bernard bitterly nodded. He did not expect it to be so deep. Then. Ha 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 ha. They looked at Calvin, who was laughing loudly. Is something wrong? Mark asked. No, nothing is wrong. Rather, I liked what you said. It is amusing to hear that from someone so young. I'm not young anymore though, I'm already 27. No, your age is still young to have that kind of mindset. That is a mindset you can only see from people who experienced war and devastating disasters. Is there wrong with that? Nothing is wrong. I'm just amused and curious. Bernard and Joseph looked at the always silent and loner Calvin, who is now talking, like a machine gun, with incredulous expressions. Chapter 26. Their next move. Calvin's strange behavior somehow washed away most of the awkward atmosphere that Joseph and Mark created. After he stopped laughing, he then said to Mark, I'm starting to like you, lad. If you need something, I'll do my best to help. But he was met with Mark's reply using a monotone voice. I don't swing that way. I didn't mean it that way. Unable to hold back anymore, Bernard and Joseph, who knew Calvin the most, started laughing, and everyone followed suit. Even the little Saria laughed merrily, imitating the adults around her. Calvin sat embarrassed and turned his body away. Mark watched spectacle, grinning as if he controlled the whole situation, but he actually had cold sweat dripping on his back due to two reasons. First is because of what Calvin said. Even though he knew what he really meant and took the opportunity to turn it into a joke, it still sent shivers on his spine. The other reason is he can feel May's stare behind him. Mark is sure her eyes are filled with stars right now. Bernard glanced at Mark. He really had the knack in controlling the atmosphere. The awkward atmosphere before was totally dispelled now, after the situation calmed down. Anyways, I also wanted to go inside the tech zone, so I'm with Fernand's idea, Mark said, which made Fernan really happy. Why would you want to? Didn't you already said that it is dangerous? Bernard wasn't opposed, but he wanted to know the reason. You said that the cellular networks are busy, right? It is just busy and not disconnected. It means that the network is still online. I want to try if the wireless broadband internet is the same. What we need the most now is information, and we need to know what really is happening. The internet is a good source for those information. I know that we can't count on DSL now, but there might be hope with the broadband. Inside the tech zone, there should be plenty of internet connections we can use. Bernard and Calvin nodded. What Mark said is plausible. Also, if Fernand's cousin followed my instructions strictly, then they should still be alive. Fernand's cousins are not bad, also that clerk with them, if they survive then it's good. They understood what Mark is saying, as he already explained himself earlier. Then, what do we need to do? I already have a plan. I just need some strong boards. Metal sheets would also work, and something to make noise, possibly something loud. Mark said with his hand on his chin. We can probably find something like that, Bernard said. You need something to make noise, right? Calvin interjected. Yeah, I need those to attract the zombies. Attract, is it? Then those should be fine, I think. Calvin pointed behind Mark. Right, those should be good. Bernard nodded. Mark followed what Calvin pointed at and saw several unlabeled wooden crates which are only printed with the explosive hazard sign. What are those? Explosives. Though you aren't wrong, that's not it either. Those are fireworks. Fireworks? Why would? Oh right, it's that time of the year, isn't it? Are they planning to use those for the new year? You catch on really quickly, huh? Anyways, are those good? Mark smiled. That's more than enough if you ask me. Then, we'll look for the boards you wanted. Also some wires, and I see that you had tools with you. Do you have some pliers and drills? Calvin grinned and pointed behind him with his thumb. What Mark saw are several metal toolboxes quite a distance away. We have everything you needed. Then things would be easier then. As almost everything is ready, Mark told the males of the group what he is planning. Mark also asked them to barricade all the entrances to the rooftop. I know what we can use the emergency stairs behind the mall, but what if some survivors manage to climb the stairwell and we barricaded it, won't they get trapped there? Joseph asked. Though Mark didn't really care about that, but he knew that these people won't ignore such circumstances. He sighed. Say, does all the doors that lead here open inwards? I think they do. There are 3. Then, create a small space outside the door and make the barricade climbable by people. Would that work? Wouldn't those zombies be able to climb that? Though the possibility isn't zero, but so far, we haven't encountered even a single one that could. The zombies even have a hard time climbing the stairs, so it should work for now. If a zombie managed to climb, then let's just deal with it. The men nodded at what Mark said. Then, the other men went to work while Mark was left to recuperate. Though his condition seemed better, he is still far from his normal shape. Paula and Ange went to tour the rooftop. Though it looked like that it isn't the appropriate time for them to play, Mark knew that the two girls are just trying to distract themselves. Rhea placed some flattened cardboard boxes on the floor at the elevated part of the rooftop and brought Saria to sleep. Mark decided to walk around at his pace and observe the area. As for May, there is no need to say too much, she behind Mark, like a puppy following her owner. Mark finally had the time to observe the odd rooftop. This mall's rooftop is actually way different from what he imagined. If someone would think about a mall or even other establishments' rooftops, what would enter their minds first are bare concrete rooftops surrounded by short walls or fences with barely anything at all. Yet, what Mark sees right now is very different. Almost the whole rooftop is covered with metal roofing with large metal foundations. Then, the walls surrounding the rooftop are as high as his forehead. Those walls should be more than 5 feet tall. What the heck is this? That aside, the rooftop is far from being bare. Though it is reasonable that one can find exhaust vents, cooling machines and those firework crates since it is already past mid-December, why are there boxes and crates that look too out of place? There is also the heliport at the southern side of the mall just beside the door he entered before. When he leaned back at that time, he thought he was leaning on a wall, but to think that he was leaning on an elevated heliport. Still, even though it is far from what he imagined, this rooftop more suitable for inhabitation than the one in his mind. And who knows what kinds of things he could find here. With all those in mind, he turned around. Mayor, you don't really need to follow me around too much. You need to rest. May opened her mouth a few times. She seemed to be gauging the pain in her lips. Why you're not resting either? You're really giving me that reason, huh? May nodded. So, you won't rest if I don't rest? She nodded again. Seriously? May firmly stared at him. Geez. All right, you win. To think that he can't do anything about her, no, actually he can do something. But that would probably break her. For some reason, he can't bear to do that to this fragile rabbit. Mark peered through the space between the roof and the tall wall and decided as he looked at the sky. The weather is quite cloudy and it isn't that hot due to the season, so he decided to climb the roof and rest there. The roof isn't that steep and is actually built almost flat, so falling from it won't be an issue unless someone is idiotic enough to roll over the edge of the roof. He also saw a ladder leading to the roof above the central area of the mall, and it is a good spot. There, he can rest and May would also rest. At the same time, he can observe the situation below as the front side of the mall along the Torona Highway is visible from that side of the roof. Though the air is quite warm and stale, but don't really felt that bad as cold winds still blew from time to time. He is hitting 4 birds with 1 stone here, or rather, 3 birds and 1 rabbit. Chapter 27. Can I call you? 12:16 p.m. City Mall Bacoa Rooftop, Central Area. Mark comfortably sat on the metal roof eating sandwiches for lunch. At first, he thought of bringing cardboard boxes to sit on, thinking that the roof would be hot since it's just a little bit past noon. To his surprise, it was the opposite. He thought of the reason and he looked at the sky by reflex. He thought that it's just a bit cloudy, but now that he can see a wider view of the sky, the clouds are very far from being just a bit. Thick clouds covered the sky. It won't be surprising if rain would fall anytime this afternoon. May sat beside him, hugging her knees that she inserted inside the jacket that she is wearing. Luckily, the jacket Mark lent her is too long and wide for her that the jacket covered even her toes as she sat like that. If not, her thin grassland would be exposed for Mark to see as she was practically naked. The clothes she had before, there is not a single piece is salvageable. It looked like that gangster took his time ripping her clothes apart, piece by piece. Mark ate his food with great relish while watching the situation below, which is very far from making his food appetizing. At the highway, blood-covered zombies are moving at their own pace, chasing after the few people who are still struggling as they try to escape. Blood splashed around as the people escaping are caught, bitten, and eaten. Puddles of blood can be seen in different places and different sizes. The screams of frightened people can be faintly heard. Seeing all those things, most people might have already thrown up what they ate before. Yet, Mark ate and watched like he was inside a movie theater. Mark suddenly looked at the overpass to his left. Someone just jumped off. It seemed that man unknowingly climbed up the overpass just to get cornered. Without any other way of escape, he jumped off over the walls at the side. Not the brightest idea. The man successfully jumped and landed on his feet just to cry out loud. There is no need to guess, with that height, his legs would sure be broken. The man, not giving up, tried to crawl away dragging his broken legs. Well, of course, he can't even outrun the zombies with his fine legs, would he be able with those broken? The man's cries echoed across the highway as he was caught and eaten by several slow-moving zombies that are shambling below the overpass. Mark calmly watched the scene while analyzing things. He concluded that the man's mind was clouded in fear. If he tried to carefully maneuver through the zombies coming from the southern side of the overpass and jumped a few meters south of where the men did, then he would have landed on the roof. Bus parked, no, it's abandoned, under the overpass with no particular injuries. Well, of course, none of what Mark is thinking happened. He finished eating while watching all the things happening below. That time, he opened his bag and took out a small black-colored leather-covered notebook and a gel ink pen. He always bring this notebook every single time he go out of the house and scribbling and writing things on it when he felt bored, though now, he decided to use it to record his theories. Plans and findings about this zombie apocalypse. There's no particular reason why he decided to record those things, other than because he might forget as there are quite plenty of things to remember. As for the pen, it's just his preference. While he was writing, he glanced at May who seemed to be a little fidgety. She seems to be trying to decide on something. As she remained indecisive, Mark decided to ignore her and continued writing. It remained like that after a minute or two. He then heard her speak. "Thank you." Mark looked at her and saw her staring at him. "Thank you for saving me." She looked away from Mark and looked at the gloomy-looking sky. "I'm sure. It was the end for me that time. I already gave up on everything. I already thought that I'll just become a doll they would toy with and probably discard it like trash after they are tired playing with my body." She hugged her knees tighter while Mark continued listening and not interrupting her. At that time, I only wished that they would kill me sooner. I felt humiliated, dirty. I. May is already crying. She then felt a gentle hand patting her head. "Seriously. If you want to thank me, do it properly. I won't accept your thanks if you will just end up crying like that. But just forget everything. Everything that happened there, those things was just a nightmare. Then, won't you also become part of that nightmare?" Mark froze as May doesn't look like the type to joke like that. And that joke, how she delivered that is really familiar. He sighed. "That joke. You shouldn't really try to imitate me. It doesn't suit you." "Is that so? You looked amazing when you saved the situation several times earlier." I made the atmosphere gloomy, so I thought. Also, it won't really work the right way when you are the one that made the mood worse." "Is that so?" "That's right." "Yuh." She felt embarrassed. May also realized that she felt better. No, with just a few words, he changed her self-pity to embarrassment. Though feeling embarrassed don't really feel good, it's way better than the sad and dark feeling she had earlier. "I want to ask something." Throwing away her embarrassment, she looked at Mark curiously. "Sure, what is it?" "Are you familiar with Chinese naming customs?" "Chinese naming customs? Why do you ask?" Mark felt confused. "The way you call me, Mayor. Only my grandparents called me that before." "I see. Well, I just did it on a whim. If you don't like it then I'll just call you whatever you like." May shook her head. "It's fine. Rather, I want you to continue calling me that. I'm just curious." "Well, I do no such customs. Actually, I liked reading novels. Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, as long as it interests me, I'll read them. So I just learned those things in the process. Actually, it started when you introduced your surname first, so I just did that without thinking." "Is that so? Then." She looked away from Mark, blushing. "Can I call you Gidge?" Mark looked at her. That came out of nowhere. She looked back at him. "Is it bad?" "Not really. You can call me what you want. Really? Really? Actually, I don't care much about what everyone wants to call me. In the past, when I was a kid, there are two boys who kept calling me weirdo. They kept shouting, weirdo this and weirdo that, in the middle of the street. I didn't really care. Shouldn't you feel angry? Why should I? They kept shouting this and that, but if you heard the adults around us who saw those two, they are whispering, what a pair of weird kids, or what kind of parents raised such weirdos, so why should I get angry? PFFTT, ha 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 ha. May felt angry at first but can't help but burst into laughter afterwards. Mark looked at May. Her happy face really looked refreshing and her laugh sounded soothing. It is more suitable than the gloomy face she always wore since the first time he saw her. Gidge, huh? If it was another man who knew this custom, then they might have misunderstood. They would mistake that May liked them. But Mark is different. This girl seemed to be mistaking her feelings. What she is feeling right now is not love or like, but dependence and looking for a hand to hold on to. And the person she found is Mark who saved her. Well, I'm not really bothered. As long as she is happy. But then May's laugh was cut short. She covered her mouth with both her hands and looked at Mark teary-eyed. Mark patted her head. I will look for a lip balm later, all right. May nodded. And so? What's your business for eavesdropping? Mark raised his voice and looked behind May, straight at the ladder they climbed on to get on the roof. May also looked at the ladder but she didn't see anyone. Mark kept on staring. Then, knowing that she had been found out, Ange raised her head above the roof laughing awkwardly. Sorry for interrupting your date, but Uncle Bernard said that the materials were ready. All right. Mayor, let's go. Mark cleaned up his things and stood up before extending his hand to May to help her stand without bothering to correct Ange's misconception. Still, while May accepted her Gidge's help, she hung her head low with her face red like a tomato. For those who don't know about the suffix that Mark added in May's name and Gidge that she decided to call him. Is pretty much used as suffix for nicknames of children and can also be used by couples and close people. Mark mainly used it because May is quite younger than he is. Gidge on the other hand is used as salutation to an older male. Similar to DGE, both indicate older brothers, especially to blood-related people. It can also be used as an intimate salutation when a younger female used it to call an older male who isn't blood-related. I could be wrong, but that is pretty much what I know. Tongue sticking out. Chapter 28 Preparations done. Mark, followed by May, went down the ladder while Ange waited for them below. Afterwards, the three returned to their meeting area. They saw Rhea sitting at the same spot when they left. It seemed that Saria is sleeping peacefully while using her mother's lap as a pillow. Mark could hear a faint sound of a drill boring on something made of metal. The sound comes from the western wing of the rooftop. Why are they working there? Mark asked Ange as he looked where the equipment and toolboxes are placed before. Those things aren't there anymore. They probably relocated their working area. They said that there is a child sleeping, so they changed places so they won't disturb her. It's also closer where you wanted to use those things. Hearing her reply, he nodded and walked towards the west wing while the two girls followed behind him. With Mark's current appearance, a black shirt with splotches of blood, black gloves on both hands, a security belt on his waist, a revolver on the belt's right holster, a machete hung on his belt behind him, a shotgun hung to his left side, and his average but unconcerned-looking face while wearing a black loose beanie on his head, it might look badass and cool-looking, especially since there are two good-looking girls following behind him. Still, there is no such scene. Mark just doesn't want to play the part and looked quite troubled. Furthermore, the two girls following him had an awkward atmosphere between them. Paula, who is nearby, noticed it and approached Mark to ask. What happened? Ask your friend about it. Mark replied, raising his closed left hand and pointed at Ange, who is behind him, with his thumb. Paula understood that her friend did something stupid again. She grabbed Ange and pulled her away. As there are no more distractions, Mark wanted to check the materials the men gathered when he realized something. They turned around and walked towards the mother and daughter's direction with May. Do you need something? Rhea asked with a lowered voice as she didn't want to accidentally wake up her child. Mark didn't immediately reply and gently pulled May to his front and held her on her shoulders. Can I leave her in your care for a bit? It is a no-brainer. Why, so, Rhea immediately agreed. Mark pushed May forward and made her sit down beside Rhea. Gidge. May didn't really want to leave Mark's side as she looked at him with puppy eyes. Mark caressed her head. Mayor, just stay here, all right? I can't have you suffering from panic attacks just because you want to follow me there. But continue resting. Don't make your Gidge worry too much. Mrs. Ismail will be here with you. I will ask her later if you behaved or not. With that, May reluctantly nodded. Rhea was watching at the side, confused. Gidge? What is that? Isn't her name May? Why does he call her Mayor? Are those nicknames? The common people of this country wouldn't understand those things. Then she snapped out of her confusion when she heard what Mark called her. Mark, it's Mark, right? What is it? Can you do something about how you call me? Rhea looked quite troubled. Is that so? How about Mrs. Rhea? She sighed. That's much better. I had several bad experiences where people around me would look at me like I'm a terrorist every time someone calls me by my husband's surname. She smiled wryly. Mark nodded. He understood, since also had struggles because of his name that is way too common. What do you think? Mark arrived and saw that the things he needed are ready. Right now, he is looking at the several opened crates containing different kinds of fireworks. In his hand right now is a small rocket-type firework with a plastic body and tip about the size of his pinky finger. There are other fireworks other than this. Some are those colorful spider, chrysanthemum, and peony rockets. There are even cylinder shells of who knows what kind of firework it contains. The one most suitable to attract zombies this time, though, are the small rockets in front of him, whistling. Rockets. Its explosion is not too powerful, but it is quite noisy when it is ignited. This one is good. I don't think this will activate the fire alarms even if I light it inside. Mark replied to Bernard, who is beside him, who agreed on what he said. Joseph is on the other side looping some manila ropes on his arm. As for Fernan and Calvin, they stood by the wall near the ladder above the emergency stairs on this wing, for a cigarette break. Mark glanced to the wall to his left. There are the two rectangular metal sheets they prepared leaning on the wall, standing on the shorter sides. There are drilled holes on the corners of the sheets and two more holes at the sides, slightly above the midline of the sheets. Everything is ready. They only needed to tie up the metal sheets and lower the sheets to the stairs below. I'll start preparing. Please, put some of these rockets in here. Mark handed a small echo bag to Bernard. He then shouted. Fernan. I need to borrow that pipe I gave you earlier. No problem. I left pipe is beside the bag I carried earlier. Fernan shouted back. Mark remembered that the bags were left near Rhea. What is he doing leaving his weapon behind at a time like this? With that, he went back to the south wing of the rooftop to prepare. When Mark went back, he saw Paula and Ange talking to May. When May saw that Mark already came back, she said a few words to the two and briskly walked towards him while the two college girls followed behind her. Is something wrong? Gidge, they said they wanted to apologize. For Ange's eavesdropping. Yes. It is Paula who replied. You see, this friend of mine do stupid things now and then, so I would like to apologize in her behalf. What's with this overly formal apology? Well, you saved us before, but she did something disrespectful. Nah, it's fine. Really? It is. Right, Mayor? May nodded. Seeing that her friend's apology succeeded, Ange spoke, smiling widely. Paula, I told you. It's not a big deal. I didn't even understand what they are talking about. Before Paula could even reply. Of course you won't. You think I would let you listen for that long if you will understand all of what we are saying? Wah. Ange froze. She thought that he just noticed her when he shouted like that, but to think that. It looked like he knew when she arrived. Gidge, just how long is she listening? Since the time you said that lame joke. You. The rabbit hung her head low in embarrassment while her face turned red like a boiled octopus. Paula glared at her friend, Ange, who can only let out a stifled laugh. Anyways, I need to get ready. We'll start the plan. It's not dangerous, is it? Not really, I just need to lure the zombies out and make them splat. Mark suddenly held his chin as something entered his mind. I guess. I'll wear those to be safe. Wear what, Gidge? Ah. Ange shouted. You're talking about those things inside your bag, right? Her eyes were sparkling. You saw it. Don't tell me you rummaged the bags without permission. I didn't. I saw it when you asked for the small bag when you fell down. She replied like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Stop shouting. It's not like I can't hear you. Mark scratched his head. Gidge. Ange. May and Paula felt left out. Well, not for long. Mark looked at the two. Follow me, I'll show you two what she is too excited about. Mark went and opened his duffel bag. One by one, he took out the reason why his bag looked too bulky. What he took out is a set of sci-fi looking sports armor. The two girls who saw the armor for the first time were also amazed. The black armor consisted of a sleeved vest, a chest and a back piece, shoulder, elbow and arm pads, and a face-covered helmet. Each part had a streamlined design with silver-colored reflectorized outlines. Overall, the armor really looked good. Where did you get this and why you didn't wear it earlier? Ange asked curiously. I saw these in a sports store earlier when I was going to the arcade. When the zombies appeared, I went back and took it. Though, I never really had time to wear it. And also. He pointed at the numerous buckles and zippers. It can't be worn easily with all these stuff. It looked all complicated. So I just looked for a bag and stuffed it all in. Actually, after I stuffed it all in the bag, the zombies reached the 3rd floor. Then, you girls know the story after. They all nodded. Well, I'll need you help me figure out how to wear this. The girls agreed without hesitation. Ange was enthusiastic about the armor. Paula and May on the other hand wanted to help since helping in things like this is the most that they can do. Chapter 29 Luring the Zombies 1:02 p.m. City Mall Backhour, West Wing, Emergency Exit Access. A sci-fi agent, Mark, who is now wearing his cool-looking black-colored sports armor that took him more than half an hour wear, is cautiously descending the ladder towards the emergency stairs below. Just following above him, 2 tied-up metal sheets dangled while being carefully lowered by Bernard and the rest of the men. Somehow, it looked like a scene of an infiltration agent scaling the wall of the mall with how he looked like, but 2 things ruined the image. Hooped on his shoulder is a roll of construction wire and hanging on his side is a small green echo bag with the message, Save Mother Earth, designed on it. On the mouth of the echo bag, the ends of different colored sticks can be seen along with a metal pipe wrapped in electrical tape. If this was placed as a scene in a movie, the audience would surely laugh on the supposed to be suspenseful part. As the metal sheets were lowered, Mark would assist below so the metal sheets won't accidentally hit the ladder he is descending on and create unnecessary noise. At first, Mark only planned to go down to the stairs and wait there until the metal sheets are lowered down. Unfortunately, the weather is not on their side. By the time they are all ready, the wind blowing is already unstable and strong gales would come from time to time. Under their cautious actions, Mark successfully reached the top platform of the emergency staircase together with the metal sheets. Without making any noise, he leaned the metal sheets on the wall beside the emergency door and decided to peer through the door window. When he can finally see the corridor inside, he sighed in relief as there are no zombies inside in the close proximity. Then he proceeded with the plan. He removed the rope tied to the metal sheets and signaled the men above to pull the ropes. He then inclined the 2 metal sheets on opposite ends of the top platform. One end of the metal sheets rest on the waist-high railings while the other end remained on the floor of the platform. Mark took out a pair of pliers and cut portion of the wire he brought and pushed one end of the wire through the holes drilled on the metal sheets. With several twists of the wires, he firmly affixed the metal sheet on the staircase. He tried to move the metal sheet several times to check it would easily come loose, but it didn't, making him satisfied with his work. Now, the next part is to lure the zombies out. Mark took out a number of whistle rockets from the echo bag and lined the rockets in his left hand in a way that the fuse of the rockets can be ignited all at once. With his right hand, he twisted emergency door's knob and opened it slightly. He took out a metal lighter, which he borrowed from Calvin, and pushed the igniter with a clink. The fire of the lighter danced along with the wind as he breathed deeply. Whish! Bam! 2 sounds suddenly echoed across the corridor as he wildly kicked the door open and lit the rockets at the same time. Without waiting for anything else, he threw the ignited rockets inside the corridor and immediately ran back up to the ladder and climbed it. He threw the rockets inside since he didn't need to aim the rockets anywhere. He only needed to make as much noise as possible to attract the zombies inside. We eat. Despite the small size, one whistle rocket flying in an open field is already noisy. Then how about several whistle rockets ignited at the same time and put in a closed space like this corridor? The whistling sounds were deafening. Even Mark, who already climbed about 2.5 meters on the ladder, can't help but cringe by the loud noise that escaped the open door. He still reacted that way despite the fact that he is wearing a helmet and his ears were blocked by his earphones. He also noticed that even the zombies on the car park below were startled, trying to find where the loud noise is coming from. The rockets inside that had been thrown flew erratically in random directions. Several rockets managed to fly out of the door and one even whistled past Mark and flew diagonally upward. It did not take long and Mark started hearing popping sounds as the rockets started exploding. The whistling and popping sounds soon stopped. It didn't work. Of course, he had to chant those magical words for further guarantee. When people say the magical chant, did it work? On uncertain but important events, what they did failed to do what they intended. So, why doesn't he chant the opposite? And as if responding to his magic spell, growling voices and multiple sounds of heavy and fast footsteps escaped from the door. Hearing those sounds, he went to the next phase. He knew that the sounds the rockets made inside alone is not enough no matter how loud it is. He still needed to bring the zombies out of the door. Mark hooked his left arm on a horizontal bar on the ladder and used his left hand to hold the metal pipe he borrowed. The pipe he took out now looked different. One end of the pipe is covered with electrical tape, where he grasped the pipe. The remaining part of the pipe is covered with whistle rockets loosely taped on the pipe. The tape is loose enough that the rockets will fly off once ignited. Mark pointed the rocket-covered pipe at the door and started lighting up the rockets at fixed intervals. One by one, the rockets whistled past the door. Some of the rockets flew through the spaces on the platform's floor while some bounced off and flew somewhere else. There are a few rockets that bounced and flew into the door. He did not intend to do so, but it works in his favor as he can't make the rockets fly into the door on purpose. The ladder he is hanging from and the door he is firing at is built on the same wall after all. The growls soon became louder and louder, and so as the steps. Following the whistling sound outside, a zombie stepped out of the door. After that, Mark just needed to fly one last rocket. The zombie looked up and saw the source of the whistling sound. The last rocket flew past its face, but it did not move and continued looking at the person hanging from above. It saw the person above wave his right hand at it. Then, the person started bashing a long thin thing on what the person is hanging on, making a sharp clanging sound. Mark continued hitting the ladder with the metal pipe and also shouted from time to time until more zombies came out of the door. The first zombie started growling more aggressively. It ran up the inclined metal sheet below Mark and raised its hands trying to reach him. Of course, it is just a wishful thinking for the zombie, not like they can think in the first place, as Mark is more than a meter beyond its reach. It seemed that its aggressive growling is more effective than the fireworks and noises Mark made, as it immediately alerted the zombies inside the door. Afterwards, aggressive zombies flooded the top platform of the staircase. Some are even pushed to the stairs below. The numbers grew and they are all trying to reach Mark. And the zombies pushed one another, and what Mark anticipated happened. It was just one at first, and then was followed by another. As the zombies flood out of the door, the zombies outside started to get pushed over the inclined metal sheets. One by one, they fell to the hard cement below at the height of 3 mall floors, around 10 meters. Mark stayed like that hanging on the ladder, but he already stopped bashing the pipe on the ladder. The noises these zombies are making are enough to make a person deaf. He decided to use this precious chance to observe the zombies up close while being safe. Splat. Splat. Mark looked below where the zombies landed after falling. He can see some zombies below who are visibly crippled and zombies who are dead. At this height, even a normal average human can still survive, albeit having serious injuries, so he isn't expecting that all the zombies that fall will die. Another zombie fell under his watch. The zombie's back and the concrete ground below made a sweet contact. It was sweet enough that its spine might have melted into several hundreds of pieces upon impact. The zombie just laid there over a growing pool of blood. More and more zombies fell, and Mark can see that those who fell later had lesser injuries. It's not like Mark can't understand. Those zombies fell onto the bodies of their comrades that stopped moving below. Mark started to get numb and bored. Just how many zombies are inside? Counting the zombies that fell below and the zombies crammed on the platform, there are approximately 50 zombies already, and they are still flooding out. 5 minutes later. His arms are already numb hanging on the ladder, so he shouted at the men above to lower a rope. After getting the rope, he tied his waist to the ladder. Afterwards, he took out his phone and took pictures of the zombies for reference. He already lost count of how many zombies came out, but he think it haven't reached 100. They already stopped flooding out of the door and the only ones left are pushing each other trying to reach him. Mark thought that the number is too large compared to the number of people who entered the tech zone, so he is sure that most of these zombies came from somewhere else. Maybe there is a breach somewhere, or worse, the idiots in the tech zone opened the metal shutters while trying to escape. Well, no matter what is the reason, they just have to deal with it later. He looked down. Below him, just 8 zombies remained, raising their bloody claws, not giving up on their target. This much is fine, I guess. He signaled at Bernard, who was watching above, to lower the rope he prepared earlier. Mark caught the rope which was lowered to him. The end of the rope he caught is tied into a large hoop similar to what cowboys used. He threw the rope down towards the zombie several times until he managed to put all the zombies inside the hoop. Then he shouted, "Okay. Release it now." Immediately afterward, a heavy broken cooling machine was tossed over the wall not far from Mark. There was a thick manila rope tied on the machine, and the other end of that rope is the hoop that currently encircled the zombies below Mark. Chapter 30 Mark's Notes. 1:13 p.m. City Mall, Bacoa Rooftop, South Wing. Ange and May are watching the whole process of Mark's plan, which successfully lured out a large number of zombies. Though the two can be described as watching, their attention is fully focused on Mark, as the two don't have the guts to watch the gruesome scene below. May worriedly waved her hand when she saw Mark looking at them. Mark waved in reply before cautiously entering the door. Just before Mark fully disappears into the door, the two girls can see him swing his machete at something. Why does he have to go alone? It won't be dangerous, right? He could at least bring me with him. Ange grumbled as she saw him enter the door. May, on the other hand, said nothing but stare at the door with a worried face. If she was left like this, she would probably stay there staring at the door until Mark goes out. He said that you're our guard, right? Look at May, there is no one here that can protect her except you. Paula, who was sitting on a chair just behind the two, replied at Ange's grumbles. But, aren't we pretty much safe here? He said that it's just in case that something happens. Yeah. Ange replied while stretching her back and her hands behind her head. She turned around, maintaining that position, and noticed what Paula is doing. What are you reading there? She asked while approaching Paula. Paula sat on a chair seriously reading something. On her hands, a small black-colored, leather-covered notebook is opened. Mark lent this to me earlier. He said that we should read what is written in this. Hearing that the notebook is from Mark, Ange's interest was pricked, and May, who was staring blankly at the emergency door at the West Wing, also turned her head and looked at Paula. What's written in it? The Ange asked as she approached Paula. May also stood up and followed. The two girls moved chairs beside Paula, trying to see the contents of the notebook. You can say that what is written is some sort of a zombie survival guide. Really? Did he just write those things earlier? I saw him writing on that notebook. Probably not. The ink used is too dry and some parts are already peeled off. And look at this. She pointed at the date written on top of the page she is reading. He wrote these things more than a year ago. Then, is he similar to those zombie enthusiasts that we see in the internet often? No wonder they can adapt easily. What did it say? Well, he wrote a list of potential base locations, necessary supplies, and some precautionary measures. Like how a rooftop like where we are now is not a very good place for a prolonged time of inhabitation. There are others that are quite the same as we saw in the internet before. What's the point of reading that then? Ange shrugged. No, it's not really what he wanted us to read. I'm just curious, so I'm reading this part. Turn it to that part he wanted us to read then. Sheesh, you're really as impatient as a kid. Still, I wonder why he said that don't let you read that part alone. He said that. Paula then opened the middle part of the notebook where a page is folded as a marker and started reading the contents that were visibly written not too long ago. The three girls were surprised. What is written is vital information. The findings of Mark's observation on the zombies are stated. Mark even started naming the different kinds of zombies in his notes. Currently there are 3 kinds of zombies in the list, namely, eaters, biters, and fat mutant, tentative. They started reading Mark's notes, his findings, and his descriptions of the zombies that were listed, but when they neared the end of how he described the biters, Paula's expression is already grave while Ange is already red-eyed and would cry in a slight push. No way. Ange muttered as she started staring at her hands. Paula, who was beside her, nudged her closer and put her in a tight embrace. Tears started to fall from her eyes. Paula. I. It's fine, Ange. It's not your fault, all right. It's necessary. If you did not do it, then what would have happened to us? Paula now understood why Mark didn't want Ange to read it alone. May took the notebook from Paula and carefully read the descriptions written by her Gidge. Eater. Slow but strong. Brutally eats its victims. The remains of the eaten victims would also turn into an eater. Their numbers are higher compared to other zombies. Attracted to human skin and flesh. More attracted to human voices than artificially created sounds. Don't react to any kind of pain. Easy to outrun. A good example of a living dead. To turn into an eater, the infected person should die of other reasons other than destruction of head and brain, unconfirmed. Bodies that are turning into eaters don't twitch like biters. Biters can turn into eaters when killed by other means except destroying the head and brain. Biter. Fast but really clumsy. Strong but weaker than an eater. They don't eat their victims. They only bite their target and switch his target afterwards. It's likely that their only purpose is to infect. Highly sensitive to any form of loud sounds. Highly sensitive to human skin and primarily targets their victims at the parts of their bodies that had exposed skin. Can feel pain. Can die in any way possible and turn into an eater, and the brain is not destroyed in its death. It is likely that they are still alive, as there are still signs and habits similar to humans, like breathing. Reading to that part, May understood why Ange started behaving that way. According to what her Gidge observed, the biters, although infected, are still living people. If that really is the case. May looked at the crying Ange. Ange was killing living people with her own hands. Anyone with a good heart that only wanted to survive and killed the zombies without knowing any of these would feel extremely repulsive after learning these things. Ange is a good example of this. She might be skilled in fighting, but she never intended and would never want to kill living people. Yes, the biters she killed might have attacked them first, but it's likely that they are sick and they don't know what they were doing. What happened? Rhea noticed the commotion and approached to ask, and May handed her the notebook. Her expression changed when she reached the part that tells that the biters are possibly still living people. Is this true? We don't know. Paula replied and patted Ange's back before continuing. But even if it's true, I don't think Mark had a bad reason to tell that to us. Soon enough, the men also learned about it and are left in deep contemplation. Later on, Ange managed to calm down, but she still felt upset. She can't help it. The main reason she felt repulsive about this is because earlier, at the lower floors, while trying to escape together with Paula, she killed several of her friends that turned into what Mark called biters, thinking that they already died before turning. Like how it happened in some movies she watched before. Chapter 31, The West Wing Corridors. 1:14 p.m., City Mall Backhour, Service Corridors, West Wing. Mark stood inside the eerie corridor and keenly observing the area. Just by his foot, there is a corpse with a decapitated head. When he entered the emergency door earlier, this eater just happened to pass by. He preemptively hacked the eater's neck to avoid more disturbances. The corridor is almost empty except for a few straggling eaters and the scattered debris. It looked like most of the zombies inside the corridor had been lured out by the racket he planned. Still, he did not think of letting his guard down. Not even a little bit. He knew that even if managed to deal with most of the zombies here, it's just most and not all. Looking at the eastern side of the corridor, multitudes of bloody footprints littered the floor, while dragged hand and arm prints, which are also made from blood, decorated the walls. All the footprints came from a single direction and all ended up going through the door behind him. There's no other need to think who these footprints belong to. At the other side of the corridor, there is almost nothing but 3 eaters that already walking his way. No, another one just appeared. It seemed that there is an open door at that side, though he can't see the door due to the angle he is looking at. The zombie that just entered is a female biter. This biter is probably a student from a Japanese-themed college nearby, as it is wearing a set of white blouse and white knee-length skirt. Well, her clothes are white previously, but right now, it's already dyed in red. It looked like she took a literal bloodbath. Upon seeing Mark that stood openly on the way, it immediately sprinted towards his direction. Mark saw the biter sprinting at him and is about to counter by decapitating its head, but he held himself back at the last second. He thought of confirming something, and it is the best time to do so since there is only one biter and the eaters are nowhere close from his position. The biter immediately lunged at Mark after running close, but it noticed that its target vanished. Without anything to cushion its fall, the biter landed harshly on the floor. When the biter lunged at him, Mark sidestepped and hid behind the open door, letting the biter fall on the floor in front of him. When the biter looked up, it saw Mark standing by its side. The biter immediately propped its arms, trying to stand up, but before it could even lift its body sunk back on the floor due to a sudden weight on its back. It then lost its balance as its arms were pulled towards its back. Mark is currently stepping with his right foot on the biter's back while tying its arms with the leftover wires he had. Tying its arms wasn't easy as it struggled to pull its arms free, but he still managed to so with a bit of difficulty. After tying the biter's arms on its back, he proceeded on tying its feet. The biter continued on struggling even after being tied up, but it seemed that it had no notion of ripping off its limbs just to escape. The biter was rolled by Mark towards the wall, and he moved to deal with the 3 eaters that are already nearby. Mark decided to only kill 2 of the eaters and went to decapitate their heads. He decided to kill those 2 since their chests are already a mangled mass of flesh. It looked disgusting and is not suitable to what Mark had in his mind. The other eater that he decided to keep, though unintended, seemed to be another female in her teens. It wore a spaghetti strap and short jeans. The eater had several bites on its body, revealing its mangled flesh, and its left arm is only hanging by a thread of skin and flesh. The most important part for him, the chest, is mostly intact. The eater fell on the floor with only its torso and head remaining. Mark amputated its arms and legs, preventing it from moving. The eater's blood gushed from the stumps where its limbs are previously attached. Still, despite the amount of blood leaving its body, it doesn't seem to get weaker. Not even a tiny bit. Mark left the 2 disabled zombies and went towards the direction where the female biter came from. He spotted an open door leading into a storage room of a shop. Stepping into the storage room, he found nothing but tall storage stands filled with stacks of shoeboxes and another open door that seemed to lead towards the storefront. Cautious and silent are the 2 things that can describe Mark as he approached the door. He slowly prodded his head out of the door, but he immediately retreated backwards. Just a few steps to the right of the door, a zombie stood idly with its back facing him. Past the zombie is the storefront of a shoe store, and the scene outside the glass walls of the store is not something he can deal with. With that, he slowly closed and locked the door. He also closed the door leading to the corridor but did not lock it. Since he was already close to the corner of the corridor that leads to the westernmost shops of the mall, he decided to check the area just in case that there are straggling zombies. Fortunately, the only things he found are the stairwell that connects all the floors in this wing up to the rooftop. And the cargo elevator. Mark looked around and found a mop and several rags. He jammed the mop between the handle of the double doors leading to the stairwell and picked up the rags to use later. Before going back the way he came from, he stopped and stared on a large door nearby. If he is right, this door should lead to the arcade center that he wanted to go to earlier. The arcade is totally closed when he saw it last time. Even the steel shutters of the arcade are pulled down and are secured with padlocks. He grabbed the doorknob and tried opening the door, but it won't budge. It was locked. He went back to the zombies he left behind. The eater remained in place, but the biter is already on the other side of the wall. More filth is sticking on the biter's clothes as it kept on growling and rolling on the floor. It wanted to escape, but it really had no plan to decapitate its arms by itself. Maybe I can use this one as a mop later. Mark looked at the part of the floor the biter rolled over and it looked cleaner. Even the puddle of blood that was left after Mark decapitated the limbs of the eater is mostly cleaned. He then grabbed the wire that tied the biter's arms and pulled it back to the other side. When he put down the biter, he gagged the 2 zombies with rags. Naturally, he did not put the rags using his hands. He prodded the rags on the end of the metal pipe and shoved the rags into the mouth of the zombies. It is now time to find out if one of his theories can be confirmed. Mark removed a part of his gloves on his right hand and covered his hand with the echo bag he is carrying. Afterwards, he kneeled and extended his hand towards the eater's chest. Not in a lewd way that what most with dirty minds think of, but with just a straight palm. His palm landed on the eater's left chest, not on the breast, above the eater's heart. He felt nothing. He did the same towards the biter. Because the biter is livelier than the eater, it can't be helped that his hand touched something soft several times, but he still managed to land his hand at the biter's chest. Thump. Thump. There is a heartbeat. 1:14 p.m. City Mall back hour, Service Corridors, West Wing. Chapter 32 Corridor Cleaning. Mark finally confirmed the fact that biters were still living infected. No wonder why they are too lively. The scene of him mercilessly killing those biters entered his mind. But he felt nothing. Even though they are still alive, he felt nothing. There may be some good people among them, he still felt nothing. The issue now was not them being alive or being a good person before. The most important thing was those people were now biters. It was just a matter of survival, nothing more than that. Looking at the two squirming zombies in front of him, numerous questions entered his mind. Those questions were fueled with both curiosity and thirst for knowledge. He wanted an answer for those questions, thus. Mark decided to keep these zombies for further studies. Afterwards, he left the two zombies and continued scouting the area. Mark looked at the bloody footprints on the floor and decided to follow where the footprints came from. He was very sure that these footprints would lead him towards the tech zone. After killing the eaters that are on the way, the footprints led him to an open door. Learning from his mistake inside the shoe store earlier, he did not prop his head on the door anymore and went for a new method. Mark took out his smartphone from his belt and unplugged the earphone from the jack. He pushed the power button, opened the camera app and switched the camera to its front lens. He then saw a cool sci-fi looking helmet on the screen. Mark could really relate to Mr. Unique when he said something about looking handsome when your face was covered. While sitting beside the door, he propped his phone in a position that the front lens could view the situation inside. What he saw worse than he anticipated. The floor was painted with blood and guts. Broken glass, gadgets that were supposed to be on display and unrecognizable debris are scattered everywhere. From his position, he could see 9 zombies. The likelihood that these zombies are all eaters was high. He could only see 9, but he was sure that there were more at the parts that he can see. The tech zone was a wide area dedicated to house quite a large number of gadget and electronics-oriented shops and stalls. What could he see from this door was not even a fifth of the whole tech zone. If there are only eaters inside, it will be easy even if there are several dozens of them. Several plans were created in his mind. What he found the most suitable was kiting the eaters one by one and eliminating them. Mark moved his phone closer to the door for a wider view but found out that he could not see anything else but a wall of a store beside the door. Still, he noticed a shop on the opposite side of the tech zone. The shop was closed by steel shutters. Mark immediately understood that there are people inside that shop. It was likely that the people inside that were the people who followed his instructions. How can he be sure? There are 2 reasons. There are no padlocks attached to the bottom of the shutter indicating that it was not a closed store. All of the stores he saw that was closed even after the mall opened had padlocks on the metal shutters securing the store. The other reason was that he just knew and nothing else. Some may say that it was just blind confidence, but he was sure that he was right. Those people inside the store could be saved, but now was not the time yet. He must secure the perimeters of the service corridors first. Mark did not want for some unforeseen circumstances to happen while dealing with the zombies inside. With that, he made sure that there were no zombies to see him and carefully closed the door. Mark walked past the door and silently dealt with the straggling eaters. The path he traversed was literally covered with blood along with dead bodies and severed heads. One by one, he checked every door he can see. If the door is locked, he would just leave it like that, but if the door was not, he would carefully check what the door would lead to. During that process, he found several unlocked doors leading to storage areas of different stores. It is unfortunate that most of the stores he managed to access were those that were open before the zombies appeared, which made the storefront dangerous to enter. There were also storage areas that had biters or eaters inside. He made sure not to disturb the biters but dealt with the eaters properly. Still, he found a few stores that are actually closed and had the steel shutters down at the storefront. It made him wonder why the storage door was unlocked when the store was closed. It did not take too long until he reached the end of the corridors within the West Wing. In front of him right now was an intersection where the corridor he is standing at, the one that goes towards the central area and south wing of the mall, was connected. He looked at the corridor to his left which led to the central area. The corridor going that direction was not long and was just connected to a few stores and led to a dead end. There are several eaters idling in the area, but it was not a threat for him. On the other side to his right was the corridor which brought him much hardship. It was the corridors that were connected to the cinema. The corridor was stained with blood and was littered with quite a number of dead bodies. The long corridor that led to the southernmost end of the mall had more straggling eaters. But it was not the eaters who were the most eye-catching. In the middle of the corridor, there was a large lump of flesh squirming about. It was the zombie that he tentatively labeled as Fat Mutant. From this distance, it really looked like a large lump of moving flesh. It is really disgusting. When that fat bastard turned into this, it really gave justice to how disgusting he was inside. The fat mutant seemed to be trying to crawl, but because of its heavy and unnecessarily large body, it could not do anything but squirm disgustingly. It looked like the mark dealt it a fatal blow when he shot its leg before making it unable to stand up anymore. Mark swung his machete and hacked the neck of the eater that approached him. He stood there thinking if he should also secure or at least scout the south wing. There's barely anything there that was of importance. The southern end of the corridors only led to a series of large cinema halls and also led towards the east wing. Thinking about it, he was not interested with anything on the east wing either. With that, he decided to just cover a few stores on the south wing and clear up the straggling eaters. If it came later that they needed to secure those parts of the mall, he would make other people do it. Another killing spree began as Mark beheaded all the eaters in the vicinity. These slow and stiff zombies are really strong, but their strength was nothing if they couldn't even catch their prey. Mark built a makeshift barricade to stop the zombies past the cinema area from entering the areas he secured. He used trolleys, furniture, and items he found in the storage areas of the stores he checked before. Most of the furniture was just storage stands and folding tables though. The other furniture he found, like cabinets, are too heavy for him to carry. The barricade was tied with power cables. He tried to make it as sturdy as he can. However, he was not content with the barricade he managed to build and wanted a stronger and sturdier one. But, he would need more people to achieve building a barricade, he thought of. Like the two zombies he caught, Mark decided to leave the fat zombie for observation. It was already disabled anyway and it could not move by itself. Mark shoved some rags in its mouth to gag it, but it surprised him afterwards. This guy swallowed the rags whole and in single second. No wonder this guy was so fat. Because of that, they gave up on gagging the fat zombie and made a mental note to tell others not to carelessly approach this guy later. He wanted to relocate this fat guy but also gave up on doing so. He would not to ever touch this guy and it also looked too heavy to move away. Leaving the disgusting lump of flesh, he decided to check the remaining doors before going back up to the rooftop. Chapter 33 General Miguel Perez 1:33 p.m. Central Business Park, Pasay City, Roxas Boulevard. Brrrrrrrrr. Ta-ta-ta. Sounds of heavy machinery and assault rifles being fired echoed across the area. A large-scale construction was ongoing as the government ordered to secure the place. The workers did their tasks with hurried and unnerved expressions but still worked as serious as possible. Several military squads were dispatched to guard the area and the workers. When the outbreak started, the government already began considering numerous plans as things were going awry. The police, army, and marines joined forces in trying to control the situation, and it made them lose a lot of equipment and manpower. Still, they severely failed to contain the outbreak. With their failure, the government was forced to forward their plans. One of those plans was for evacuating survivors and the location of the evacuation area. The government had a number of places suitable for this plan, and one of the places they chose was the reclaimed areas in Manila Bay, the Bay City, specifically, the Central Business Park and Marina District. These places were chosen because of numerous reasons, but the main reason was both areas would be easier to secure. The majority of both areas were surrounded by high ditches and moats, and the places that were not were surrounded by strong concrete fences. Another important reason was that the area was large enough to accommodate a large number of people. This moment, the workers were working on building walls on the areas surrounded by fences. The military heavily barricaded all the roads that were directly connected to the reclaimed areas and prioritized building the walls on those barricaded areas. The government also issued the order to destroy a segment on all the bridges going over the moats and ditches. Afterwards, they started to build a drawbridge over the destroyed segment. It was a countermeasure for the possibility of zombies congesting outside the entrance and exits, rendering the facilities inaccessible. A certain building in the central business area was taken over by the military. The building was now used as the command center for the military's operations. In a room within the command center, several people gathered around a rectangular table. At the far end of the table, a stern-looking man with a slightly square face stood. His mustache, beard, and hair had an uneven combination of black and white colors due to his age, or maybe, due to the stress he received every single day. The man wore military fatigues, and on the sleeves of his fatigues, an insignia with 4 stars lined vertically with the word Pilipinas under the stars. The man's name was General Miguel Perez. He was an army general and the person in charge of the central business area. What is the status of the walls? General Perez asked the man to his right who was assigned to oversee the construction process. General. The construction of the walls should be finished in approximately 2 hours. Is that the limit? Unfortunately, yes. The workers had already been pushing their best in the past 4 hours. We can only shorten it further if we can increase the manpower. The general sighed. The higher-ups from the government divided the manpower to build other shelters. The people here currently are the only ones we have. The people inside the room hung their heads low. That was the biggest issue they are facing right now, other than the zombies. Still, try to shorten the time as much as possible. The lesser time spent on building the walls, we can save more of the supplies we have. Yes, sir. Jordan, what is the progress in clearing the area? The general asked the middle-aged soldier by his left. General, we already cleared all of the infected. My men are now checking the perimeter if there is any remaining infected that we might have missed. Good. Check it properly. We can't have even a single one wandering about without us knowing. Yes, sir. How about the evacuees? Sir. The evacuees and the survivors we found are already brought to the designated areas. Still, the situation is bad. It was a woman further in his right side that answered. What do you mean? Most of them are mentally disturbed and emotionally unstable. Some are even causing disturbances. That is really bad, isn't it? Send specialists to attend them. It is already hell outside, so we can't have anything happen inside here. Yes, sir. Is there any news from our men in the Marina district? The meeting ended after a while after the general's trusted aides finished their reports and went back to their duties. As there was not a single soul left in the room aside from him, General Perez took out a stick of cigarette and lit it with a combat knife-shaped lighter. He slumped on his chair as his stern expression vanished and was replaced by a look of worry. Talk. He looked at the entrance as he heard the gentle knocking noise. A woman in her late 20s wearing military fatigues, with a medical belt pouch was swaying by her left side and a holstered pistol hung on her waist stood by the door. On her hand, she was holding a cup of black coffee. The woman walked into the room and placed the cup in front of the general. General, Raf will scold you again if he saw you smoking. Don't tattle on me, all right? Just let me this once. And you can call me father since there's no one around. I can't, General. I'm still on working hours. Haha, no wonder my son chose you. Then, an awkward silence pervaded the room. Teresa, did Raf contact you already? Yes. He already found Gabby and also rescued a number of survivors. What about their sister? They already reached and searched her school. The school is already overrun and they did not find any survivors. Teresa's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. I'm sure she is fine. She is a brave girl, even braver than I do. I'm sure that she can hold up by herself. What you said is true, but the problem is that girl is still too naive. If she thinks that the infected are dead people, then she will be fine to some extent. Teresa nodded at what the general said. But, it's not those infected that worries me. It's those, isn't it? That's right. I'm worried about those things that caused the containment to fail. I don't even know if we can still call those as just infected anymore. Those are more like monsters. If she encounters something like that. The general looked at Teresa. The next time Raf contact us, tell him to hasten the search for her. Also, about her childhood friend, we already secured her family, so we only need to find her. My daughter should be with her friend right now. Those two are really inseparable since they were little. Yes, those two complemented each other. The two of them are both courageous, but one is strong while the other is smart. If those two were together, it's more likely for them to be alive. The general bitterly smiled as he tried to assure himself. He then extinguished his half-unfinished cigarette inside the tray and drank the cup of coffee in front of him. Puh. But he immediately pulled the cup away from his lips. Hot. Teresa, you know that I'm bad with too hot drinks. You should have made it a little bit lukewarm. It should be lukewarm, General. I just did not expect you to throw away your cigarette without finishing it. The general raised his eyebrows at this woman who was the fiancée of his eldest son. Chapter 34. Cheer up. 1:51 p.m. City Mall, Bacoa rooftop, South Wing. Ange was feeling better as the members of the group tried to pacify her. However, she was still far from her unruly self. It did not take long for the others to realize that no matter if the biters were alive or not, they would need to fight and kill them to survive. Like how it was in the movies, no one knew if there would be a cure or not, and for heck's sake, they did not even know if it really was a sickness or not. Still, it did not change the fact that Ange had to kill her friends that turned, and she was feeling down because of that. Paula sat beside Ange, just stroking her back without saying anything else. There was very little to say anymore, and Paula could understand her friend's feelings. She just needed time to recover from it. The men were on standby. They already finished securing the places in the rooftop that needed barricading. Now, they are only having their guards up in case something unexpected happened. These men even prepared makeshift weapons with the things they can find here. With iron pipes as base, they attached and welded blades cut out from smaller metal sheets they found. They then sharpened the edges and pointed parts using an angle grinder. Calvin was holding to a spear, Fernan and Joseph both had a machete, and Bernard had an axe. They also made weapons for the girls, which are all smaller machetes. It was not because they are females or because of gender discrimination, but because they ran out of materials. Even Ange was not given a makeshift weapon and had to keep the baseball bat Mark lent her. It wasn't really the best weapons, but at least better than having nothing. While everyone was minding their own business, May suddenly stood up and walked towards the central area of the rooftop for unknown reasons. They all watched her in wonder. Paula had the idea why she suddenly went that way, though. It was like what happened earlier. Before May could even reach the central area, a man in a sci-fi looking sports armor appeared. The men seemed to be surprised to see May walking towards his direction. The man took off his helmet, revealing his unkempt hair and average-looking face. The men smiled at May. "Mayor, how do you even know that I'm coming?" "I don't know, Gidge. I just feel it somehow." Mark did not know how to reply to that. It was not like that he did not know that she was walking towards him already. "All right, let's go back." The two went back to the group, but of course, May remained hiding behind Mark as the men were also nearby. The group stared at Mark, who just returned. The clean pieces of sports armor that he wore earlier were now stained with blood. His face looked drained, as it seemed that he spent a lot of energy. He had another sports duffel bag that hung on his back, and aside from his machete that was in his left hand, his right hand carried a fire axe. When he arrived, Mark saw Ange, who was slumped on her chair, and Paula, who was patting her back. "It really happened, huh?" Bernard went in front of Mark and handed him his notebook. Mark received the notebook and looked at the old man. "You have questions, right?" "Not just me, we all do. But first, I'll say I learned a lot reading your notes there. It looked like that you've preparing for a zombie apocalypse to happen for a long time." Mark bitterly smiled. "Not really. It's just a hobby of mine. Who knows that something like this would actually happen?" "That's true." Mark then moved to one of the vacant seats, and May handed him a bottle of soda. "Thank you." He put the things he was carrying down beside the chair he sat on before receiving the bottle of soda and gulped half of the soda in the bottle in one go. Mark then faced the people in front of him, who wore inquisitive expressions. "Go ahead and ask your questions." "Geez, why do I always have to be the one on the hot seat?" he grumbled, making the rest of the group besides Ange wore bitter smiles. They could not help it. After all, this was the second time that this happened. Going straight to the topic, Bernard asked. "It's about what you had written about the biters." "Well, I knew it would be that. You guys want to know if they are really alive?" "Right." Everyone nodded. Ange also raised her face and looked at Mark. "Unfortunately, they really are alive." "Do you have any proof?" It was Joseph who asked. Mark was starting to think that this guy really liked to cut in between conversations of other people. Still, he answered. "I do. I caught a biter and an eater and checked it myself. It was after I entered the emergency exit there in the West Wing earlier." "What did you find out?" "Simple. The biter I caught, her heart is still beating. I also checked the eater, but it doesn't have one, it's not even breathing. I don't understand how the bodies of the eaters work. Anyways, the biter I caught is still alive, so the others should also be." The members of the group started contemplating after hearing what Mark said. He also saw Ange droop her head. She really looked sad. "Anyways, what's with those weapons?" Mark asked as he noticed the makeshift weapons everyone had. If he had to say, he was impressed by the idea. The weapons they made did not look bad either. It was Calvin's idea. Bernard answered his question. You. Mark turned at Calvin, surprised. What? Even I look like this. I worked in a metal works several years ago. I had a fair share of things I learned from there. The middle-aged man looked at the sky as he puffed his chest in confidence. Again, it was far from his usual silent attitude. And it would only happen when he was talking to Mark. Then, Calvin was startled when he looked back at Mark. He was not listening to him at all. And Mark was staring at Ange the whole time he was talking. The veins on Calvin's forehead were about to pop out, but he held it in and sat down, returning to his usual attitude. The father and son could not help but scratch their heads as they watched him. Under the stares of everyone, Mark stood up and approached Ange. Paula did not know what he would do, but she somehow knew that he could bring her friend back to normal. Just like how he did several times more than an hour ago. Mark squatted in front of Ange, who was staring blankly towards her, hands placed over her knees. It was then that she noticed that there was someone in front of her. She raised her head and... Wah! Ange was startled and pulled her face back with haste. She retreated too fast that she almost fell on her back. What are you doing? She shouted with her face turned red. Everyone smiled. Paula almost failed to hold back her laughter at her friend's reaction. Well, May pouted a little though. They all saw it. When Mark squatted in front of her, he closely stared at her. At the time Ange raised her head, his face was just an inch away from hers. Well, it's good that you're back. Mark snickered. Ange looked at him and looked around her. Now that her mind was clearer, she could not help but notice how much worry she brought them. She then heard Mark spoke. Don't think too much about whatever you are being melancholic about. Just think that what you did is right. But I killed living people. What is wrong about that? You did not kill anyone just because you wanted. You killed because you wanted to protect yourself and protect someone important to you. But still arguing, huh? Mark started to feel exasperated and he raised his voice a little bit. Then, I'll give you a question with two choices. Just choose one. Hear me? Oh, okay. Ange was startled by his sudden attitude. I and Paula were surrounded by a group of biters. Which one of us will you help? Of course it's Paula. Then good. I don't need your help either. Biters. Eaters. Alive. Dead. Those things don't matter as long as you needed to protect someone. Just think of protecting yourself and the people important to you. Nothing else matter. I know. But dash. Then, you will let yourself and Paula gets eaten because you can't kill them. That's. If you're playing like that, then don't kill unless it's necessary. Then, continue living. Live for those you needed to kill and already killed. Live the life that they are supposed to spend. Ange became silent as she contemplated about what Mark just said. Also, I'll tell you this. I don't want to say that we needed to purposely kill all those zombies, but for every zombie that is killed, there would be less of those who can potentially kill other people. Her eyes opened wide. That thought slipped past her mind. Well, you still have a lot of time to think about what I said, so there's no need to rush. Mark stood up, took the new duffel bag he put down beside his chair. He then went back to Ange and put the duffel bag at her lap. Also this. So cheer up. Mark then returned to his seat. Everyone was looking at him, amazed. They did not know just how he ransacked his bank of references in his brain just to deliver all those words properly. This is. Ange's excited voice entered their ears. They all looked at her and saw her taking out the contents of the duffel bag. In the bag was another set of sports armor identical to what Mark was wearing. The only difference was the sports armor in front of Ange was designed for females and was white in color with red-colored outlines. Paula looked at Mark. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards him for cheering up her precious friend. Though his methods were rather unusual, it was effective, totally effective. Chapter 35 Blunder. 2:01 p.m., City Mall Bacower West Wing, Service Corridors. Mark led the way as they walked across the corridor. With the exception of Ange, May, Rhea, and her daughter, Saria, everyone was following behind Mark. After leaving Ange, who was fiddling with the sports armor Mark gave her, He told the others about the situation in the tech zone and what he did inside the corridor. At first, they thought that he came back to ask for help in killing the zombies inside, but the thought was dismissed when he said, "I should be able to deal with all those zombies alone." Actually, Mark went back to make at least Bernard and Fernan to follow him back, not to help him kill the zombies but to attend the survivors after clearing the tech zone. But then, Calvin made a suggestion. It was to let them help in dealing with the zombies inside the tech zone. By the results of Mark's scouting, he said that the possibility of having biters inside was very low, or at least there would only be a very small number. If it was just eaters, it would be a good way for them to get some training. Hearing what Calvin said, Mark could not help but agree. They would really need to get some practice and experience in dealing with the zombies, and it would be a good chance and there would be very little danger. If there are biters inside, then they could apply some strategies if the number was more that he could handle. Well, he could handle a group of biters consisting of half dozen of individuals alone, so it should be fine. All the males agreed with what Calvin said, and they agreed with great determination. To their surprise, Paula also wanted to come with them and experience fighting herself. Ange seemed to be reluctant to let her go, but Paula told her friend that she could not stand it anymore, that she could not do anything but let Ange protect her. With that, the ones who were going and who would stay were decided. Rhea could not leave her sleeping daughter, and she could not just wake her up. Mark forced May to stay as her body had not fully recovered yet, and the bruises she received were starting to swell, giving her more pain. Ange, who was not in the mood to do more killing, was the one who became in charge of protecting those who were staying on the rooftop. Using the ladders on the west wing, they entered the corridors through the emergency exit. When they entered the corridor, they were surprised. Their surprise was not because of the gruesome scene inside the corridor, as beheaded bodies, severed heads, and limbs and blood scattered on the floor across the corridor. It was because there was a moving human-sized roll of red-colored cloth, which looked like a red sushi made with cloth that was bound with extension cables, rolling about on the floor. The thing kept on rolling, and the filth on the floor started sticking on the cloth it was wrapped in. Mark. What is that? Paula could not help but ask Mark who should be the one responsible for that. That. She's the biter I caught. The one I told you guys about. She doesn't stop rolling around when I tied her up, so I rolled her up with floor mats and rags. To clean up the floor. Yep. Quite convenient, isn't it? Well, she doesn't clean the floor properly though. Mark looked at the floor that had an odd division of slightly cleaned and dirty portions. Of course she won't. They all screamed at Mark in their minds. Mark led them past the rolling biter and put his index finger in front of his lips, signaling them to keep quiet. As they traversed the corridor, Joseph's face already turned pale. The blood and gore scattered across the floor was starting to churn his stomach. He could not even smell anything else but the smell of blood. Calvin and Bernard seemed to be doing fine, but their eyebrows already curved into a frown. Paula, on the other hand, intently looked around. She seemed to be engraving the scene into her mind and was trying to stable her emotions. She had seen worse and she had to get used to this. Mark then held his right hand above his shoulder, stopping them who were following behind. Mark pointed at the door in front of him. It was the unlocked door leading to the tech zone. Actually, there were several doors that led into the tech zone while some led into the stores, but Mark chose this because it was the door at the very corner of the tech zone. Using this door would make the zombies come from a single direction. This was also the door where the zombies inside passed through to get out earlier. The bloody footprints on the floor leading out of the tech zone were the proof of this. Mark grasped the doorknob and nodded at the people behind him. They all nodded back as they tightened their grip on their weapons. While they all had serious expressions, Mark happened to see Joseph gulping his saliva. The door was pushed slowly. When he confirmed that there was no one standing behind the door, Mark opened the door wider and went in. The people behind Mark immediately followed, but they froze when they saw the scene inside. Mark already described it to them, but seeing the situation with their own eyes brought a different level of shock. The scene inside the tech zone was in a higher level of gruesomeness compared to the scene on the corridors outside. Blood splattered on the floor, the body parts and human flesh that scattered on the floor. There are even half-eaten bodies lying lifeless on the floor. The bodies were torn open, leaving their bones, organs and intestines for display. There are also bodies with torn necks, eyeballs dangled out of their eye sockets, and limbless bodies whose limbs were not sliced or cut but torn apart. The anguished expressions left on their faces showed how much fear and pain they felt before they died. What was worse was aside from adults and teens, there are quite a number of bodies of children and their bodies looked even more mangled than the rest. The thick smell of blood assaulted their noses. Blurg. They all looked behind them and saw Joseph, who was now facing the wall, vomiting on the floor. Still, no one could blame him. The others already had pale faces as they felt nauseated. Mark frowned and immediately sprang into action and lopped the head of an incoming biter. Yes, a biter. Mark then beheaded an eater that was near them and went out as there was no need to bother hiding anymore. He stepped into the main area of the tech zone and looked at all the incoming zombies. All of them are coming towards their direction. The sound Joseph created as he vomited was loud enough to be heard by all the zombies in the tech zone due to the silence in the area. Mark slashed another eater and looked at the zombies that were approaching faster than the others. There were 8 of them. 8 biters. Mark coldly glared at Joseph for a bit before turning his sight back at the zombies. He had a good plan in mind before, but that guy just had to ruin everything. Joseph did not see his glare, but the others did. They could feel the spite behind that glare. He did not bother with the people behind him anymore. There were eaters approaching their direction and they said that they wanted to train using those. They should have the ability and the courage to deal with those. He only needed to concentrate on the biters. Retreating also entered his mind, but with the wobbly legs of Joseph, he would still need to deal with the biters if they want to escape. Frowning, Mark's eyes turned sharp. His mind started to clear up as his concentration heightened. His blood started to boil and his heart began to beat faster and stronger. He then reached inside his collar and pressed the play button on the button control of his earphones. Mark dashed towards the biters. He was not escaping this time. He needed to fight. His fighting spirit rose as an anime battle music started to play in his ears. Chapter 36, Dealing with the Predicament. Mark looked around as he ran. Estimating the numbers of the zombies, there should be around 20 or more eaters, but the numbers would not exceed 30. He ran past and dodged the eaters attacking him, charged towards the 2 nearest biters who were also closing in. As he ran, crackling sounds can be heard from his feet as he stepped on the broken pieces of glass on the floor. He also sidestepped and jumped lightly a few times to avoid stepping on the bodies and pools of blood on the way. When both parties got into attacking range, the first biter tried to pounce on him. Mark sidestepped to his right, dodging the pounce before he turned his body counterclockwise. He swung his machete as he turned around and slashed diagonally towards the biter's nape. The body continued sliding on the floor due to the momentum of its charge before stopping, and the biter's head rolled a distance further. The headless body and the severed head scattered more blood to the already blood-stained floor. While lopping the head of the first biter, he did not stop his body from turning around and even continued after the biter died. His machete also continued to swing along with his body, and Mark exerted more force during the second half of the swing. Using the momentum when he turned his body and the force he exerted on his swing, he slashed the next zombie before it could even attack him. The swing came too fast that it took almost 2 seconds before the head detached from the body after being slashed as it fell down. Mark then did a low sweep of his right foot and tripped an eater who was about to grab him. The eater fell flat on the floor before its neck suddenly snapped with a crunching sound. Lifting his right foot from the nape of the dead eater, Mark stepped back and let a charging biter run past him. The biter immediately turned around as it missed its target, but what all it was able to see before its sight blacked out was a blade of a machete approaching its neck. The third biter was dealt with. Mark saw another one that already lunged towards him, wanting to take a bite out of his body. As there was no chance to dodge, he raised his left arm and shoved it between the biter's teeth. Unfortunately for the biter, it could not bite through the armor covering Mark's arm. He then pushed the biter back and lopped its head before pushing the headless body and bashed the severed head away with his ankle. 4 down. He muttered as he kicked another eater away. The problem now was the remaining 4 biters were charging at him together. Mark then retreated. Not to run away, but he started kiting the 4. He ran around a display case, leaving the 4 biters with no choice but to line up as they followed Mark around the corner. Seeing that chance, he immediately hacked the neck of the biter in front. He managed to kill the biter leading the line, but it also gave time for the other 3 to attack him. At the same time, when the 3 biters charged at him once more, Mark made a light jump backwards. Then, the 3 stepped on what Mark jumped over. 2 of the biters suddenly lost balance as they stepped on a dead body that was soaked in a pool of blood. Mark immediately attacked the biter that continued charging at him and slashed its neck. He also lopped the heads of the 2 biters that slipped on the floor before they could recover. He then started dealing with the eaters around him while glancing at how the others were doing. The eaters were approaching the group of pale-faced people. Calvin stepped up in front of everyone and attacked. It looked like he was the least affected by the disgusting scene in front of him. Calvin stabbed his spear onto the forehead of the incoming eater. The spear pierced through the skull of the eater and it fell down on the floor. He was doing well, but it looked like he was not satisfied. Even if he succeeded in piercing through the forehead, the damage he dealt was too shallow. He then approached the second eater. This time, he stabbed towards the right eye of the eater. The spear went through smoothly and the eater plopped on the floor before he could even pull his spear back. He then glanced at Mark's direction. They all saw how Mark killed the biters attacking him and they could not help but feel inferior. While he was already splashed with the blood of the zombies, they were still pacifying their churning stomachs. Now, they could see Mark carefully going around the broken display cases and counters. He was letting the eaters follow him around as he picked them off one by one. Mark could feel the gazes set upon him but did not mind it. When he looked back, he could see that Fernan, Bernard, and Paula had joined the fray. He looked at Calvin, who stabbed his spear at another eater. He aimed at the eater's mouth and stabbed the spear upwards. Mark could only say that Calvin knew his stuff. Bernard, on the other hand, had good arm strength. An axe like the weapon in his hands need much precision in order to slash a zombie's head or neck, but to Bernard, it does not matter too much. Even if he missed and the bit of the axe slipped behind the neck of the zombie, being struck by the handle of the axe he was using would still be fatal. Fernan was also doing fine with his makeshift machete. It looked like he was copying the moves he saw from Mark. It was not like Mark would mind it either. Paula was struggling a little. The smaller machete that they made for her had a good quality but was really not too suitable for combat. Because of this, Mark lent her the fire axe he found. It just weighed less than 3 kilograms, so she should be able to swing it fine. But the problem was that she was missing her swings, and there were times that it was the handle of the axe that struck the eater in front of her. She was not missing because she had a bad accuracy, but because she could not grasp the erratic shambling of the eater. Seeing her predicament, Mark shouted, "Paula, if you can't hit it because it moves too much, then knock it down first. Aim for the knee or the ankle and hit it however you want." Paula was surprised hearing him shout, but she kept concentrating on the zombie in front of her. She followed what Mark said. She swung the fire axe in her hands towards the knee of the eater. The handle hit the side of the knee, making the zombie lose balance and fall. With the short moment that the zombie faced the floor, Paula raised her axe and swung it down with all her might. The axe almost split the zombie's head into two. It looked like she shivered as the sensation from her first kill entered her body. Still, she did not falter. She steeled her heart and a hint of determination blazed in her eyes. Mark nodded at Paula's reaction and commended her in his mind. The members who were fighting were doing a good job. They are even capable enough to avoid being caught by the strong arms of the eaters. They even started to adapt their movements to their attackers. If the zombies got too close, they would step back or to the side. They would even try to push back the zombies when retreating was not possible. He then coldly looked at Joseph and shook his head. The guy stood behind the group leaning on the wall. His face was pale and his legs were wobbly. It even looked like that he will puke again at the slightest push. What did he even come here for? Well, he was actually inclined to bringing him here where he could see him. This guy had been glancing at May from time to time. Even though Mark could tell that there was no malicious intent behind his gaze, May reacts to his gazes negatively. When he realized what he was thinking, he froze for a bit, which almost got him grabbed by the eater that was chasing him. Am I getting overprotective? As he could not think of how to answer his own question, he decided to throw the thought away. His concentration weakened somehow as insignificant thoughts entered his mind. He then found out the reason. The battle song playing on his phone already ended, and what was playing was a Japanese pop song about a whimsical princess. He could not help but become confused as to why this song was included in his Battle Songs playlist. Chapter 37. After the battle. 3:30 p.m. City Mall, Bacoor West Wing, Tech Zone. Inside a store, Mark sat on a wheeled high-back chair. In front of him, it was a long counter table, what was supposed to be used when attending the customers of the store. There were 6 laptops placed in a row on the table. Interconnected cables were lined on the floor. Some cables were plugged into extension sockets while the others were connecting the other 5 laptops to the one he was currently using with a router. The screen on the laptop he was using kept switching, and every time he did something at the current screen, the screen of one of the other laptops would also change. Mark was using the laptop in front of him as the server and controlled the other laptops by remote access. What was he doing? Mark was downloading a lot of things with haste: anime, offline games, soft copies of novels, movies, and etc. using the other 5 laptops. Other people who would see what he was doing would say that it was stupid and unnecessary, but to him, these are the few things he would not let go. He knew that these things would be gone for who knows how long, or might never even return as the apocalypse ensued. He was an otaku after all. Satisfied with how much he did, he extended his hand upwards and stretched his back. He sat here for about an hour already, so his body felt stiff. Mark looked outside the store. The people who survived the massacre that happened inside the tech zone were proactively cleaning the place. When they finished killing all the zombies in this place more than an hour ago, including the zombies stuck inside some stores, the people inside the closed store voluntarily went out of hiding. There were only 23 of them. They had been watching all what transpired inside the tech zone through the gaps and holes on the steel shutters that protected them. As the survivors stepped out of the store they hid at, many of them found their own places and vomited, while the rest had pale faces as they looked around. When they were hiding, what they could see outside was limited, and that was why they had extreme reactions after seeing the whole scene. That was just how nauseating the aftermath of the event inside the tech zone was. It was then that the shutters in front of another closed store were pulled up and 15 people came out. Surprisingly, the ones who came out were survivors that came from the floors below. Mark expected it that there were people hiding in that store, but what startled him inside was the 2 people among that group. One was the man wearing a suit and sunglasses before, though the sunglasses were missing now. The other was a man in his 20s who had a shaggy short hair, raised nose and sharp eyes, wearing a dirty yellow uniform and black slacks. He remembered that this guy was among the group of college students he saw before, together with Ange and Paula. When that student saw Paula, he ran towards her and gave her a tight hug. Paula was startled and she immediately pushed the man away. Paula's face really looked bitter and sad. Still, the man did not stop on trying to talk to her, even if he did not receive any reply. Seeing what was happening, and since the place was already cleared of zombies, he decided to fetch the girls left on the rooftop. As Mark walked back into the tech zone along with the girls, he could see some of the survivors crying beside some of the bodies, while some of them were looking around checking the bodies one by one. When Rhea followed Mark and entered carrying her daughter, her face immediately paled and she covered her daughter's eyes. She then saw the dead children inside. By reflex, she hugged her daughter tighter as negative thoughts entered her mind. Seeing her reaction, Mark led her to one of the clean stores to sit down and bring her daughter away from the gruesome scene. Ange also paled when she entered, but the pale color of her face turned red when she saw Paula being pestered by the male student. She immediately stood between the 2, protecting Paula behind her. The male student did not immediately recognize Ange as she came wearing her armor and helmet, so he protested and questioned who she is. When she removed her helmet, the male's face turned pale, but he still tried to argue back. He was then flung away by a single right straight from Ange to his face. If Paula did not stop her, she might have done more than just that. May, on the other hand, had no reaction on what she saw inside. She even stared at the mangled bodies a few times while following behind Mark. By this time, Mark already removed his helmet as he felt suffocated after wearing it for a long time. Because of this, they could see his face not showing any emotion as his gaze roamed at the dead bodies. Ange noticed that Mark and May, who were walking around without changes in their faces while looking at the nauseating scene around them. She then said something, though not loud, was enough to be heard by Mark. He then coldly glared at Ange, making her hide behind Paula. Ange just dubbed the 2 as the broken couple. Well, who would not think of that after seeing their unchanging expressions? Still, many of the males inside could not help but glance or even stare at May. She could only move closer to Mark and held his left arm as she tried to shrink away from those gazes. Feeling her insecurity, Mark immediately brought May out after bringing the mother and daughter into a store. He also called Paula and Ange, who followed without a second thought. They only wished to find a reason to get away from this lecture. Still, the male student tried to follow the 2. That time, though, it was Mark who blocked him. Mark did not call him, so there should be no reason for him to follow. The student tried to argue with him, flaunting his relation to the 2 girls. Apparently, this guy was Paula's boyfriend. As Mark was already irritated with this guy as he also threw gazes at May before, and his gaze was a very unpleasant one. So, Mark went for a harsher move. He pulled his shotgun from his side and shoved the barrel at the guy's forehead and said in a very cold voice, "I only called the 2 of them and not you." So, scram. The male student paled and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He gulped before he nodded and backed off slowly. When the hindrance was gone, he brought the girls at a storage room of a certain store. Inside, there were a few round containers of mineral water, cosmetic products like soap and perfume. There was even a set of gel plaster, and looking around, the large storage room had clothes, lots and lots of women's clothes. Ange and Paula immediately understood what Mark wanted them to do. The two looked at May, then to Mark, and nodded. He did not have to say much about it. Mark told them what clothes they needed to choose using a zombie apocalypse perspective before he stepped out of the room. Outside, he leaned on the wall beside the door and stood there guarding the room. While waiting, Mark fiddled with his phone and checked if the mall's free Wi-Fi was still working. There, though as slow like a snail as usual, he still managed to connect to the internet. Seeing this, he felt happy. He would be able to proceed through his plans and gather information at the same time. He then opened the social media account that he rarely opened and logged in. While reading the posts of his friends online, it seemed many of them were trapped on their workplaces or at home. Some were even calling for help. The desperation was present with a few of them that they even posted their addresses online despite the danger it could bring. At that time, Mark realized that he had to change some of his plans. Chapter 38: Change of Clothes. Mark stood there for a while browsing through the internet with his phone, but as the mall's Wi-Fi was too slow, he wasted most of that time waiting for the pages to load. Still, he found good information about the outbreak, albeit little. As he got fed up with the slow loading time, and the girls were not done yet, he decided to go to the shoe store that he entered earlier. He rummaged around trying to find some kind of shoes in the storage, and he was not disappointed. After looking around and opening boxes to boxes, he found the stack of boxes that had the kind of shoes he was looking for, a pair of combat boots. He found one pair with the right size and immediately switched into it and set his black Chuck Taylor aside. There were different styles and materials the pairs of boots had in that stack, but the one he chose were a pair of synthetic combat boots that had straps instead of leather ones and those that had strings. He chose this pair as it would be easier to wear and clean. He then found another small pair when he felt someone approaching, but he did not raise his guard up expecting who the person was. When Mark turned around, he saw May standing by the door and the two college girls behind her who wore bitter smiles for some reason. Looking at May, he could only feel two things: amazement and lament. May was now wearing gray hooded long sleeves with a denim vest with several pockets over it, a black above knee-length black denim shorts, black stockings, and black below knee-high socks. As for her feet, she was now wearing strap sandals. There was also the gel plaster on her cheek. He felt amazed as her appearance really suited her despite being within what he advised them to choose. He lamented because she would likely face the greatest obstacles the most beautiful women in every story suffers in an apocalypse. Beautiful girls were beautiful no matter what they wear after all. The two college girls also changed from their dirty blood-stained uniforms. Paula was wearing a button denim jacket with a crimson hood and a denim skirt that paired with the hood's color. She wore black tight leggings under her skirt and back cotton socks. Ange on the other hand wore a gray jacket draped over her black ladies tank top inside and a dark green cargo pants. Both college girls also looked good on their new clothes. The only thing that was out of place was that the two were still wearing their school shoes. Mark thought that there would mostly be fashion shoes in a female-oriented clothing store, so he beckoned the three inside. He then gave the female-styled combat boots he found to May and helped her wear it. Ange and Paula also rummaged at the stacks of shoeboxes and found the shoes they liked. Ange chose a brown leather combat boots while Paula found a gray calf-length leather combat boots for her to wear. When the three girls were all dressed up, Mark could not help but ask himself if these girls were going to a fashion show and was not experiencing a zombie apocalypse. Mark wanted to return to the tech zone and prepare, but Ange kept pestering him on bringing her to the sports store where he got the sports armor. He pointed at the bag she was now carrying as he knew that the contents of that bag were the armor she was wearing earlier. She then said that she wanted to get one for Paula and Mark could only bring them there reluctantly. Unfortunately for Ange, there are no other armors that were the same as they had. The only ones they found were common motocross armors which did not seem to catch her attention. What they found though was something that got Paula's interest. It was a compound bow. From Ange, Mark learned that Paula took an archery class during high school. Mark started to become suspicious about the background of these two girls. One was an experienced fighter while the other had taken archery classes before. Those were things that could not be found on common college students who were attending a state university in this country. Before leaving the store, Paula took the bow and bagged several sets of arrows while Ange took a new bat and replaced the one Mark gave her. Mark on the other hand found a metal javelin, so he took it with interest. Mark looked at May. There seemed to be nothing here that would suit her to use as weapon. With a spark of idea in his mind, he remembered the tools and equipment at the rooftop. He then started bagging several things under the confused gazes of the girls. As Mark already wasted too much time, he now wanted to proceed with his plans. He returned inside the tech zone with 10 girls in tow. When he entered, he saw that there was a distinct separation within the survivors. As he did not really think that it would affect him too much, he decided to ignore it. He was more concerned about the attention they were gathering. Almost all of the survivors were looking at their group. Amazement and lecherous gazes towards the girls and stares filled with envy and respect towards him. Just what are these people getting at? He thought that time. Proceeding with his plans, he told Ange and Paula to ask about the passwords of the available Wi-Fi and internet connections his phone could detect, which the two immediately followed. After sending off the two, Mark brought May into the largest PC store in the tech zone and occupied it, as he saw no one within the surviving employees had the logo of this store on their uniforms. He gathered the best laptop units of the shop and set the units up for his use. May helped him with what he was doing, though it was not much, but at least Mark did not have to do what she already finished doing. Mark also gathered flash drives and external hard drives with the largest storage capacities and put the items over the table he was going to use. Then, he looked for the best model of phone, tablet, and video camera he could find outside. Before he could even finish setting up, Ange and Paula entered the shop with Bernard following them. The girls gave the list of passwords and left, leaving Bernard behind. Apparently, he was there to apologize about his son's actions, which almost brought them to danger. Mark accepted the apology as there was no actual damage done, and Bernard left afterwards. Still, Mark decided that he would not have anything to do with Joseph anymore. If Joseph did not adapt to the harsh changes around him, it was likely that he would drive someone to death, and Mark did not want to be included in those. After setting up, he saw that May was dozing off as she sat on a chair behind the counter, though she still tried her best to stay awake. He could not blame her if she was tired, as it was a very awful day for her. He stood and looked around the store for something she could sleep on and found a folding bed inside the storage of the shop. He had already seen some storage that had at least one folding bed inside before, so it was not new to him, and also understood why those are there. It was likely that employees use these beds to take a nap inside the storage rooms during their breaks. He then let May sleep behind the counter away from the sight of the people outside the store. Everything was set up and Mark could finally start doing what he wanted to do. He sat down on the chair in front of the laptop he set as the server and started working. He sat there for a long time and only stood up a few times to check up on May as she slept and stretch his legs that were getting numb. Chapter 39: The Origin. 3:57 p.m., City Mall, Bacoor West Wing, Tech Zone. Mark sighed in relief as he finally finished adding most of the things he wanted to download in the queue. He could now get on the other business. It was to gather information about the outbreak. Actually, he already opened a separate browser and searched for some information before he started downloading all those things. He just had not started checking his search results. He switched into the tab where a video sharing site was displayed. Of course, the current trending videos were about the outbreak. But there was a video that took his interest. The video was titled "The Site on Doomsday," and the thumbnail of the video was a skyline view of a certain metropolitan city. He checked the comments and found out that it was a certain area in New York. He then decided to watch the video. The quality of the video was not high, but it was not bad either. It seemed that a smartphone was used in recording it. The video panned across the orange-colored sky. It was almost sundown. A group of teenagers were on the rooftop of a certain tall building. They seemed to be recording for fun as they were laughing and shouting at the camera. They were also pointing at the amazing sight of the city skyline. Then, a bright light enveloped the area. The teenagers had a look of surprise and amazement on their faces as they looked at the sky. The camera then was shifted towards the sky and several circular bright masses of light flashed. The flashes of light were similar to something that happened in Russia years ago. Everyone in the know would realize that the flashes of light were actually meteoroids exploding after entering the Earth's atmosphere. A single meteoroid exploding was already a spectacular sight, but the sight in the video was several times more remarkable. The video focused on the sky until the flashes of light disappeared. It was then that they started screaming. After the explosions, the shockwaves followed. The teenagers were knocked back as they were high from the ground and received the brunt of the shockwaves. Even the video rotated several times. It seemed that the person taking the video also fell and rolled on the floor. Sounds of glass breaking and alarms of parked cars filled the background. The shockwave passed and the situation seemed to calm down. Even the teenagers who were screaming just a few seconds ago were now laughing at their antics. It was then that one of the teenagers pointed somewhere behind the person holding the camera. The video turned around and followed what that guy was pointing at. What they saw shocked them. Along the outline of the city, a passenger airplane was flying at a dangerous angle. The airplane was still high in the sky, but it was no doubt that it would crash if it continued flying like that. Then, a zooming sound echoed from the background. The camera turned again and the backs of the teenagers who were looking at what the sound was coming from could be seen. The video panned above the teenagers and there was another passenger airplane flying over them at a very low height. The camera followed the airplane as it flew over their heads and headed towards the city. The airplane flew lower and lower, until they saw the wings of the airplane crash onto the high-rise buildings in the area. In the background, the first plane could be seen already falling on a nosedive. After several seconds within the video, a large orange mushroom rose into the sky as the first plane crashed into the middle of the city. The second plane did not explode like the first one, but it demolished several buildings before crashing onto the highway. Multitudes of screams and shouting could be heard in the background. The video suddenly panned across the horizon. Several planes could be seen at the same situation as the two passenger airplanes just now. The teenagers started to panic. They all entered a door on the rooftop and the last scene from the video was the teenagers running down the stairs. Seeing the video, it gave Mark several theories and started searching using some keywords and clues. His hands danced on the keyboard as he typed several words and clicked several links. He opened the website of National Astronomical Space Administration and looked for the astronomical events that happened lately. He then saw the newly discovered meteor shower that happened around 5 in the morning. It should be the same time as the flashes of light in the video happened in the New York time zone. Then, he searched for the local news and accidents that happened after the meteor shower and found out that many planes crashed at several places in the country. Then searching the net further, the same thing happened around the world. Any kind of aircraft that was in the airspace during the time the meteor shower happened crashed. During his search, he stumbled into a video of a passenger airplane that crashed while being almost intact in the middle of a city. The only damages the plane had was being split in the middle and its detached wings. He played the video and found something wrong. It was not ambulances and rescue workers that were surrounding the plane but military soldiers. Then, zombies came out of the broken airplane inciting the start of the attack from the soldiers. The soldiers had the upper hand in the first half of the video until something smashed its way out of the closed baggage compartment of the airplane. Mark frowned as he saw the thing that came out. It was a cat. The breed of the cat should be a ragdoll. The problem was that it had a reddish-black fur covering its body and was standing about 3 meters tall and about 7 meters in length. The large ragdoll started attacking both zombies and the military. The soldiers did their best to take down the beast and even deployed RPGs and machine guns, but the beast was very agile and they failed to kill it. Many of the soldiers and zombies were dismembered by its claws as it ran around the vicinity of the crashed airplane. The ragdoll stopped for a bit and looked at the pilot's cockpit on the plane. It then turned around and escaped the encirclement of the soldiers. Many of the soldiers went to chase the escaped beast, but then the pilot's cockpit exploded, startling everyone. Smoke filled the area, but there was no fire. In the middle of the smoke, a silhouette of a humanoid could be seen. When the silhouette stepped out of the smoke, gasps could be heard in the background. The humanoid had an elongated and hunched body, and even more elongated limbs, and its body was so thin that it could be described that it just had bones and skin. It stood about 8 feet, and on the end of its fingers on its hands were not nails but feet-long claws. It then dashed towards the nearest soldier. It was fast, even faster than the ragdoll that escaped. The humanoid stood there where the soldier stood before. Now, the soldier dangled dead in front of the humanoid with the claws protruding on the back of the dead soldier, despite the fact that the soldier was wearing a bulletproof vest. The person who was recording the video along with the spectators started running away and the video ended. Mark decided to download the video and then close the browser tab it was in. He then moved to the last tab of the browser. The tab contained a government website where the evacuation plans and sites were posted. Browsing through the website, he found the nearest government-managed evacuation center, and it was surprisingly at the Bay City. If he remembered it correctly, it was just 13 kilometers away from this mall. Clicking on a link within the page of the Bay City evacuation shelter, he accessed a chat interface. Here, people could ask help and rescue. He looked at May, who was sleeping on the folding bed beside him. Mark decided to contact the military for rescue. Chapter 40 Information, Relief, and Rescue Department. 4:16 p.m. Central Business Park, Pasay City, Relief and Rescue Center. In the middle of the Central Business Park, there were a lot of large commercial establishments that was owned by private companies before the outbreak. As there were a lot of people working in the area and the people going to one of the largest malls in the Philippines, the Mall of Asia, the place was lively and the business was booming. But now, there was almost not a single soul in sight in the vicinity of the establishments except for several patrolling soldiers dispatched by the military. There was a certain building there that was owned by a telemarketing company. It was widely known call center to many people in the same industry. When the reclaimed area was turned into a massive evacuation zone by the military, the very same building was converted to a service building of the Information, Relief, and Rescue Department. Cubicles where call center agents were using in the previous days to answer calls and inquiries from customers were now occupied by military personnel and volunteers who were in charge of accepting rescue and information inquiries from survivors who were still able to access the internet and calls from landline and private cellular connections. In one of the cubicles at the corner of the room, a woman in her mid-20s sat answering a call. She had a dyed brown hair that was tied in a ponytail which complemented her energetic eyes, small nose, thin pink lips and her oval face. She could be described as good-looking but still a bit lacking to be called as beautiful generally. Right now, her eyebrows were twitching as she tried to control her temper as she calmly answered the person on the other line of the phone. Her voice raised a bit that she even gathered the attention of the other volunteers around her. "Sir, the rescue should arrive as soon as possible, so please wait at your current position, don't make loud noise and keep safe. There are other calls that are needed to be accepted, so I will end this call." Fully flared up, she did not wait for the person on the other line to talk anymore. She put down the phone, which made a loud clacking sound. She sighed and pinched her nose bridge as she found the work here being hard to deal with. She was a call center agent that works in this building before the outbreak. When the outbreak reached this place, many of her teammates and co-employees fell into panic. Even though she was always a goofy person, she was calm when unexpected things happened. With her taking the leadership over her colleagues, they managed to secure the second floor of the building, but it was not without casualties. As the building had too many glass walls and windows, they could see what was happening outside. To describe it, it was a nightmare. They saw people eating other people, even worse, a father who literally ate his own daughter. Many of them could not help but cry. They tried calling for help with their phones but never managed to successfully do so. For her though, she was not scared about what would happen to her, rather, she was thinking of what might happen to her family. The nightmare did not take too long though. The military came sweeping the place of the man-eaters and they were also saved. Medics attended to their issues as there were some of them who were wounded. There, she saw her close friend who was the leader of the medic squad. She told her friend about her worries about her family and her friend told her to volunteer into the military as they were lacking in manpower. Furthermore, volunteers would get incentives such as their families being prioritized during rescue missions. With those incentives, she readily agreed and was assigned in this department due to being familiar with the place. Her family was rescued soon as their house was not far from this place, but of course, she could not just ditch this work after achieving her motive. Still, she could not help but think that her friend pitted her into a stressful job. "Laura, you seem to be stressed." Speaking of the devil, a woman's voice was heard from behind her. "Just who do you think is the reason, huh, Teresa?" Laura looked at the woman behind her who was wearing military fatigues. "You should just endure it a little more, your shift would end soon, right?" "I know, but these people calling are such stupid fools who think that they are the only people who needed to be rescued. You can't blame them. Everyone is in panic after all." Teresa sighed. "Anyways, what are you doing here?" Laura asked while fixing her hair. "My shift just ended, so I figured to check on you." "I see, so you came to boast about your free time. Is it bad if I want to watch your work?" "Seriously, you..." She did not finish her sentence as a chat notification appeared on the computer in front of her. "There is another one. I just wish that this one wouldn't stress me out." "Go ahead and answer it." Laura gave a skeptic glance at her friend before sending message on the chat box. Laura sighed in relief and looked at her friend who was watching behind her. It looked like someone reasonable to talk with. her friend said, and she could only nod. She had some chat sessions before and all of them are demanding rescue at the first sentence. This was the first time she encountered a calm-sounding reply. Laura's lips twitched as she thought that the person she was talking to now was an eccentric one. However, it was still better than her previous sessions. Laura raised her eyebrows and looked at her friend again. It looked like they managed to secure the mall, or at least a part of it. If he needed to count how many people there are, then they must have joined forces to secure the area. Then, the reply came. The two women were surprised. That was quite a large number after all. Laura started browsing the rescue distribution on her computer as well as the available forces in charge of rescue operations. Now, it was the most crucial part for Laura. Laura was already prepared to receive rude words from the other side or even curses, but then, she was surprised. The reply remained calm. Since Laura was satisfied with this person's attitude, she decided to be honest. Do you really have to say all that? Teresa reproached her friend for being too honest. It's not like I'm not allowed to write. What if he gets dispirited or something? I have a hunch that he won't. Are you sure? Teresa was skeptic. Look. Laura pointed at the screen. Laura nodded when she saw the last message while looking at her friend with a smirk on her face. He is not unreasonable, right? I just wish all the people asking for rescue would be like this. You're the one who was being unreasonable. Quick. Reply to his message. There was no other reply after his person on the other side went offline. Laura stretched her arms and back as the session finished. She looked at the time and looked at her friend. I still have another half hour before my shift ends. Are you sure you're just going to wait there behind me? Sure. Ha. All right. Laura always felt lost when talking to this friend of hers. Chapter 41 Blame Game. 4:32 p.m. City Mall, Bacoor West Wing, Tech Zone. Mark sighed as he looked at the screen of the laptop in front of him. He managed to contact the rescue department and called for rescue, but the time the rescue would arrive was indefinite. In that conversation with the agent, he noticed the crucial factor as to why the rescue would be delayed. The main reason was because of their large numbers. If it was smaller, then it was likely for the rescue to be sent sooner. He already checked the food and water the employees managed to gather, and with the number of people here, the supply would really likely to run out after 3 days or might even be less. In a zombie apocalypse, it was true that there was strength in numbers. However, it would also come with implications, and he just encountered 2 of those consequences. And there was the third one. Mark looked outside the store, he could hear people shouting. The third implication was conflict. The more people in the group, it was more likely for the members to have different views and ideals. As such, conflicts were likely to arise. He turned and watched the sleeping May beside him. Mark had to pat her head to calm her several times since she slept, as she kept squirming around, frowning and even wailing in her sleep. The trauma she received was really severe to make her have nightmares several times in a short period of her sleep. The angry shouts were getting noisier, which made Mark stood up from his seat and check what was happening. When Mark reached and stood by the door of the store, he could see the people being divided into 2 groups. Still, there were only several people who was arguing while the others were stopping them. If not for you selfish pricks. My wife should still be alive. You people just hid there. You people should have known that this will happen and still abandoned us. A man shouted while pointing at the dead body of a woman on the floor. Now you are blaming us. If I remember, you are one of those bastards who stopped our friends from taking the food we gathered. You think you are the only one who had a dead relative. My cousin is dead because of you bastards. It was actually the shorter cousin of Fernan who was arguing with the men. These people were playing the blame game. Hearing what Fernan's cousin said, Mark looked around and finally noticed that the other cousin was not there. With what he heard, then the other cousin should be dead. No wonder Fernan looked down since earlier. Mark also noticed the 2 people who were not joining the commotion. Paula's boyfriend was standing nearby, leaning on the wall watching the fray with a bad mood, and the bodyguard who sat on the side, not talking nor watching the argument. His head was just hanging low as he sat on the floor. Speaking of Fernan, Mark noticed that he was not around. The 3 who they met in the rooftop, even Ange and Paula, were not here. Rhea was watching beside the door of the store where her daughter was resting. She looked worried for some reason. Seeing that no one would seem to be able to control the situation, Mark decided to step up. It was not like he really wanted to, but these people were getting too noisy. Who knows what these people would attract from the outside with their noise? Mark approached the people and spoke in a very stern voice. It's better if you people stop. You're making too much noise. They all looked at him. The employees and Fernand's cousin seemed to sober up when they saw him, but it was the opposite for the other group. Who are you to speak to yous like that? It was the man whose wife died. Hearing his question, Mark sneered. You're being mistaken here. You guys are the ones who had no rights to behave that way. You people are nothing but freeloaders here. When Mark finished saying that, many of the people from that group was shaken. Some of them realized that they had no power here. But there were still those who did not get the meaning. I don't care if we are freeloaders or not. My wife died. And these people are responsive for this. Wow, you are something, aren't you? Mark replied with sarcasm before looking at Fernand's cousin. Say, did this entire group side with that fat guy? He asked while pointing at the opposite group. The employees looked at the people on the other group, whispered to each other. What are you people whispering about? The men kept on shouting loudly, which made Mark look at him coldly. Mark looked calm, but his stare could somehow make the man's back drenched in cold sweat. From inside the store they were hiding before, they also saw how this man killed the zombies and splashed blood everywhere without batting an eyelid. That scene was etched into their minds and somehow became a discouragement as they faced Mark like this. Shut up for a bit, will you? After the employees group whispered for a bit, finally Fernand's cousin replied and pointed at two people behind the other group, a man and a woman. Except for those two, all of them did. Hearing what he said, Mark nodded before facing the angry men again. You are blaming them for selfishly abandoning you guys outside, right? You think they knew that this will happen? The men gulped and nodded. Well, you better stop that. They knew nothing about it and they only followed the orders I gave them. Mark shrugged. You. The men pointed at Mark before asking. Your orders? Why? You expected this to happen and abandoned us to die like that. Mark stared at the men. Don't twist the facts, you idiot. Mark's stare now were filled with killing intent, making the men shiver, and his temper started to subside due to fear. The men stepped back, but he still asked. What are you talking about? Except for the two at the back, you all sided with that pig in forcing these employees to close the shutters, right? Then tell me, why didn't these employees want to close the shutters? Think about it. The people went silent. They remembered what these employees said before and thought about what they did. And this person in front of them killed all the zombies, and these employees seemed to know him. Still, they never saw him in here when the shutters were closed. These people finally realized that the scary man was one of the people who was left outside when they forced the employees to close the shutters. As the people went silent, Mark was disinclined to stay with them. He turned around and decided to continue what he was doing, but he stopped and glanced at the people behind him over his shoulder. He decided to announce it. Anyways, while you guys are doing unproductive things, I already contacted the military and asked for rescue. The time they arrive is still unknown, so you people better stop making noise. Well, unless you guys want the rescuers to find nothing but zombies and dead people here when they arrive. With that he continued walking away. He knew that what he did and said would shut this people for a while. These people were not really bad, but they were driven to desperation because of their fear and what they experienced on the lower floors. Still, they did something unreasonable, and with that, they paid a lot, even the lives of their loved ones. They wanted to blame someone, but they could also be blamed for what they did. Then, some of them realized. If there was someone to be blamed, it was that pig. They looked at that person's bodyguard who was sitting on the floor outside one of the stores. He did not say or do anything since the place was cleared of zombies. They wanted to vent their anger at him and shout at him. Yet, they could not muster any energy to criticize the men. Not because they were afraid or because the men was scary. It was because the men looked really pitiful for some reason. Chapter 42 Makeshift Crossbows. When Mark entered back into the store, he saw May looking at him while sitting on the folding bed. It seemed that she had just waked up as she was rubbing her eyes with her hands. Did the noise wake you up? Mark said as he approached her, which she replied by shaking her head. Well, I'm going to do something at the rooftop and I need your help. Want to come? Gidge, what are you going to do? May stood up and stretched her body. I'm going to make some weapons for both of us. Hearing what he said, her eyes lit up. She knew that her Gidge had been fighting a lot, but she could not help him even a little bit. If he would make her a weapon, she might be able to help him. She was really looking forward to it. Does your body feel all right now? May tried moving her body, showing that she already recovered to some extent. However, Mark noticed that she was still wincing in pain if she tried to walk in large strides. All right, help me carry this. Mark handed her a backpack with light items inside while he took a large backpack and the sports duffel bag with him. When the two walked out of the store, Mark called Fernand's cousin. When he called, Fernand's cousin, who looked about 25 years old, had a crew-cut hair, squinted eyes, and about 5.5 feet in height, came at him smiling. Boss. You need something? Boss. Me. Mark said, confused, while he pointed with his left hand at his face. We unanimously agreed to call you boss from now on. It's because of what you did earlier. Seriously? Mark sighed. Oh right, I haven't asked your name yet. It's James, boss. Anyways, condolence about your cousin. James bitterly smiled. It's fine, boss. It's not like he died in vain. I see. Actually, I called to ask you to guard the store. Just don't let anyone do anything to the laptops there. We needed to go to the rooftop for a bit. Then, consider it done, boss. You can use the laptop in front of the chair if you want. Just don't close those open application windows there. Thanks, boss. Mark nodded. Still, he was not used to being called boss with such enthusiasm. Boss. What is it? James started to whisper. It's about that guy earlier, the one who I was arguing with. Please watch out for him. He looked like he was up to no good. No worries, I already know about it. Is that so? Then I won't bother you anymore. Mark turned around and brought May out while James entered the store after talking to his colleagues for a bit. Using the emergency exit at the west wing, Mark and May climbed up to the rooftop. As the heavy equipment was already moved to the west wing, Mark already planned to make the weapons here. However, they heard sounds coming from the south wing when they reached the rooftop. Following the source of the sound, they saw Ange, who was watching Paula practice with the bow she found. Mark saw Paula pull the string and release the arrow of the bow. Posture, grace, and the intent while shooting the arrow, though, was not perfect but was still way above your average archer. She shot the arrow at a wooden crate about 10 meters away from her. Ange noticed that Mark and May arrived. Why are you two here? Why can't we? It's not like you own the place. Mark replied, sneering. Growling. Mark ignored Ange and looked at Paula, who put down her bow. It seems you had good skills with that. Actually, I feel stiff using this. The last time I used a bow was 3 years ago, back in high school. Paula smiled. Anyways, you can continue practicing. I'll just get a few wooden crates and get to work. Mark took 2 empty wooden crates that were used to store some of the fireworks before and turned back. Are you going to make something? Ange could not control her curiosity. I'm not giving you any. Mark and May then left the fuming Ange. When the broken couple left, Paula could not help but laugh at Ange, who was now fuming red. You two really have a good relationship. Who? Me. To him. Paula, don't joke around like that. It's not funny. But you don't hate him, right? Well, he is like my brother. He's always teasing me like this. Yet, he would also cheer me up every time I feel down. I can understand why they like to tease you, though. Every time you were being teased like that, your reaction was always epic. Paula. On the west wing, Mark, together with May, was taking out the items and materials he gathered. As they were doing so, they could hear the laughter of the 2 girls on the south wing. Mark could not help but smile. Those 2 were already adapting to the harsh world right now, enough that they could laugh and play despite the dangers that might come anytime. Mark looked at the materials he gathered. With these, it should be enough for him to make a weapon for him and May. Mark had good weapons. He had a shotgun, a machete, and a revolver pistol. However, only the machete could be used to kill silently, while using the guns would result into a horde if he just shot recklessly. What he needed right now was a ranged weapon that could kill silently. When Paula picked up the bow in the sports store earlier, he had an idea. He did not know how to properly use a bow, but a crossbow was another thing. But since there was no crossbow to be found, why not just make one? He saw a lot of tutorials in the internet and even downloaded some of those videos to his new phone. Furthermore, there was equipment and tools available for him to use. Mark then started to move. Taking out his notebook and pen, he started drawing the design of the crossbow he wanted to make. His talent with drawings was displayed, and even skills he learned during the time he was taking NCII and NCII animation classes came into play. Next, he dismantled the wooden crates. Mark started to make measurements on the wood and the metal sheets that he used to make the zombies fall down the staircase earlier. After drawing the outlines on the metal sheet, he replaced the disc of the angle grinder into a metal saw and started cutting the metal sheet. It did not take long for him to finish cutting out the parts of the two crossbows he wanted to make. Even the mechanisms needed were meticulously cut out. Using a welding machine, he welded the parts that would make the body of the crossbow. He used the wood from the wooden crates for the handle and the stock of the crossbow. As for the bow, he cut out thin and long rectangular sheets. He grinded the parts needed to be grinded and hammered the middle parts to bend the small metal sheets into a bow. Mark did it several times while he experimented how thick and how bent the metal should be. As for the string, he got it from the sports store. These should be spare strings for the bow they had. Drilling, grinding, and hammering. May also helped him in several parts that were easy to do. The sun was almost setting when he finished the crossbow along with makeshift crossbow bolts from the leftover metal sheets. As for the shaft of the bolts, he could only make use of the feathers he tore off from badminton shuttlecocks. It was the first time he did something like this, so he was careful in making it so he would not have to waste too much materials, and he was satisfied with the results. Mark held his crossbow with both hands and aimed it. He also leaned a wooden plank on the far side of the wall and tried shooting it several times, and the result was good. May also tried shooting hers, but it looked like that she would need to practice a lot as he missed her shots a lot. She even broke some of the bolts as her shots landed on the wall or the concrete floor. Mark looked at the crossbows. His crossbow was 18 inches long and looked like a mixture of recurve and compound crossbows. He also designed the stock and the shape of the body to complement his sci-fi sports armor. As for May's crossbow, it was smaller as he designed a pistol crossbow for her with a similar shape and style as his. Mark also tried shooting her crossbow and nodded. The power was lower compared to his, but still enough to pierce through a human skull. Both crossbows could be reloaded by just notching the bolt and pulling the string, or by pulling the string using the reel-like mechanism he put on the crossbows and notching the arrow afterwards. The only thing Mark just wished to have right now was a can of black spray paint so he would be able to color the crossbows. Mark looked at May and she was all smiles as she held the crossbow her Gidge made for her. While they were doing the final checks on the crossbows, a shout came from behind. Wawa. It was Ange who saw the two holding onto their crossbows. Behind her was Paula, who was looking at the weapons Mark made with an amazed expression. Paula then looked at Mark with a serious face. Mark, can we talk for a bit? Chapter 43. Mark. What do you want to talk about now? Mark asked, looking at Paula, who was sitting in front of him. The four of them was now back at the south wing of the rooftop, sitting on the chairs they left there before. Mark and Paula faced each other while Ange sat beside her friend and May beside her Gidge. Paula, it was rare for you to look this serious. Ange said in confusion. Paula glanced at Ange before looking back to Mark. She sighed and loosened her shoulders before finally saying her intention. It's not that serious. I just want to know and confirm a few things. She looked straight at Mark's eyes, in which the latter stared back. But please, answer my questions without lying. I just want to know the truth. You think I'm a liar? Yes. Paula answered Mark's question frankly. It's back then when Uncle Bernard asked you about why you saved us. I know you that not all you said were the truth and parts of it are lies. And also, don't try to feed us with things that only delusional patients would say. Hearing the last sentence, Mark felt an arrow piercing his back. Mark could only sigh. You're really an archer, aren't you? You can even shoot arrows with your words. I don't know where you got those references, but please be serious in answering my questions. Ange felt really confused now. She did not realize, or maybe, she did not think deeply about what Mark said that time. May did not seem to care about it, but she looked at him curiously. Mark shrugged his shoulders and replied. All right, you got me. You can ask now. I promise to say the truth, but don't expect that I will answer everything. Paula nodded. Actually, what I wanted to ask first was the true reason you saved us, but I won't. I will ask first about who you really are. My background. Yes. Isn't that a little private? It's not like I really mind, but I will ask you the same later. It's fine. All right. If I were to say, for the major part, I'm just a shut-in. The three girls were surprised. Looking at their surprised faces, Mark continued. It's been 3 years that I started living this way, all right. I don't go out of the house too much and only go out if I needed to buy something or I have to do something important. You don't work? Eng asked. I do, you idiot. I'm a shut-in, but I'm not a NEET. Well, most of the time. I'm a freelance article writer and programmer, and I also have a few online side jobs. When there are projects, I have work, but there are also times that I don't. The pay on the projects was good, so I can get by when I don't have work. When Mark finished, Paula sighed. She could see that Mark was not lying, but this did not explain the things he was capable of. I can tell that you're saying the truth, but that doesn't explain several things. What things? First was your fighting capabilities, another was your disposition, and looking at the crossbow you made, you were also proficient in making weapons like that and also knew how to operate those power tools correctly. Geez, you want to dig that deep? Yes. But if you don't want to answer, it's fine. Well, I guess, she will keep on pestering me if I don't answer. Mark pointed at Ange, who was looking at him with a face that was asking him to answer. Paula sighed at the appearance of her friend but did not stop her either. All right, Angeline, I'll tell, so stop making that face. Ange made a triumphant face like she won something. About this crossbow, I'm used to making stuff like this. One of my side jobs is making weapon props for cosplayers. I get commissions from time to time and the pay is good depending on what I make. Sometimes, I needed to make quite functional ones like guns that make sounds or shoots fake bullets. I got used to designing mechanisms and self-studied basic electronics. As for the reason I can use power tools and heavy equipment is because I had experience in using them. When I graduated from college, finding a job that would fit for me was hard and had to jump jobs now and then. From being a driver to construction work, I tried all those. I also worked in a metal workshop for a month and did some heavy stuff there. That place was where I learned to use power tools and welding machines. Then how about your fighting abilities? Paula asked, but the answer did not come from Mark. It was Ange who answered. Paula, I think, he was self-taught. His style is unconventional and unrefined. You know that I have purple belt in karate and blue in taekwondo. I noticed him using some of the moves from both martial arts. To what Ange said, Mark nodded. Angeline is right, I just taught myself using tutorials from the internet and copying moves in games I played. That's unbelievable, isn't it? But it's the truth. I was interested in martial arts since I was little but were poor to afford joining training clubs. When I was in elementary, one of the games I often play with my siblings was sword fighting. We make crude wooden swords from thick cocoa branches and trunks and just wildly attack and defend from each other. As children, we couldn't control our swings and there were times we hurt each other. I learned dodging and enduring pain the hard way. That's quite a dangerous game. Mark laughed. I can't deny that. Paula kept on staring at Mark during the time he was talking inside. Everything he said, there was no lie. And for my character, it was influenced by my cluster A personality disorder before. Mark said seriously. You said before? So is it cured now? Paula asked, in which Mark shook his head before replying. For some part, I have my own method that overlaps and counters the symptoms of the paranoid disorder, but the symptoms from schizoid and schizotypal disorders are still here. So I call it as an incomplete cluster A personality disorder now. Hearing what Mark said, Paula was in deep thought. She muttered the name of the 3 personality disorders under the cluster A and was thinking about their symptoms. Then, she looked at Mark with a face that she realized and confirmed something. The paranoid personality disorder was mainly about distrust and anxiety against other people and suspicions about what they were thinking. Paula already noticed something about Mark, and this clue further reinforced her suspicion of him. Mark said that his personality disorder was still there, but he had something to deal with his paranoid personality disorder, and that only meant one thing. Gidge, did you go to a doctor to cure it? May, who was silent since the start, finally spoke. Mark looked at her and replied with a helpless tone. I don't have money for that. Also, if you girls ask me if I haven't done anything about this, then, I can only say that it is just easy to say but hard to do. In my experience, I found my condition by myself and in a way, accepted that I have it. If maybe someone else was the first to notice and told me, then there might be a subconscious denial and could help with rehabilitation and stuff. Unfortunately, I had no one like that. How about your parents? Didn't they realize what you were going through? You did not tell them? Eng asked. To their surprise, his mood seemed to drop after she asked. I did tell them at first, but they paid no attention to it and thought that I was just being lazy and giving excuses. Hearing what you said, your parents must have treated you good. For me, though my parents can't be described as bad, they are more inclined to the negative side. Eng did not know how to reply to that. Gidge, is this personality disorder the reason why you were job hopping? Mark nodded. This is one of the reasons, though just the minor reason. This time, Paula snapped out of her deep thought and looked Mark to ask a crucial question. I want to ask. How did you live with this condition? It was a light question that required a heavy answer. It was also a question to determine what kind of person he was in the whole meaning. Mark shrugged his shoulders. For the small part, I lived like a normal shut-in the past years after I became tired of changing jobs. I admit, I'm one of those people who are called otakus, and I'm also a gamer. I spend most of my time watching anime, reading novels, and playing video games when I don't have any freelance work. The three girls stared at him. They all felt that it was not all. And as they expected, Mark continued. For the most part though, I'm living like a person that doesn't have anywhere to belong to. I have a bad relationship with my parents, and the experiences I gathered in the past pushed me to the point of detaching myself from the society. I was spending my days dreaming that the world will fall into chaos, gets destroyed, or at least our country fall into war. Dreaming that when those times come, I can try and find a place where I can belong to, or at least, spend my life living freely until the day I die. So, in a way, what is happening to us now is a kind of blessing and a dream that came true for me. Mark bitterly smiled. He looked to his right and patted May, who was already crying on her head. Mark knew that a part of what he said pulled a string in her heart. Paula and Ange felt a bit sour at what he said. The two girls then looked at May, confused to why she was crying. They knew that what he said was quite heavy, but it should not be enough to make her cry. Chapter 44 Birds of the Same Feather. Why is she crying? Ange could not hold her curiosity and worry anymore and asked. Paula was rather confused too. Paula, one of your questions should be why I saved her, right? Mark asked while stroking May's hair. Yes. You have been staying away from that topic. I don't mean it in a bad way, but even with what you said earlier, we did something worthy of being saved, so you saved us, but that reason does apply to her. Also, we knew that you two just met when you saved her, but the affection you two are giving each other is rather unusual. Mark nodded, understanding her question. Normally, any man will have the reason to save her mainly because she is beautiful. I'm different though, the reason I saved her is because she is like me. Like you. The two girls was confused as they did not understand how he could say that. Yep, we're birds of the same feathers, you see. I just said it right. I'm a person that had no place to belong to before the outbreak. Mayor is the same. How can you be sure about that? Paula asked, and Ange had the same question. You don't believe me? Mark raised an eyebrow towards the two girls. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. The two girls looked at May and asked. May, is what he said true? May did not immediately answer. She wiped her tears with her hands first before she nodded. Seeing her nod made the two girls surprised. This beautiful girl actually felt that she don't have a place to belong to. It was kind of hard for the two to accept. Can you tell us the reason? Paula tried to probe further. As Mark also wanted to know, he also asked her. Mayor, I also wanted to know your reason, but if it's not convenient for you, it's also fine. May looked at her Gidge, then at Paula and Ange. She started speaking. I was born in a business family. Have you heard of Shao Industries? My family was the founder and the major shareholder of that company. The three was surprised. Shao Industries was one of the largest engineering, construction, and land development company in the country. It was the major general building contractor of the government before the outbreak. That company was a very large one. They did not expect that the princess of that company was the beautiful girl in front of them. If your family is that rich, shouldn't you be happy living in riches? Ange asked with the shock in her face apparent. And to her question, May reacted negatively and looked down. Yes, we are rich, but I never had any good relation with them. From the time I remember, it was the maids who took care of me the most. And for my family, I'm just a tool for expanding their business. Hearing that, Mark and Paula immediately understood it was a common circumstance for nobles, rich and influential people. Mark then spoke. So, your duty is to marry someone your family chose for you, right? May nodded in reply. Gidge, did you see Henry, the dead student in the cinema when you saved me? He is the one, huh? What are you two talking about? Paula interjected and Mark replied to her question. You two did not see him, but there is a dead student there in the cinema dumped in the last row of chairs. The gangsters should be the ones who killed him. What May is saying is that student was the fiancé arranged by her family. May nodded to confirm what Mark said and continued. He is the son of one of our family's richest business partners. Still, that person was a lecher. I knew that he had other women despite being arranged by our families. He also tried advances of me many times, but he can't force me to do what I don't want because of my family. Furthermore, he bought all of my friends for them to push me to him. Dumbfounded, Ange and Paula looked at each other. If I were to choose, I'd rather have my freedom than the riches of my family. Because I'm rich, I had no real friends. Those who tried to befriend me are those who were after the personal connections they can make and those who were paid by Henry. Most men were only after my looks, and their eyes were always looking at me like I'm naked. Right now, there was a tinge of resentment in her voice. Then, that happened to me. It was Henry's fault. She started crying again and her tears carried heavier weight. Those boys. Those gangsters had been eyeing me for some time already. Mark was surprised. I had been seeing them for the last week hanging around the convenience store outside my school. Every time they saw me, they looked like drooling dogs. I just let them be since I had my guards and driver every time I go home from school. I did not expect I would encounter them in the mall when I and Henry were being chased by a biter. I didn't want to go with them, but Henry pulled me and I can't do anything. Then. Mark pulled May into his embrace and let her cry on his shoulder. He patted her back before looking at the two girls who already stood up wanting to stop her from speaking anymore and comfort her. I did not expect that. I should have killed that other guy. Mark helplessly sighed, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Paula and Ange already approached May and patting her back and shoulder. What do you two think? Is there a place for her to belong? The two girls could not say anything about it anymore. I haven't thought that she would have these circumstances. Paula drooped her shoulders. Still, I understand that her fear of men now was because of the trauma she received, but it's kind of strange how she is too attached to you. I don't think May likes you or something within that. I also don't think she will behave like that even if he was the one who saved her. Maybe, it's because of what I said to her. What did you say? When I saved her, she was already in the estate that she did not care whether she will still live or die. She did not even respond to me when I approached her. So, told her that it's fine already. Then she somehow recovered a little and started crying. I already thought about it, but maybe, Mayer felt that nothing is fine in her life and I was the one who said the opposite to her. Paula looked at May, who calmed down a little while still in Mark's embrace. She was listening to what her Gidge was saying. May, is he right? May weakly nodded in reply before she slowly got out of Mark's embrace, red-faced. Geez, you're really a crybaby. Mark took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and wiped May's face. It was lucky that he thought of getting new handkerchiefs from that clothing store. So, that's the reason you saved her? Paula asked Mark. That's it, it was because I understand how being like that felt. I also knew the feelings of a person wanting to die, you see. I was the same before. If you realize that there is no place for you to belong in the world, you will start to see that there is no point in living. For me, I also stopped thinking too much about the importance of life, be it mine or others. I managed to thwart myself from the suicidal feelings on my own, but not everyone in the same situation would be able to. Ange and Paula was dumbfounded. They did not think that it would be that severe. It would be really hard for people to fully understand their feelings and emotion unless they experienced it themselves. Then, how did you take yourself away from wanting to die? I became an otaku and a gamer. What? You see, I immerse myself in the plot and eagerly wanting to finish the story, be it anime, light novels, or video games. Most anime had stories that were not concluded easily and novels even more. I needed to wait for the stories to conclude or I won't be satisfied before dying. Well, in summary, it's just escapism. Mark casually finished his sentence while shrugging his shoulders, which made the two girls feel bitter. Still, Paula was satisfied with his answers and how honest he had been. It should be time for your next question, right? Mark asked. Then, Paula turned serious once more as she asked her next question. Yes. For the next question. This one, I really want you to answer. I can't back out. Please answer it since I'm really curious about it and it might affect our interactions in the future. That's kind of heavy, isn't it? Okay, I'll try to answer. Paula breathed in and out deeply. Are you a psychic? Can you read minds of people? Mark was surprised. He did not expect her to ask this question. Chapter 45 Empath. Mark was surprised about the question Paula asked him. Nevertheless, his shock did not appear on his face. On the contrary, May had almost forgotten her sad feelings as she turned to Paula in shock while Ange looked at her friend incredulously. Paula. You're not sick, right? Ange could not help but ask as she put her hand on Paula's forehead. However, Paula just let Ange did what she was doing and kept on staring at Mark seriously. I didn't expect you to ask something like that. Mark said with a bitter smile. It may sound ridiculous, but I noticed it since the time you saved us. You've been predicting things and even answering our questions before we could even say anything. Also, when you told us why you saved us earlier, how do you know that I was about to give up that time? It bugged me too much. Just now, you knew that May is the same as you are, but it's obvious that she hasn't told you about it before. Paula finally removed Ange's hand on her forehead and continued. You also said that you have something to deal with your paranoia. The main symptoms of paranoia are about distrust and anxiety towards other people. Major part of this is because no one could predict what is in the minds of other people. One of the possible ways you could deal with it is being able to read people's minds. What she said made Mark scratch his head. So, I made a blunder, don't I? Well, I didn't think anyone would notice. So, will you three keep it a secret? The three girls stared at him. Did Mark mean that what Paula said was true? You really can read minds? Ange asked in shock. Well. Mark dragged his reply before smirking. No. The three girls felt that they were being played with, especially Paula. It was because she knew that he was not lying when he denied it. Then, how can he? She knew that what she observed of him was not wrong. However, he did not lie when he answered. Seriously, don't be at such a loss. You're even making that face. Paula heard Mark's voice when she was thinking deeply. And there it was again. He just said out loud what she was feeling right now. Paula was making a sullen face as she looked at Mark. When she saw his face that looked like he just succeeded with his prank, she felt angry. Knowing that Paula was feeling angry, Mark decided to stop playing. All right. Since you are the very first person to take initiative to know and ask about me, consider it as your prize. But the three of you should promise first. It's not like I'm really hiding it, but there's really no advantage for everyone to know. So, you girls have to keep it a secret. Seeing that he was finally serious, Paula nodded and promised to keep whatever he wanted to confess a secret. For May, she would unconditionally agree with him while Ange also nodded. I don't have such profound ability to read minds. Then, how did you? Have you girls heard about emphatic people? Ange and May had a blank looks on their faces while Paula came into a realization. You're an empath. Yes, and a severe case of it. You can also say that this is both the reason for my personality disorder and a method to deal with my paranoia. I see. Paula nodded. Hey Paula, May and I can't catch up with you too. What does empath mean? May nodded as Ange asked that question to Paula. It's not really a common topic, so it's not surprising that you two can't keep up. You see, empaths or empathic people are people who are highly sensitive to emotions of people around them. There are other things, but that's the main idea. Paula turned back to Mark. What do you mean by a severe case? You just said it, we are highly sensitive to emotions of people around us, but how far does around mean? I don't know about others, but mine can reach up to dozens of meters away. Remember how far you two are from the central area when I ran over to save you. Do you think that it can be described as just around? I can even feel other people's emotions through walls accurately. Mark breathed deeply and closed his eyes a bit before continuing. I can even distinguish people using the emotions absorb. Like now, there is something strange happening just below us. It should be Uncle Bernard and Calvin. It's likely that they would be looking for us soon. That makes sense, doesn't it? Just by accurately knowing people's emotions, what they are thinking can be predicted just going by intuition and clues. Paula voiced her assumption. That's right. Mark affirmed what she just said. But, don't empaths get drained by negative emotions of people? Then you think I don't? Just with how negative the emotions of the people inside give me the urge to kick them all out. If Mayor did not wake up on her own earlier, then I would have done it myself and pulled her up here. Mark looked helpless. Gidge, what do you mean by getting drained by negative emotions? May asked in concern. You see, when people around me are feeling negative, the examples are sadness, anxiety, and anger. I get exhausted easily, like my body was being drained with energy, and mine is even faster than common empaths. Then May started to feel down as she felt that she was putting wood on the fire that was Mark's concerns. That's right. So you better start to cheer up already, or I really will have a hard time with you crying every time. Sensing her emotions, Mark patted May's head gently. Yes. Then Mark looked at the Ange and Paula, who looked like they had been forcefully fed with something sweet, and told another fact of his life. Actually, being an empath was one of the reasons for my job hopping back then. Every time I get used to my work, my coworkers would start to feel negative towards me and starts to alienate me. The feeling was just suffocating, not to mention that I was already exhausted absorbing all the emotions of people around me while I am commuting to work. But why would they alienate you? Ange asked in confusion. Well, one of my best qualities is that I'm a very fast learner. In every work I tried, I can grasp everything that I needed to learn in a very short time and start producing results that even my bosses praise me for. But what is wrong with that? Ange asked again, but this time, it was Paula who answered her question. If he learns fast and produced results in a short period of time, then the older workers would start feeling jealous of his achievements. They will start to resent him for taking up the limelight and thus alienating him. That's right. Mark confirmed what Paula just said. That's just harsh. May muttered, feeling aggrieved because of her Gidge's past experience. Well, this ends that question, right? Mark asked, making Paula nod. Mark then continued. Well, I don't understand why you said that it would affect our future interactions though. It's just I don't know how would I face someone who would be able to read what I'm thinking. You don't have to worry about me though. I have no interest in what people think as long as I'm not included in it. Paula smiled and replied. That's true, I guess. Just with your personality disorder, I don't need to worry too much. It's quite strange that it's coming from you though, considering that you're a walking lie detector test. Mark smirked. Paula did not reply anymore and just let out a bitter smile. She knew that she managed to observe and make guesses about his ability, but that did not mean that he could not do the same to her. She just kept her silence to affirm what he said. Chapter 46, Sudden Situation. What's the next one? Mark urged Paula. This should be the last. I just want to know the real reason you saved us. The last, huh? Then after this one, you two should also answer my questions, all right? Paula nodded as response to his question. Well, let me tell you something first. For me, there are 3 kinds of people who help others. First are the selfless ones. They just help people unconditionally just because they wanted to help. Second are those who wanted to be heroes. They help and save people to fulfill their ego and be revered by the people they saved. The third are those with other motives. That's self-explanatory, I think. Which of the 3 kinds do you think am I? Mark asked, which Paula replied without hesitation. The third. Mark nodded. That's right. I saved you too because I had other motives. Mark then looked at Ange incredulously. What are you doing? Ange was now hugging her body while backing up on her seat and looked at Mark like she was looking at someone who would eat her. Her ear was then harshly pinched and pulled by Paula. Oh. That hurts. That's for not taking things seriously. But he had other motives for saving us. Yes, he had other motives, but I don't think he had that motive. Paula sighed at her airhead friend. Ange, on the other hand, looked sullen. It was embarrassing for her to get her ear pinched and pulled in front of other people. Sorry about Ange. Can you say your motive now? Well, it's nothing much really. I just want some people who could guard my back without stabbing me when I turn around. The two of them was surprised. If you want some people to guard your back, why did you choose us? Because of all the people I saw in the mall, only you two had a different reaction towards the zombies. I just said that I'm an empath and I never had felt the fear of zombies from the two of you. The two girls contemplated as Mark continued. Paula, you were giving up that time not because you were afraid of the zombies but because it was truly hopeless in that situation. As for Angeline, she was never afraid. She was running and pulling you that time because the two of you were outnumbered. At times like this, it was easy for people to turn their back on others even if they are their loved ones. The main root of it was fear, and yet, you two only have a speck of it. And you two showed fear, but not because you two were scared of the zombies but rather, you feared losing people and the danger that the zombies bring. When Mark finished, the two came to a realization. They did not really notice much of their own emotions back then, but now that Mark said it, they realized that what he was saying were true. It shows how true that there were times that other people knew you more than yourself. Satisfied now? You know, I have my circumstances and prefer to be alone most of the time, but I'm not an idiot. Even if I can move and deal with things myself, I can't do everything on my own. And unlike the others below who could only cry and shiver from fear, I wouldn't suffer too much mental exhaustion because of you two. Ange and Paula looked at each other with a bitter smile. They could not think of any reason to deny what he just said. There were times that they also felt sad and down earlier, but unlike others who would dwell on it too much, the two of them could adapt and recover faster. Still, most of it was Mark's efforts though. Then, the two girls nodded at each other and faced Mark. Since you trust us to watch your back, then we promise not to let you down. Paula said, and Ange showed a resolute expression. All right, thanks. Then, can I ask my questions now? Mark smiled, but his smile now looked refreshed, different from his usual clouded and bitter smile. Yes. You answered all my questions, so you can also ask. My questions are just about the backgrounds of you two, since you two don't seem to be simple people either. Another is about your own ability, Paula. Nothing else. Nothing else. Just knowing your background should be enough for me to gauge the answers to some minor questions. Okay. We'll tell you about our families then. Paula was about to start, but Mark turned his head towards the west wing of the mall. Mark sighed. Just tell me later, they need us below. The three girls were surprised. Did something happen? Ange asked with worry. I can't read minds, remember. I know. But you can at least guess a little, right? Mark stood up and prepared to go back. They readied their things and left together. Do you have any idea? Paula asked Mark as they walked. Not much, it's just about what I told you earlier. Uncle Bernard seemed to be confused and anxious right now. Calvin is the same, and they are together with the other employees. The other is Mrs. Rhea. It should be about her daughter since she seemed restless. The countenance of the three girls changed. Did it mean that something happened to Saria? Mark closed his eyes for a bit to concentrate and spoke after opening his eyes. Saria seemed to be in pain. Why are you not sure? It's harder for me to read and detect emotions of children. I don't know why, but I might be because their emotions are very much lighter than of adults. Anyways, let's hurry. Mark and the three girls picked up the pace and left towards the west wing. For Mark, he might not care about other people, but nicely raised children were different. They just entered the emergency door after going down the ladder, and they immediately bumped into Bernard, who was about to go out. Worry was visible on the face of the old man along with a tinge of confusion. Uncle Bernard, what's wrong? Paula asked, and Bernard faced Mark immediately. I was looking for you, Mark. We already put the biter and eater you caught in a room, but there are issues with the fat mutant. Mark was surprised. What happened? It's better for you to see. Bernard then led the four towards the corridor on the south wing. They reached the barricade Mark built before, but now, the barricade was reinforced and looked stronger. Still, the appearance of the barricade did not register in their eyes as they were all focused on the view beyond the barricade. Calvin, Joseph and Fernan were also there, along with several employees watching and guarding the place. However, Joseph was less spirited and did not dare to look at Mark. Mark looked over the barricade and saw the disgusting fat mutant that looked even more horrifying now. The fat mutant looked half of its body bigger, and the parts of its body that were filled with fat looked like swelling. Large blisters already appeared on some parts of its body. There was also a faint fume being released around it. Sniffing the air, There was also a tinge of disgusting smell. He was worried at first that it would be dangerous, but looking at the other people here, it should be fine. Mark then realized. Mark knew this smell. What's this smell? It seemed that the girls also noticed the smell. Mark looked towards the men and said with all seriousness. Don't try to light anything flammable. You also knew this smell. Don't worry, I already told the others about that. I also did not let anyone approach since the stench gets stronger when we're closer to that guy there. Calvin spoke and Mark nodded at him. Gidge, what is this smell? It smells like rotten eggs. May, who was beside Mark hiding from the men around them, asked. It should be methane, isn't it? Paula said while pinching her nose. Mark nodded in confirmation. It seems we can't keep that guy anymore. Mark said, and he readied his crossbow. The people around him saw his crossbow and could not help but feel amazed. Just where he found such a cool-looking bow. Everyone, get back. We don't know what will happen after killing that pig there, but we needed to be careful. Everyone did not question him and started retreating away from the barricade. Mark and the three girls did the same. Mark aimed his crossbow from afar, calculating the angle he should shoot. He aimed for a bit and concentrated, wanting to hit the head. He pulled the trigger and released the crossbow bolt. Unexpectedly, the fat zombie moved and the bolt that's supposed to have hit its head hit its back. Then, bam. Splat. A loud sound which sounded like a balloon made of flesh popping up echoed across the corridor as an explosion of blood, human flesh, and guts ensued. Luckily, they retreated, or else they would have been showered with all those disgusting mess. The pieces of flesh from the fat mutant even flew over the barricade, which was 7 meters away from the body. Mark stared at the corridor. Though he expected that guy to explode, he did not expect it to be this devastating. Blood sprayed in a large radius and chunks of flesh scattered about. He was also sure that the sound made by its body exploding might have attracted zombies to this place. Chapter 47 Emergency. While everyone was looking at the aftermath of the fat mutant's body explosion, a wave of stinky gas assaulted their noses. Everyone immediately retreated by reflex until they could barely smell the stench. Everyone all right? Bernard asked in concern while looking around. I'm fine, just a little nauseous. One of the employees replied, which was followed by the reply of others. Most of them felt nauseous and some coughed hard, but overall everyone is fine. Paula, who was also coughing, said. It looked similar to that boomer in Left 4 Dead. Yeah. Ange replied with a knitted face. Mark was surprised that these two girls knew something like that. It was very rare for girls in this country to play these kinds of game genres after all. Its only similar is the way its body exploded. Everything else is different. It was also releasing methane from its body. Just think what will happen if someone were to shoot it with a gun. Everyone became serious when Mark said that. He then turned to the employees and ordered them. Keep watch here and don't let anyone light any kind of fire or spark nearby. Wait until the gas dissipates. After the employees nodded, Mark turned around to leave together with the girls. It was then that Bernard spoke to Mark. Wait. Rhea is looking for you too. Her daughter had a fever and it's kind of high. We know. Mark then left the bewildered Bernard. They knew? Bernard could not make out how they would know that. The four immediately went back inside the tech zone and into the store there Rhea and her daughter was staying. What they saw Rhea inside looking very worried beside the table where her daughter was sleeping. They could also see Saria with a wet cloth on her forehead while breathing heavily. When Mark arrived at the door of the store, Rhea immediately looked at the door and her worried face brightened a little bit. She stood up and approached the Mark in a hurry. Thank goodness. You arrived. How is her fever? Mark asked, making Rhea look at her sleeping daughter before turning back to Mark. It's high. When my daughter slept this afternoon, her temperature started to rise slightly. I didn't think that her fever would flare up after the sun set. Is she your first child? I don't think you would be worried like this if she's not. Rhea nodded to Mark, embarrassed. Mark then entered the store and touched Saria's neck with the back of his right hand. It's normal for fever to flare up during the night. I think it should be the effect of her being thrown away from your arms earlier. What do you think? Ange asked while Paula also tried to feel the child's temperature and it made her eyes turn wide. Paula then voiced her concern. Isn't this dangerous? It is. I think it's too high for a child her age to endure. Mark replied and turned to Rhea. You did not find medicine for her. I tried asking everyone but no one had any. I also don't think that medication for adults can be suitable for my daughter's age. Mark nodded. It seemed that Rhea studied a few things when she became a mother. At least, she really valued her daughter. Nowadays, it would not be surprising that there were mothers who knew nothing about raising a child and did not have the initiative to learn either, despite the fact that there was the internet present to feed their knowledge. What most mothers who lack knowledge do was to cut off a part from a tablet for adult medication and feed it to their children. It was not suitable for most cases of sick children. Paula also looked solemn. Saria's temperature was too high. It could lead into severe complications if not addressed quickly. She looked at Mark, appealing to do something. Paula, is it really bad? Seeing her friend's expression, Ange could not help but worry. Yeah, it's bad. If her temperature continues to rise, she might. Paula replied to Ange but did not dare complete her sentence in front of Rhea. Looks like we will need to visit the first floor, Mark said in all seriousness. Mark then turned to Rhea. What is your daughter's exact age? Saria is 4 years and about 5 months old. Rhea calculated for a bit and replied. All right, stay here and take care of your daughter. I'll prepare for a bit and go to find medicine for her. Hearing what he said, Rhea's desperate heart found some hope. She grabbed Mark's arm and profusely thanked him. Thank you. Thank you. I don't really know what to do. Mark nodded and pulled her hands away from his arm gently. I'll get someone to bring clean water. Wipe Saria's body to keep her temperature as lower as possible. Yes. Mark, May, Ange, and Paula went to the store where Mark set up his base and saw James, who was using the laptop in front of the chair. When James saw Mark, he immediately stood up and called. Boss. The way James called out to Mark made Ange and Paula stared at him with inconceivable expressions. Knowing what the two girls were feeling, he could only sigh. I have something for you to do. Just tell me what you need and I'll do it. Seriously, this guy was behaving like he was Mark's subordinate. Mark shook his head and sent him to bring water to Rhea and Saria, and also told him to ask the other survivors if there was anyone who had knowledge of what kind of medicine should be given to 4-year-old children who had fever. James immediately ran off after receiving Mark's orders. Mark knew that it was possible to find the medicine Saria needed, but having someone tell them what to get would make things easier. Gidge, you're really going to the first floor? Isn't it dangerous? We have no choice. The only store in this mall that sells medicine is on that floor. Can I go with you? Mark shook his head hearing May's question. He was happy that she was willing to help, but with her still having a hard time walking with wide strides, she would not be able to run. No. You're still not able to run, right? Just stay here. May had a sad expression but obediently nodded. Then I will go with you, Ange said with her hands clenched. But to her surprise, Mark still shook his head. You also stay here, bring May and help Mrs. Rhea with taking care of her daughter. He then turned to Paula and looked at the bow tied to her back. I'll take you with me this time. Knowing what he was thinking as he looked at her bow, Paula nodded. Why? Paula should be better at taking care of others than me. Ange, who did not get the meaning of Mark's gestures, started to throw a tantrum. It made Mark smirk. At least you know that you can't. Ange felt perplexed and mad. Ange, we needed to be stealthy this time. He wanted me to accompany him because I can use a bow. Paula, who knew that her friend was being teased again, said the reason why. Ange also settled down after knowing the reason. Well, I'm leaving you here primarily to guard May, so you don't need to worry about your skills for taking care of people. Why? You don't have to bother about the reason. Just guard her and don't leave her side, all right? Mark said it too seriously that he made Ange nod by reflex. Also let Paula borrow your armor. Ange made a reluctant face for a bit before nodding. Even if she just showed that face for a bit, Mark felt the fluctuation of her emotions. I see, that armor is more important than your friend, huh? Wah. No, it's not. I dash. You. Ange replied flustered, but she realized it after seeing Mark's smirk on his face. This guy is teasing me again. Ange looked to the side and saw Paula, who already turned her back to her, shivering. Paula tried her best to hide it, but Ange still saw that her friend was giggling at her antics. Chapter 48, Embarking onto the mission. 6:42 p.m., City Mall Bacoor West Wing, Tech Zone. Mark and the three girls strode back to the store. Rhea was in to check on her daughter's condition before going out. Mark and Paula were already wearing armors and fully equipped with weapons and sports backpacks. When they entered the store, Bernard and Calvin were also there. The two men looked at Mark's group with stern expressions and approached them. Bernard then asked, "You young-uns are going to find medicine for her?" "Just me and Paula, May, and Ange are going to stay." "Just the two of you, isn't it dangerous?" "No, well, just sneak along the way and avoid attracting zombies too much. It's more easier to do that with fewer people." Bernard nodded, hearing what he said. Then, Mark continued. "Still, we need 2 more people to guard the stairwell after we clear it of zombies. Then, Fernan and James should be able to do that." "No, I need James to guard my things on that store, so we should get another one." "All right. By the way, I want to ask you two for help." Caving raised his eyebrow and asked, "Help for what?" "May and Angeline will be staying here, if possible. Immediately assist Angeline if something happens." The men's brows knitted, hearing what he said. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much, just what I said. Angeline already knows what she needs to do and you two just need to assist her." As Mark did not want to elaborate further, the two men did ask any more and nodded. Mark approached Rhea, who was wiping her daughter's body with a wet handkerchief. Saria's fever was still high and her temperature was still rising, but it was not as fast as before. It should give them enough time to go down, find the medicine and run back. Mark assured the mother once more and left. May and Ange would stay here in the tech zone, but they still insisted on accompanying Mark and Paula until they entered the stairwell on the west side of the mall. Bernard and Calvin already found Fernan and another employee, who was familiar with Mark. It was the woman who was together with James when they got shut out from the tech zone. Apparently she was also the one James found that knew about what kind of medicine they needed to find. They also followed together with Mark's group. When they went out of the store, Mark saw James going their direction when he was just to look for him. He had 2 phone-like gadgets on his hands. "Boss. You have good timing. I'm just about to look for you." "Is that so? You need me to guard the store again?" "That's right." "No worries, boss, I'll guard it with my life." Mark rolled his eyes at him. "Oh, right. Boss, here." James handed the phone-like gadgets to Mark. Mark and Ange's eyes lit up after he received the gadgets. The gadgets were actually 2-way radios. Mark knew this model. It should be the BF F8 HP radios made by Baofeng. "Boss, I figured out that you will need this, so I brought it from the store that we just pried open. I already configured, so it's ready to use. The batteries aren't fully charged though." "You know how to configure this?" James scratched his head. "No boss, I don't. I just followed the manual." "All right, thank you. I'll leave the store to you again." Mark and his group parted with James, who was going back to guard the shop. It did not take long for them to reach the double door leading to the stairwell, which was nearby the back door of the arcade center. Along the way, they saw some employees cleaning the corridor and mopping the blood on the floor. They also tested the radios, which made Mark satisfied. Mark gave one of the radios to Ange, making her beam with a lively smile. "Remember not to contact us using the radio unless it's an emergency." Mark strictly reminded her. "I already know. I don't want Paula to fall into danger because of me." "Well, your face tells me that you can't wait to play with it." "Gah." The others with smiled bitterly as they saw the two bickering. "Ange, you remember your duty, right?" Paula interjected between the two. "Of course. It's not like you don't know me." "All right." Paula nodded. "Be careful down there." "I will." The two friends hugged each other. On the other side, May was already embracing Mark. There were not many words between them, but they knew what each other was thinking. Mark patted May's head. "I just did it once and you're already getting engrossed with it, huh?" May did not reply and just buried her head on his chest despite the armor he was wearing. "Gidge, be careful." "All right. You too." May nodded her head and reluctantly parted with Mark. Mark looked at the others. He then shook his head with a bitter smile. It was because, with the exception of Ange, they all turned their head away in a synchronized manner. "You two should get a room." Ange teased. "What? You want to join?" only to receive a counterattack. I don't. Anyways, I gave you a task. Do it properly. Mark seriously said, and Ange nodded. The employees were confused about the subject of their talk, so they just watched them. Mark readied his machete on his right hand and held the crossbow on his left. Paula had also drawn her bow. The employees removed the things that jammed the door from opening and opened it slowly. Under the gazes of the people in the corridor, Mark and Paula silently walked through the door. The employees closed the door afterwards, not making any noise. After the two entered the stairwell, Mark immediately peered over the railings and looked both up and down. He checked whether there were zombies lurking and found several lurking at the flight of stairs below. When he looked down in the middle of the stairwell, he could see a mangled body below which gender could not be recognized and a large splatter of blood on the floor under it. That person must have fallen over the railings and fell to death. Who knows whether the person was still alive or not when he or she fell. Mark keenly observed the idling zombies. He then aimed his crossbow. He knew that he was not a professional sniper, especially since the crossbow bolts and arrows were highly affected by gravity after a certain distance. Still, he was sure he could aim accurately at this range. Swoosh! He pulled the trigger. The bolt flew diagonally downwards and pierced a hole at the right side of the zombie's parietal bone. The zombie slumped onto the wall and slowly fell down. Mark reloaded the crossbow and aimed at another one with high concentration and released the bolt. The second bolt pierced the other zombie's forehead. The zombie was forced to step back and leaned on the wall before falling down. They then slowly moved down the stairs, positioning themselves correctly before shooting several zombies. If a zombie comes near, Mark will slash it with his machete. He did the same a few times more while Paula watched behind him with bright eyes. She could see what he was doing exactly. Mark was picking off the biters and he timed his shot so that the force from the bolt would make the dying biters stick to the wall before falling down. This way he was reducing the noise made by the falling bodies a lot. Mark looked around some more and then raised his hand and waved it forward twice. The two of them moved and Mark slashed every zombie that was left on the way down. Paula followed behind Mark in amazement. All the zombies he used his machete on was all eaters, along with all the remaining zombies on the stairwell. Chapter 49 Stealth Chatting. 7:01 p.m. City Mall Backhour, West Wing Service Corridors, first floor. After killing all the zombies within the stairwell, Mark called Fernan and the female employee who was apparently called Ella. They jammed the doors that led to the second floor and stayed to guard the doors at the first floor. Mark and Paula stealthily walked into the service corridors of the first floor. There were zombies within the corridor, but as Mark expected, there were lesser number compared to other parts of the mall. It was a given since only employees had access to the service corridors, and there were even more people in the common populace who did not know the existence of it. The main evidence to what he thought was that most of the zombies lurking in the corridor were wearing uniforms issued to employees of the stores in the mall. The two kept their distance from the zombies and silently felled them using their bows. Mark felt somehow glad as he saw that Paula killing the zombies without hesitation. She was above Ange in this regard. As Mark could not make the zombies lean on the wall as they died in a straight corridor, it was expected by Mark that they would attract some zombies towards them, albeit small in numbers. During the times like those, especially when the attracted ones were biters, Mark would go in front and deal with the zombies in melee and Paula would support from behind. Mark could not help but admire Paula's marksmanship as she accurately shot the zombies on their heads without accidentally hitting him. While they were cleaning the place and collecting the arrows and bolts from the dead bodies, Paula casually started a conversation, though they kept their voices to a minimum. "Do you like May? Where did that come from so suddenly? You know, you two act like lovers." Mark sighed and shot an approaching eater, piercing the zombie in its right eye. "I can't say that I do. It's nothing more than knowing each other's hardships and giving and taking what we needed from each other. I think she likes you though, and don't you think she's beautiful? You don't seem to be attracted to her." Paula pulled the string of her bow and shot an idling biter, piercing its left temple. "Well, she does have feelings towards me, I can't deny that, but the most of those feelings contain dependence rather than liking me. And she's really is beautiful. Anyone with the right eyesight would say so. Still, my tastes in a woman don't rely on the outer appearance but inner appearance. I also want someone who can cook and do house chores properly. I'll ask you, could a princess do those?" Paula choked and missed her next shot. Luckily, the noise made by the arrow hitting the wall drew the attention of the zombie away from them. "Be careful. Just whose fault is it? May is going to have a hard time if she falls for you. If that would really happen, then it would also benefit her a lot if she learned those things at this situation we are in. Paula smiled bitterly behind her helmet as she could not refute what he said. Well, I'm not really an attractive person, so I think I can't be choosy. If she really falls in love with me, then I'll just teach her what she needed to know. Paula looked at him incredulously. He actually called accepting the love of a beautiful girl not being choosy. By the way, how did you notice that I can tell whether the person is lying or not? Mark looked at her and replied. Well, I noticed it at the time I was telling those lies. Your emotions fluctuate every time I lied, you know that. I racked my brains about it for a bit and concluded that you might have an ability to see through lies. So, you're telling me about it now. Paula nodded as she pulled the arrow out of the zombie's head she shot earlier. I inherited this ability from my mother. The only ability I have is to detect whether the person in front of me is lying or not. As you said earlier, I'm just a walking lie detector, same as my mother. My mother work as a private investigator, you see. And she is a successful one. Any investigator with that kind of ability will be successful, no? I guess you're right about that. Well, what I want to know the most is about Angeline. She knew martial arts and it's obvious that she have great interest towards guns, weapons, and anything combat related. That is not something you can see on a normal girl. She got this hobby from her father. Her father works for the military, you see. Well, that explains it, I guess. What's her father's position? A general. Seriously? Paula nodded. The two of them arrived at the end corner of the corridor. Mark looked at the situation while peeking through the corner using a compact mirror. There were more zombies, but the numbers were not threatening as long as they did not attract all of them in one go. Mark crouched at the corner and shot the head of the nearest zombie, immediately killing it. To think that she is a daughter of a general, maybe we can call and make the military send rescue faster. What do you mean? To Paula's question, Mark elaborated how he contacted the military and the situation for the rescue. To think that you already did that, yet did not tell us. Well, my apologies. Many things are happening and I forgot. If we could really contact Ange's father, then they would really rescue us sooner. When Mark heard her say, us, he became stiff and smiled wryly inside his helmet. Paula of course noticed the change in his actions and asked. Is something wrong? Nothing. Paula furrowed her brows. He was lying again. Well, Mark noticed her emotion fluctuate. You don't have to be like that. It's really nothing for now. Well, I might ask you and Angeline a favor later though. You won't tell me now. Later, all right. Later. The two proceeded on killing the zombies and carefully walked through the corridor. The store that sells medicine should be found through one of the doors at the end of this corridor. They fell into a predicament once when a zombie Paula shot accidentally hit a trolley, making a loud noise and attracting quite a number of biters. Mark was almost bitten. However, he skillfully blocked the mouth of the biter with his arm guard. This made Paula profusely apologize for the blunder she made. But then, Mark signaled Paula to stop. What's wrong? I sense people. 2 of them. Wow, you could really work as a human detector, don't you? Did you ever think of being a volunteer on rescue missions like earthquakes and landslides? Nah. I will probably die of mental exhaustion if I stay at aggrieved places like those. Where are the people you found? At the next door. Paula looked at Mark. You want to help them? You think I will want to? Paula shook her head. She knew what was going in the mind of this guy. But she was surprised at his next question. Well, what do you want to do? You want to help them? I do, but you have the call. I'll accept helping them, but you can't deny the favor I will ask later. That's. Don't worry about it, I won't ask something impossible. Also, if the 2 people you want to help attack us with ill intent, I'll kill them, all right. Knowing that Mark could really do that, Paula nodded. Arriving in front of the door, Mark carefully knocked. Chapter 50. Arriving at the destination. 7:23 p.m. City Mall, Bacoor, West Wing Service Corridors, 1st floor. Mark carefully knocked on the door. He knocked only once, and even though it was not loud to attract the zombies, it was loud enough to startle the people inside. After his knock, he could hear shuffling sounds and a surprised but muffled shriek. Using that knock, Mark gauged the emotional fluctuations of the 2 people inside. One of the two shrunk in fear while the other was also frightened but had steeled emotions and ready to fight. As he finished his assessment, Mark nodded at Paula, urging her to call out. "Is anyone in there?" Paula called out with a slightly loud voice and knocked on the door twice. Hearing her shout, Mark detected the change in emotions on the other side of the door. The two inside were happy and excited as they heard a human voice which was different from what they expected. The two inside hurriedly shuffled towards the door and opened it with fast, and they were surprised to see two people armed with weapons and wearing sci-fi looking armor and helmet of contrasting colors. Paula dragged Mark and backed several steps away from the door. Mark felt it was unnecessary, but he just let her do so. When the door opened, they saw the two people peek from the side. It was a pair of male and female college students who both wore white uniforms, still the supposed to be clean. And white uniforms were stained with splotches and drops of blood. The male student had an about over a foot-long hatchet stained with blood in his hand as he stared at Mark and Paula vigilantly. The female student looked really excited, but the male student did not let her go out of the door. "Who are you two?" the male student asked in a low voice. Mark did not speak and just looked at Paula to do the introductions. "We're survivors who came down to get medicine. We noticed that there are people inside, so we checked it out." Hearing what she said, the male student's vigilance lessened. In his mind, he stressed out the clues, came down, and medicine. He then asked, "Did you two check us out to help us?" "That depends. If you needed help, we'll do, and if not, then we'll leave." It was Mark who replied to the student's question with a detached attitude. Mark then shrugged his shoulders after he saw Paula glaring at him. The two students that stood by the door did not seem to mind his attitude and nodded. They walked out of the door. The female student's vigilance was almost none, but the male student maintained his caution, which made Mark nod. The male student looked at Paula and asked, "About you just said, did the two of you come from the floors above? Are there other people?" Paula looked at Mark before replying. "He cleared the zombies in a large part of the third floor, so we set out camp there along with a number of other people." She was not the person to steal someone's achievement, so he told a bit of truth to elevate Mark's status. Mark felt it was unnecessary and sighed. The two students looked at Mark, who was donned in black armor and helmet and equipped with several weapons. With what the woman in white armor said, he was a strong person. Paula then continued. "What do you two want to do? We still need to find medicine, so you can come with us, or you two can just go first to our camp. You two can also hide again inside there and wait for us to come back." Mark added, "Can't you lead us to your camp first?" the female student asked with unease. The two people who found them were obviously ready and capable of fighting the zombies. She did not want to separate from them in an unsafe place like this. The male student, who seemed to get her meaning, felt a little down but did not say anything and just waited for the reply. "We can't, our business is urgent. We are already wasting time here talking with you," Mark replied and shot an eater shambling towards them from a distance with his crossbow. The two saw the zombie fell and shuddered. It was then that the male student then spoke while gripping his hatchet. "Well, follow you. I know that I won't be too much of help, but I can protect the two of us." Mark looked at Paula and nodded before turning towards their destination and walked away. "Follow us, closely," Paula said to the two before following Mark. "Are they okay?" Paula whispered to Mark. "They should be. Still, you owe me a favor now." She was worried what kind of favor Mark wanted, but still nodded. As they passed through the corridor, the two students that were following behind were amazed by the actions of the two. There were almost no zombies that could get close, as they were felled stealthily, while those that managed to come close was decisively dealt by the men in black armor. "What's the name of you two?" Paula asked as she glanced behind while pulling an arrow off the head of a dead biter. "I'm Brendan and she's Julie." "Mine's Paula, and that unsocial guy there is Mark." Mark, who pulled a crossbow bolt from the head of a dead eater, turned his head at Paula. He did not say anything and just faced the opposite direction. He walked forward and hacked the legs of another eater, making it fall down of the floor, and hacked its neck several times. Mark was not using his other ability right now, so the power on his swings was a little weaker. He needed about 2 to 3 swings to completely hack off an eater's neck. While it was just normal for him, his actions made the others feel that he was displeased somehow. Finally, after some struggle, the group arrived in front of a double door that was connected to the storage of the store that sells medicine. They were sure of it since the door was painted with the logo of the store. Mark tried to rotate the doorknob and open the doors, but it was locked. Paula also frowned as they did not have any other access to the store aside from these doors unless they wanted to scour towards the front of the store, which was surely overrun by zombies since the storefront of this store was a wide open space. Under the gaze of the three, Mark flicked the cover of the belt bag on the back of his waist open and took two oddly shaped tools made with cut-out metal sheets. One was a flat and straight metal stick with a wavy end while the other was an L-shaped tool. Paula was surprised when she saw the tools. She did not expect that Mark also knew how to do these things. When he opened the locked double door in the cinema, he hacked the lock open with a knife, but this door had a different kind of lock and as such, he would not be able to use the same method. "You also know how to pick locks?" she asked Mark out of curiosity. "Though I'm glad that you have an interest in asking things about myself, don't you think you're asking too much?" Hearing his reply, Paula did not pursue the topic, but she still pouted behind her helmet. If anyone would saw her face right now, she looked like a child denied from buying a doll she wanted. Actually, the only reason Mark did not want to tell her was because he learned to pick locks due to an embarrassing reason. It was when he broke the doorknob of the main door of his house that he needed to pick the lock to open it. As he did not have money that time to replace the knob, he needed to pick the lock open every single time he went home after going out. Click. A clicking sound was heard and Mark silently pushed the doors open. After checking that there was no one inside, he signaled for the group to enter. Chapter 51: The Girl Stained with Blood. 7:23 p.m. City Mall, Bacoor, Central Area, First Floor, Batson's storage area. Mark and Paula started checking the labels printed at the boxes inside the storage one by one. There were a lot of boxes stacked over one another with all sorts of products from skincare, cosmetics, baby necessities, and nutrient supplement drinks to different kinds of medicines. "What kind of medicine are you looking for?" Brendan asked Paula. "Paracetamol for children, the syrup one. That's the priority. Also other medicine for common diseases just in case. Let us help look for those." "All right." The two students also started searching the storage for medicine Paula spoke about. "Hey. Brendan, right. Use this to store what you find." Mark threw his backpack to Brendan and the latter nodded. Though it just seemed normal, Paula noticed that Mark had a different reason why he passed his backpack to Brendan. Mark was standing in place while looking towards the direction of the storefront. "Is something wrong?" Paula approached him and asked. She could not see Mark's face because of his helmet, but right now, his eyebrows were tightly knit. Mark did not immediately notice it, but when he moved closer to that area near the storefront, he felt it. As he could detect emotions of the people around him, there were times that he could detect unusual emotional fluctuations. It was when the person he detected was dangerous, like killers and people high of drugs whose emotions were highly unstable. But right now, he could not fathom what kind of person he was detecting. He was sure it was not a zombie, as he never detected any emotional fluctuations from them. It was more like the zombies were moving by instinctual urges. The fluctuation he was detecting right now was faint. It made him sure that it was a child. But the strange thing was the emotion he detected from that child. Calm. The only emotion he could detect was calmness. There was no sadness, no happiness, and no fear. It was really strange if it was just a child. Mark looked at Paula and spoke. "Continue searching for the medicine. I'm going to check something." He did not explain to Paula what he was going to check, as he did not know how to explain it either. He walked away towards the door that led to the storefront. Paula felt strange as he did not explain why. She just followed what he said and continued searching for the medicine. Mark leaned his back towards the door and slightly opened it. Using the compact mirror, he looked at the situation outside. He was surprised. The storage room had two doors that led to the storefront. The door he opened led towards the enclosed counter where the clerks received the payments for the products sold. It was also where clerks attend customers who had prescriptions from their doctors and give the medicine they needed, like how it was in pharmacies. The only difference from pharmacies was that the area was just enclosed by a long counter table. What surprised him was the scene at the area behind the door. There were several mangled zombies of different sizes. He was sure that the bodies were from zombies, as there were bites visible on some parts of the bodies along with the other changes of appearance that could only be seen on bodies of zombies. He could see some zombies lurking quite a distance outside the counter, but the area within the counter had none but the mangled bodies. Seeing that the situation within the counter area was safe, Mark crouched down and slowly moved out. He then froze. Under one of the payment counters, he was a life-size doll of a girl with black wavy below-shoulder-length hair wearing a red frilled dress. Her pale light-skinned face was stained with red paint and the dress had tears in various places. The doll sat on the floor with her legs stretched out and she was missing her right shoe. Then, the doll looked at him. She was not a doll but a child about 5 to 6 years old. Though he did not actually thought that she was a doll, but her appearance would make anyone think so. If not for the emotional fluctuations he was feeling from her, he would think that he was looking at a ghost. Her dress was not red-colored and it was not paint that stained her face. The girl looked like she just took a literal bloodbath. Mark slowly approached the girl and the girl just watched him calmly. There was no joy seeing a human or cautiousness seeing a stranger. She just calmly watched him move closer. "Who are you?" The girl spoke. Her voice was calm and full of innocence. "Just someone passing by." "Are you alone?" Mark replied and asked her as he crouched in front of her. He looked around and saw a display case by the counter and took a packet of wet wipes. As he took the packet by the counter, he heard her reply. "Mom died. I'm alone now." He looked at her and did not know how to react. She just said that her mom died and she was alone, but she was still mostly calm as she said those words. The only change was there was a thin thread of loneliness in her voice. He tore the pack open and started wiping her face and arms without her consent, but the girl did not resist either and just watched him gently removing the blood stains on her body. "Did you get bit by the zombies?" Mark asked as he was confused with all the blood stains on her body. To his surprise, the girl raised her right arm and looked at it. He wiped the blood on the girl's arm but he saw no bite, which made him really confused. He looked at the girl and he saw the same expression. She looked confused but strange enough that Mark could not detect any change from her emotional fluctuation. She looked confused in the outside but Mark was uncertain about her emotions inside. "Strange. Do you want to come with me? There are other people with me behind that door and in our camp on the floor above." The girl stared at Mark for a bit after he said that and nodded. "What's your name?" "Abigail." Mark then froze once more. It was not because of the girl, but he was feeling danger. It was the similar feeling he got after detecting murderous intent from other people. If he were to describe the feeling using a video game, it was like hearing random boss fight music without actually seeing the boss. He immediately leaned at the counter and took out his compact mirror. He raised it up so he could see the situation at the storefront. Then he saw it. "What the hell?" Mark murmured. What he saw was a humanoid whose head and half of body were covered with black charred-looking thick substance. The substance had several cracks on it. In the cracks, Mark could see a glowing gel-like liquid that had the same appearance as a lit charcoal. Its clothes looked melted and there were white patches visible on its skin that was not covered by the black substance, indicating that it was exposed to high temperatures before. Mark would have ignored it even if it just happened to pass by, but the problem was it was moving towards their direction. He did not know why or how, but he was sure that it knew that he and this girl was here. Lucky was that the humanoid was moving in very slow steps. It seemed that the black substance covering its body was also hindering it from moving faster. Another thing was this guy had no eyes. The place where the eyes were supposed to be was also covered by the thick black substance. He then noticed that there were distortions in the air around that humanoid's body. Heat distortions. Then it indicates that this humanoid's body was burning in high temperatures. Mark took out his phone and took few pictures as he aimed his crossbow at the humanoid. Swoosh. The bolt swished and hit the forehead of the humanoid. As the bolt drilled into its head, it staggered backwards. And that's it. It did not die as the crossbow bolt did not pierce deep enough due to the thick substance covering its head. It was not good. He saw the bolt made of metal on its forehead slowly bend as if being melted, and the part of the bolt sticking out of its head fell on the floor with a loud metal sound. The zombies around were alerted. He looked at the girl under the counter. "Hold on tight." Mark then quickly picked up Abigail into his embrace and bolted towards the storage room. Chapter 52. Choked after returning. 7:31 p.m. City Mall, Bacoor, Central Area, First Floor, Batson's storage area. Carrying Abigail, Mark bolted inside the storage and immediately shut the door close. Paula and the two students were surprised after the suddenly entered. Paula wanted to ask him what happened first, but she was not able to as Mark suddenly spoke with urgency. "Found the medicine." "We did." "What's wrong?" "Then let's leave. A new kind of mutant appeared and I didn't manage to kill it." What? Paula was surprised. She immediately packed everything and urged the two students who were clueless to help. Mutant. What are those? Brendan asked Paula as he closed the bag Mark gave him before. More powerful zombies. Those three words shook the students to their core. Just the zombies they encountered before already cost them a lot just to survive, and there were more powerful ones. Who is that girl? Paula asked Mark while looking at the girl he was carrying. I found her under the counter outside. Is she what you dash? Thump. Thump. Paula did not manage to finish her question as thumping sounds came from the door Mark just closed. Let's go. Mark urged the three and bolted out of the storage into the service corridor. Then his eyes dilated behind his helmet. What the? Hurry up, run. Mark yelled at the three. They heard his shout and glanced at the direction he was looking at, and they saw a large female zombie running their way. Seeing the zombie, the two students immediately ran away. Paula and Mark also began to retreat. Another fat mutant. Mark did not hesitate anymore. Hold this. Mark threw his crossbow to Paula and pulled the shotgun hanging on his side. Abigail, cover your ears. Hearing what he said, the little girl covered her ears and burrowed her head on Mark's left shoulder. Bang. After the female fat mutant passed the door of the store they just exited, Mark shot the leg of the mutant zombie. Just like how he dealt with the zombified fat bastard before, he decided to use the body of this fat mutant to block the zombies that would come from that store if they managed to break down the door. However, due to his gunshot, the zombies on the other side of the corridor started to flock towards them. As they ran away, Mark pulled out the radio James gave him. Angeline, are you there? Angeline. Gidge. Mayor. Why is the radio with you? Where is Angeline? Gidge, she's at the entrance of the store. She got wounded. So, he really attacked. Is she all right? Yes, he attacked. Angeline is fine, she just received a paper cut. Okay, I'll deal with that guy later. We're on our way back, tell Angeline to send people to the stairwell and bring things to barricade the door. We're being chased by zombies right now. Okay. Gidge. Be careful. All right. Go. Mark stored the radio back in his belt with a dark countenance. He was releasing too much killing intent that even Paula and the two students felt shivers on their backs. As the radio was loud, Paula also heard what May said, and she also looked grim. Mark wanted to vent his anger right now. If he was not carrying Abigail, he might have stopped and killed all the zombies behind them. He then saw a water dispenser by the side of the corridor. Mark subconsciously activated his adrenaline rush and kicked the water dispenser. The dispenser was knocked back about 2 meters and the water container above it was toppled. The water from the container spread across the floor, which made the biters chasing them slip on the floor. The three was surprised not by the method Mark used to deter the zombies for some time, but to how the slightly heavy dispenser was knocked back at that distance. Just how much strength was needed to do that? Feeling the pain in his foot, Mark calmed down a little. He could also feel Abigail's arms tightening on his neck the more he felt angry. Now that he calmed down somehow, the girl's arms also loosened. He could not help but feel a little grateful to this girl. As Mark and Paula secured this area before, they did not encounter more danger as they ran away and arrived at the door leading to the stairwell. Fernan and Ella opened the door to let them in, and Mark urged the two to jam the door shut. The two were surprised that Mark and Paula returned with 3 more people. Still, when they heard the urgency in Mark's voice, the two immediately complied. It was then that several employees came down from the 3rd floor carrying heavy stuff to use and barricade the door as per Mark's instructions. Returning back inside the tech zone, Paula directly went to find Rhea to give her the medicine Saria needed, while Mark, carrying Abigail, went to find Ange and May. Brendan and Julie on the other hand hugged each other in joy as they managed to survive and find a safer place to stay. Mark also found May and Ange at the store. Rhea and her daughter was staying, making the time separating with Paula worthless. What he saw inside the store where the 2 girls stayed previously was a tied-up man being guarded by an employee. He did not feel dealing with that man right at that moment, so he went and looked for the 2. When Mark entered the store, Rhea approached him with gratitude, which Mark denied for now as Saria was just fed with the medicine and it had not taken effect yet. Mark looked at Ange, whose hand was bandaged. Yes, she got a paper cut on her palm, but it was quite long. May on the other hand wanted to hug Mark as he returned, but became quite displeased as she was not able to. It was because Mark was still carrying Abigail in his arms. Paula was confused and could not help but ask him, "Why don't you put her down?" As he heard her question, Mark removed his helmet with his free hand and put it on a counter while sighing. "I wish I could." Everyone became confused. Ange had an idea and stood up going behind Mark and peered at Abigail's face. She then spoke. "The girl is sleeping." They all became flabbergasted, especially Paula. She thought that the girl was just being silent while being carried by Mark. She did not expect that she was sleeping. "When did she fell asleep?" Paula asked. "After I kicked that water dispenser. Aren't we running at that time?" "Well, yeah." Mark looked troubled. "Then put her down so she can sleep in a better position," Ange suggested. Mark then looked at her. "Why don't you try to peel off her arm?" Ange became more confused after hearing what he said. She then grabbed the hands of the girl that were locked on Mark's neck and tried to peel it off. She was surprised. She could not remove her hands from him. Just how strong was this girl? The girl only looked 5 or 6 years old, but the strong and battle-experienced Ange could not remove the girl off Mark's neck. Still, it looked like what she did had an effect. The girl woke up yawning under the surprised gazes of the women around Mark. Abigail looked around and ignored their gazes. She then looked at Mark and spoke. "Papa, I'm hungry." Cough. Cough. Mark choked on his saliva. Chapter 53, Venting Anger. Just where in the world did that come from? Mark did not know how to react to being called Papa by Abigail. Everyone who heard Abigail was surprised at first, but as they looked at the rare and precious expression that appeared on Mark's face, they understood what was happening. Except Ange. "She's your daughter." Everyone looked at her with incredulous expressions. She immediately noticed that everyone was staring at her like she's an idiot. She flinched. "I'm wrong, aren't I?" Paula nodded at her airhead friend. Sighing, Mark spoke. "I'm not your papa, all right. Don't you think your real papa will be sad?" Abigail wisely shook her head. "Mommy said that Daddy hate us and left Mommy before I was born. I don't have a papa." The girl looked straight at Mark's eyes like piercing into his soul. "I want you to be my papa." Mark started to have a headache. Everyone did not know what to think about this girl's amazing logic. Furthermore, the girl's brain did not seem to work her age at all. Pfft. Ange was laughing at Mark's predicament. They then all heard Abigail repeat what she said before. "Papa, I'm hungry." Mark felt defeated. "All right, you should wash up first. You literally bathed in blood." Abigail looked at her clothes and nodded. 7:50 p.m. City Mall Bacower, West Wing, Tech Zone. Mark stood inside the store where May and Ange stayed when he and Paula went to find medicine at the first floor. Behind him was some of the employees along with Bernard and Calvin, who he asked to assist Ange earlier. After he sent Abigail with Paula, Ange and May to wash up and get clothes and shoes for her at the stores they had been to before, he went to check back this store. In front of him was a man who was sitting on the floor gagged and tied up with extension cables. The man was glaring at Mark with overwhelming hate that even made Mark feel a slight headache. This guy was the man who was arguing with James before. He was the man who lost his wife in the zombie massacre that happened here in the Tech Zone this past noon. Why was this man tied up? At the time where Mark and Paula were getting ready before finding the medicine, Mark tasked Ange to protect May from this guy as he felt that this guy's emotions were in turmoil. He was exuding faint killing intent even though this man held it back. As Mark was going away, he predicted the possibility of this guy making a dangerous move. And it really happened. As the only one left beside May was Ange, this guy thought that it was his chance. To most people who did not know Ange, she was just a frail-looking girl. Unfortunately for him, he totally underestimated her and got defeated. However, Ange got wounded on her palm since she did not expect that this guy would suddenly take out a butterfly knife during their fight. "How is it? You think you can pull that idiotic and unreasonable revenge of yours?" Mark spoke and pulled the gag on his mouth away. UF***Cur. Me. Isn't that you? Mark stared at the men with eyes full of contempt. "I already explained what happened earlier, right? If you want someone to blame about what happened to your wife, blame yourself. What did I do wrong? You bastard did not tell us about what would happen. She died because of you." What an idiot. What are you doing? Mark pulled the collar of the man up and dragged him out of the store. He threw him in the middle of the vacant area in front of the store that was already cleaned and looked at Calvin. Remove the cables. Calvin looked confused and asked as he removed the cables tying the men. What are going to do? Mark shrugged and replied, giving him a chance for his revenge. Everyone who was watching was surprised. After the man was untied, he pushed Calvin away and immediately charged towards Mark and unleashed a heavy punch. The punch was strong and fast, but to Mark, who already activated his adrenaline rush, it was quite slow. With a slight sidestep, Mark dodged the punch and unleashed a heavy kick on the man's stomach, making him kneel on the floor in pain. What? Is that the extent of your revenge? How funny, your wife died and you can only take revenge on a weak girl. I know you are afraid of me because I had weapons before, but I don't have any right now. You're that weak and you actually had the guts. Mark started throwing insults. The man heard Mark's insults and was burning in anger inside, but he could not say anything back as the kick he received was too painful that it started to churn his stomach. Seeing that the man was about to vomit out the contents of his stomach, Mark unleashed a merciless kick on the man's face, knocking his body several feet away. Don't try to dirty the floor. The people watching was dumbfounded at how ruthless Mark was and started to pity the man. Still, no one went up to stop Mark. Everyone who was watching here saw what happened before when the man attacked the two girls inside the store. The man felt pain on his face and stomach as he curled his body down on the floor. Ting! The man heard a metal sound in front of him. Looking up, he saw the butterfly knife he had before. Stand up and take that. Though after the moment you pick that up and attack, I'll kill you. The man heard Mark's chilling voice filled with killing intent. Even the people watching could not help but shudder. Isn't that a little overboard? Nothing happened to the girls after all. Bernard, who was near Mark, asked, which made the latter glance at him. Still, Mark did not take his attention away from the men on the floor. Well, yeah. He failed, but that did not mean that he will not do it again. Also, even if he did not pick up that knife, I won't let him roam around freely. Bernard shook his head. He felt that Mark was really angry about what happened. Mark looked back at the men who was struggling to get up. Oh, before I forget. I already asked these guys about you and your wife. Mark opened his arms, indicating the people watching around them. Your wife actually stopped you from being coaxed by that fat bastard, but you just ignored her. Didn't it mean that you are the one who actually killed your beloved wife? Mark continued with a grim sneer filled with malice. As if a thunderclap sounded in his ear, the men froze, staring at Mark wide-eyed. I was the one who killed my wife. Those words echoed in his mind as he started to lose his sanity. The men started screaming, which made the gallery take a step back in fear. As if he forgot about the pain he was feeling, he speedily picked up the knife beside him and dashed towards Mark like a crazy man. Mark smiled as he readied himself to deal with the men. This insane attack was all he was waiting for. However, before the men could even reach a meter away from Mark, a red shadow flashed towards the men coming from the direction where the door that led to the service corridors was located. The red shadow clashed with the man's body and the man flew away like a kite without a string towards the wall. The man whose head hit the wall fainted immediately, and his arm that was holding the butterfly knife was bent between the wrist and the elbow. The man's arm was decimated, and that was not the only injury he received from that impact. Everyone looked at the perpetrator of what happened to the men and saw a 5 to 6-year-old girl wearing a red frilled dress with her wavy hair tied into low twin tails with red ribbons. Everyone was shocked, along with May, Paula, and Ange that just returned. Mark also felt astounded, but it did not appear in his face. He already knew that this girl was peculiar, so his shock was lesser than the people around him felt. From the calm emotion she exudes to the strength that was not suited for her age and physique, everything about this girl was strange. He approached Abigail and sat down in front of her with a bitter smile. Gail, why did you do that? Gail, that was what he decided to call this little girl. To his surprise, it seemed that that was what her mommy also called her before. Abigail looked at the men in dismay and then towards Mark with a disappointed look. He was attacking Papa. I wanted to kill him. I failed. What in the world is this girl saying? That was what everyone who heard what the girl said was thinking, except Mark though. When she said that, Mark started to have a liking towards this girl aside from his interest to her peculiarities. Mark patted Abigail's head. You don't have to do that, all right? Papa can handle himself from a trash like that. I wanted to kill him myself, you know. Abigail nodded. Just what are you teaching your daughter? Everyone dismayed. And the pair of father and daughter that had low value towards the life of others was born. Papa, I'm hungry. All right, let's get something to eat. Mark looked at May, who was pouting by the side, and signaled her to follow him, which made her beam into a smile that dazzled the males watching. Mark picked up Abigail and walked away, followed by May, leaving the people who did not know what to do anymore. Chapter 54 Mark's Plans. 8:15 p.m., City Mall, Bacoor, West Wing, Tech Zone. Inside the store where the laptops were set, Mark sat on a chair with Abigail on his lap. He gently blew on the soup inside the spoon he was holding in his right hand and fed it to Abigail. In front of them, there were several steaming hot instant cup noodles and waffles, along with several bottles of drinks. It was fortunate that one of the stores inside the Tech Zone actually sell assortments of USB accessories and equipment. The water used for the cup noodles were heated using USB thermos, and the waffles were heated and cooked using a USB insulation bento box, what was currently plugged into a phone charger and was being used to heat other foodstuffs at the moment. Beside Mark, May was looking enviously at Abigail while eating her own cup noodles. On the counter, Ange and Paula were fiddling with the laptop. They were contacting the military while trying to get a hold with Ange's father. James also passed by earlier, informing Mark that the guy that he trashed already died. Mark was not surprised by it, as it was the reason he left with Abigail and May that time. Though the only visible injury was the broken arm, Mark detected the extent of pain the man felt before he fell unconscious. It was likely that the man's ribs were broken and tore into his organs. The man's head also hit the concrete wall too hard that it was probable for him to receive a severe head trauma that could lead to brain hemorrhage. Removing the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, he picked up a slice of cheese waffle from the table and let May beside him take a bite. May's eyes gleamed with glee and hurriedly took a bite. Mark was having a headache. Since Abigail appeared earlier, May started feeling envious of her as the little girl was being carried by him. Most people might not have noticed, but for Mark, who was an empath, he could detect the rapid changes in May's feelings towards him. All of it was because of Abigail. Mark turned his head and looked at the two college girls seriously typing something at the laptop. 8:21 p.m., Central Business Park, Pasay City, Diosdado Macapagal Boulevard. A convoy consisting of 3 military Hummers was rushing along the road. Inside the Humvee in the middle of the convoy, General Miguel Perez sat on the back seat with a gleam of excitement and relief on his aged face. He just received a call from the rescue department that his daughter contacted them. After he got the news, he immediately passed his orders to his aide to take command for a while before leaving. The convoy stopped outside the former call center building. As the general walked out of the vehicle, another military jeep came and Teresa, his future daughter-in-law, walked out of it. The two went in together and was received by the waiting personnel. The general started to inquire about the situation as they walk on the hallway. "What's the news about my daughter?" "Sir, your daughter is still online and she said that they are currently out of danger. According to her, there was a request for rescue that came earlier about survivors at the Bacoor City Mall and she was included in that report." The personnel replied. "Wait, that report?" Teresa interjected, making the general and the personnel look at her. "You know about it?" The general asked. "I was there when that request came in. Remember my friend Laura that I recommended to this department to volunteer? She was the one who received the request." The general turned back to the personnel. "Was there a rescue squad dispatched to them?" "Not yet, sir." General Miguel was surprised. "What is the reason?" "Sir, according to the previous report, they had 47 survivors with them. We needed more squads to return to accommodate the rescue for all those people." The general frowned but understood the situation. The 3 people hurried towards the rescue department office. Back at the tech zone, Ange, who was just typing on the laptop, suddenly stood up and looked around, making everyone in the store look at her. "What's wrong?" Mark, who was feeding Abigail, asked. "I need a phone. Dad just arrived and told me to find a phone with an active number." Hearing what she said, Mark took out his newly acquired phone and gave it to Ange. "Give me that back later. Is your father going to register the number to a private network?" Ange nodded as she received the phone. "Just check the number in the settings." Ange fiddled with the phone while returning back to the chair in front of the laptop before she continued typing. Soon, the phone rang, which Ange immediately picked up. "Dad." "Angeline." Thank goodness you're fine. Well, yes. We almost died but we're safe now. Mark almost choked when he heard what she said. He concluded that Ange was daughter who was good at making her parents worried. Dad, will you send us rescue? We will, we are just waiting for the rescue squads to return and we will immediately dispatch them to your location. In the meantime, I'll relay your location to your eldest brother. Brother? Raf. Why? I sent him to search for you this morning. He should be nearby your location. Ange's eyes lit up. Good. Angeline, how many people are with you now? Is the number different now? Ange looked at the people sitting in front of her and asked. How many are we here? Paula was about to reply when Mark answered Ange's question. 48, 43 adults and 5 children. Ange immediately conveyed what Mark said on the phone. Paula on the other hand looked confused then looked at Mark with realization. Ange continued talking with her father on the phone telling what happened to her. Her father actually wanted to talk with Mark who saved her daughter but he declined as Mark was really not comfortable speaking with others through a phone. Mark and the others already finished eating several minutes before Ange finished the call. Abigail was already sleeping as she sat on Mark's lap and leaned on his body curled like a cat. The little girl felt sleepy after her stomach was stuffed full. After she finished the call with her father, Ange really looked happy. She also told Paula about her family who was already rescued. Paula really looked relieved but for some reason, she was glancing at Mark every now and then. Mark was getting irritated at her as she was glancing at him from time to time so he spoke. If you have something to ask, then ask. Hearing his cue, Paula sat on the chair properly. It's about the number you told Ange earlier. It's short by 1 person. She then looked straight at Mark's eyes. Why are you not coming with us? Ange and May's eyes grew wide at Paula's revelation. May immediately turned to her Gidge and asked him followed by Ange. Gidge, it's not true right? Yeah. Why not? Mark sighed. He stretched his hand towards Ange. Give me my phone. Ange immediately returned his phone and he opened a social media app on it. He then browsed to some posts that he tagged and pinned and showed it the girls. I have to look for these people. You 3 knew that I had a bad relationship with my family, right? During the heavy times, these people were there who stood as a pillar for me when I needed someone to stand beside me. They were like brothers and sisters to me. Though a few things happened and I neglected them. Right now, they needed help. I have a very large debt to them and this time was the first and might be the last time I can repay them. The 3 girls grew silent. I had many friends before but these few people were the only true friends I had. I may not care if it was people I did not know but these guys were like family to me. Then, I'll go with you, Gidge. May spoke her intention but Mark shook his head. Why? Tears started to fall from May's eyes. Mark grabbed her shoulder and pulled her making her lean towards his shoulder. He then gently caressed her hair. Mayor, it will be dangerous so I can't bring you with me. I don't even know if I will find a vehicle I can use. If I can't then I will be forced to go on foot. I know I can handle myself but I won't be able to protect you. Can't we just send them rescue after them? I can ask my dad. Ange suggested. Just how long will that take? Mutated zombies are already appearing and you haven't seen what I saw in the videos uploaded in the internet. The more time it takes, it gets more dangerous. And also, even if your father was a general, he will suffer repercussions for abusing his authority if you force him to do what you want. Ange dismayed while Mark looked at Paula. Can I get the favor you owe me? What is it? I want you and Angeline to take care of Mayor and Abigail after you guys arrive at the evacuation center. Paula was reluctant to agree. It was not because she did not want to take care of May and Abigail but she felt that it was better if Mark was the one to take care of the 2. She sighed as she saw the resolution in Mark's eyes. During the short interaction with him since he saved her and Ange, she started to understand the scary guy's personality. He was indifferent to people he did not know and was ruthless to his enemies and people who offended him. However, he was kind, caring and overprotective to people he liked, had interest and had close relations with. The way he treated Ange, May, and Abigail was the best example. Especially May, he might not have noticed it but he was treating her like a treasure. All right, I agree. Chapter 55 The Plan for the Arrival of Angeline's Brother. 8:15 p.m., City Mall Bacoor, West Wing, Tech Zone. As Abigail was deeply asleep, Mark put the little girl on the folding bed to make her sleep comfortably. After he went back to his seat, he pulled the crying May into his lap and hugged her while patting her back. He thought of doing this since May was really envious of Abigail all the while the little girl took this spot. And to his surprise, it did not take long before May stopped crying. "Will you be fine going alone?" Paula asked. "Actually, I wanted to ask you and Angeline to accompany me while I also bring Mayer with me. I changed my plan though because of you too. Angeline's father was a general and your family was also rescued, so I thought that May will be safer if she go with you too." He patted May's head since she separated from his embrace and was listening to him. Mark looked at May gently and said, "Mayer, I wanted you to come with me but I won't be able to protect you. What I will encounter outside are not only zombies but also all kinds of people." Mark pinched her cheek. "Your face is too beautiful that it will mean all the trouble you see." Hearing what Mark said, the three girls understood. Even if Mark was able to protect May from zombies, flocks of evil men would do all they could to get their hands on her. In the current world where the society started to fall apart, aside from a very few places, laws and religion did not matter anymore. How about your family? You maybe have a bad relationship to them but they are still your family. Eng asked. It was quite unusual for her to ask something serious like this. To her question though, Mark shrugged his shoulders. My family was on vacation in Catastrophic. Before the outbreak, it would take more than 8 hours in a bus and boat to get there but now, I'll be dead before I could even get halfway there. Besides, Catastrophic is a large island detached from the mainland. It is likely that they are safe in that place unless an airplane filled with zombies crash-landed there. Still, the chance is close to none since there are very few flight routes that pass over that island. Yurita Genjitsuken Nakashita ma dash. Mark's phone rang. He then gave his phone to Ange without checking the number of the caller. It should be for you. Seriously, what's with your ringtone? That's my phone all right. I can customize it however I want it. Ange harumphed before answering the phone. Hello. Angeline. A familiar voice spoke from the other side of the line. Brother. Geez, I was looking all over for you. Just why are you and Paula there in the mall? I already told Dad. He didn't tell you. He did. Still. Where are you now? Are you coming here already? We're here camping at your school. We're already preparing. We had other survivors with us so it will take us about 30 minutes to get there. While Eng was on the phone, Mark suddenly asked her. Your brother is coming. Eng nodded. How long? Are they just soldiers? About 30 minutes. They have survivors with them. All right, tell your brother to head to the basement parking of the mall. Eng was surprised. Aren't there zombies down there? There should be but far fewer than other places. The only people who would go there are those who have cars. As for the other zombies, I have a plan. All right. Eng nodded and turned back to the phone. Angeline. Angeline. What? Don't shout. You're also shouting. Who are you talking to? I'm talking with Mark. Who's Mark? Her brother sounded confused and dumbfounded. The guy who saved me and Paula. He said that you and the people with you should head towards the basement parking when you arrive. Why? He said that there should be fewer zombies there. When Eng said that, her brother had already thought of several reasons why and agreed to follow what Mark said. All right. I'll hang up to prepare. Be careful there. You too, take care. Bye. Eng returned the phone to Mark. Mark stored the phone in his pocket and spoke to May. Mayer, can you stand up now? My legs already feel numb and we still have things to do. May nodded and reluctantly stood up. The other two girls saw her reluctance and started to get curious. There was something wrong here. If it was just May, then they would not notice, but it was also happening with Abigail. Just like May, Abigail also preferred to be hugged and carried by Mark. What's wrong with you two? Mark, who was stretching his legs, asked as the two college girls were staring at May and whispering at each other. We just noticed something. May and Abigail seem to like being hugged by you for some reason. The envy on May's face was obvious when you are carrying Abigail too. We're just wondering why. Mark also looked confused. He could not detect Abigail's emotions, but he could confirm that they were saying the truth about May. Care to tell why? Mark asked May. To their surprise, May looked away and was reluctant to speak. Mark detected a tinge of greed from May. Greed for what? It made Mark more confused as he detected May's inner emotions. Mayor, I won't hug you anymore if you don't say anything. May panicked hearing her Gidge say that. She then started to speak while playing with her fingers. Gidge, you see. I feel really comfortable when you hug me. My body feels light and relaxed. Gail should have felt the same. She easily falls asleep while hugging you. I also feel the same. May was twisting her body in embarrassment as she narrated her reason. Ange and Paula looked at Mark in inquiry. What? I have no idea what she's talking about. Mark proclaimed his innocence about the topic. Anyways, we have to hurry. We have less than 30 minutes left before your brother comes, Ange. Mark decided to push the unnecessary topic for another time and move on to the more urgent one. Paula, can you stay here to guard Gail? We can't just wake her up since she just fell asleep. Okay. Mayor, Ange, follow me. Oh right, Ange, call Uncle Bernard and Calvin and head to the rooftop. We could use their help. Paula sat in front of the laptop while thinking about few things while Ange went to call the two men. Mark and May on the other hand went ahead towards the rooftop. Mark was checking the perimeter of the mall with May when Ange arrived with the several people. To his surprise, Fernan and James also came with Ange. Why did you call us here, lad? Bernard asked Mark. You haven't heard the reason from Angeline. She told us that her brother is coming. Still, I'm surprised that she came from a family that had high standing in the military. Yeah, me too. Calvin added. Mark, tell us what we need to do, my brother will be coming soon. Ange urged Mark. Mark looked at the people around him and spoke. Well, Angeline should have told you guys that I told her brother to go into the basement parking. Everyone agreed. There should be just few zombies in the basement parking, but the problem is that there are too many zombies outside the mall and on the street. It would be hard for them to pass through all these zombies for sure. So we need to lure the zombies away. Mark then glanced at the crates nearby, making everyone aside from James what they would do. Boss, what do we need to do? James asked. Light some fireworks. Chapter 56 Operation Early New Year. 8:48 p.m., Emilio Aguinaldo Highway, Bacoor City. A large convoy of military vehicles was speeding southbound of the highway. The convoy consisted of 3 M35 multi-purpose medium-class military trucks, 4 Humvees, and a V-150 Cadillac Gauge Commando armor car. The convoy moved with V-150 leading it, while the 3 trucks in the center and the 4 Humvees in a rectangular formation protecting the trucks. Inside 2 of the trucks, the anxious survivors who were rescued were restless as the occasional firing of guns was heard around them. Inside every vehicle, the unceasing sound of radio static could be heard as the soldiers on the other vehicles report their situation every now and then. First Lieutenant Rafael Perez was sitting on top of V-150 along with 2 more soldiers that were positioned on the 2 mounted machine guns on the vehicle. He was staring on the road in front of the convoy with happiness and excitement in his face. Captain really looked happy, isn't he? One soldier on the front seat of the military truck following the V-150 said as he watched their captain sitting on top of the vehicle in front of them. Why won't he? We're all ready to give up on finding his sister, but he then received a call from the general about her location. The driver of the truck replied. Raphael's face then lit up as he saw the overpass less than a kilometer away, which leads directly on the covered area of the mall outside the east wing. Boom. PRRSSSHT. Boom. PRRSSSHT. All the people in the convoy were startled when they started to hear loud explosion-like sounds along with glimpses of flashes of light on their destination. Fireworks. What are they doing? Raphael murmured in surprise. On the roofing that covered the rooftop of the mall, several people were scattered. It was Mark's group which were ready to start luring the zombies away. Mark positioned himself at the roof above the northern entrance of the mall, Ange and May on the northern east corner of the east wing, Calvin and James on the northeastern part of the west wing, while James and Bernard on the northwest corner of the west wing. With the 2 girls who were in charge of spotting the incoming convoy exception, the men had crates of different fireworks on behind them, a shaped wire firework launcher, and were holding a USB lighter Mark handed them. PRSSSHT. The radio on Mark's belt started to emit static sounds followed by Anja's voice. East Wing to command. East Wing to command. I had visuals on incoming vehicles. The targets are approaching, ETA 5 minutes. Mark took the radio out, held one of the buttons and replied. Command to East Wing. Copy. Everyone commence operation. West Wing 1. West Wing 2. Prepare to launch the fireworks on my command. Mark's voice could be heard following a static sound on the 2 pairs of men on the West Wing. The 4 men on the West Wing heard his and Anja's voices through the radio James distributed to Calvin and Bernard, who was acting as leaders among the employees. Aside from James, who looked amazed, the other 3 felt exasperated. During their meeting, aside from telling them what they needed to do, Anja and Mark decided to add a little play and started acting like military soldiers while talking on the radio. The 2 even named the plan that they were going to do. The name was Operation Early New Year. After Mark declared the start of the operation, he lit up the fuse of the rocket firework that was already placed on the wire launcher and aimed it at the road below. Swoosh. Boom. PRSSSSTH. The firework flew towards the front of the mall and blew up with a loud explosion sound and a chrysanthemum of colorful lights. Numerous loud growls and moaning were heard below, followed by a large number of zombies coming from all directions towards the spot where the firework exploded. Swoosh. Boom. PRSSSSTH. Mark released firework by firework, leading to a plethora of lights and shapes, luring almost all the zombies within the vicinity. There were even times that a zombie would get parts of their body explode as a firework hit them before exploding. When most of the zombies were gathered at the spot Mark was shooting the fireworks at, Mark shouted at the radio. West Wing 1. Release the fireworks. James and Calvin, who were the West Wing 1 pair, launched their fireworks towards the road in front of them, luring away the zombies Mark gathered. Though they released their fireworks at the same timing and rhythm Mark did, the difference on their task was they needed to aim further to the west, luring the zombies towards the northwest corner of the mall. It did not take them long before they finished their task, and Mark shouted for the last team, West Wing 2, to launch their fireworks. Bernard and Fernan, who were the pair Mark and Ange called West Wing 2, were tasked to lure the gathered zombies from that corner of the mall towards the back of the west wing of the mall, and they did it the same way as James and Calvin did. When the 2 finally lured the most of the zombies towards that direction, Mark, who already ran towards the end of the south wing, prepared for the last phase. He was standing beside a cylinder firework launcher that was placed horizontally on the roof on the eastern side of the rooftop. The mouth of the cannon was facing towards the western side of the south wing. Mark then braced for the sound and launched the firework. A large ball of light speedily skid several times on the flat roof before it flew off and started falling on an arch towards the parking lot behind the mall. Boom. A loud quaking explosion echoed behind the mall, followed by a large circular display of scattering light as the ball of light exploded above the parking lot. Weee. Wee. Woo. Woo. Woot. Woot. Before the sound of explosion faded, numerous sounds of car alarms started to echo across the area. That was Mark's goal on aiming the cylinder firework that direction, to use the explosion of the firework to activate the car alarms of the cars parked in the parking lot. Weee. Wee. Woo. Woo. Woot. Woot. The continuous sounds of car alarms started to draw the attention of not only the zombies outside lured by the fireworks, but also the zombies inside the mall that was nearby the exits that facing the parking lot. Mark watched the large horde of zombies flocking towards the parking lot with his scalp tingling. Just how many zombies were below? Hundreds. The quantity might not have reached 1,000, but probably close to that number. Though he could not clearly see the appearance of the zombies below due to the lack of lighting in the parking lot, he could make out several odd-looking silhouettes like a 7-foot-tall muscular zombie and several fat mutants. Seeing that the plan was a success, Mark turned towards the west wing where he could see the 4 men watching the scene below on the parking lot. PRSSSHT. West Wing to command. West Wing to command. We have a situation. Anja's anxious voice suddenly came out of the radio on his waist. Command here, what happened? They haven't arrived yet. Mark replied. No, Lieutenant, ahem. Let's do this later. They already arrived. My brother is on the phone and said that the basement parking is closed and the metal parking shutters are locked down. What? Mark was surprised. What about the employee entrance? It should be just by the right of the parking entrance. Bernard's voice echoed in the radio. Wait, I'll ask. A few seconds passed before Eng spoke again. He said that they can't open the door by force. It's barricaded inside. What the hell? Mark felt that heaven was **ting on them. He then shouted on the radio. Angeline. Return to the tech zone and prepare. We're going down. May. Follow her and stay with Gail and Paula. The rest, stay here and relay the situation to us and use the fireworks to keep the zombies away from the people below. Mark then jumped off the roof towards the heliport and rushed towards the west wing. Chapter 57 The Strange Event in the Basement Parking. 8:56 p.m. City Mall, Bacoor, Front Mall Underpass, Basement Parking Entrance. First Lieutenant Rafael Perez and his men were getting ready to eliminate any approaching threats as the soldiers moved into formation. The two trucks that transported the survivors were put in the center of the formation while the other vehicles were used as barricade blocking the two available entrances into the underpass. Back on the way here, Rafael and his men were surprised by the sounds of fireworks that the lieutenant had to call his sister to explain what was happening that time. Angeline properly explained what was happening and he felt grateful as he and his men would face lesser danger to get into the mall. They encountered a very low number infected when they arrived and those numbers were nothing to them as trained soldiers. They did not even open fire and just dealt with the threat on close quarters. Then, they saw the closed parking entrance and the barricaded employee entrance. The soldiers had the notion of blasting the metal door, but the amount of explosives they had left would not even open a hole big enough for the vehicles to enter and might possibly break the mechanisms of the gate. The explosion would also attract the infected to this place. Abandoning the vehicles outside was also a no-go as they would need the vehicles in order to evacuate if something unexpected to arise. Before his sister ended the call, Rafael actually wanted to stop her from doing something dangerous, but he did not in the end. With her stubborn personality, she would still go even if he told her not to. The lieutenant looked towards the entrance of the underpass. He could still hear the continuous sounds of fireworks keeping the infected at bay. Mark and Ange were currently rushing down the stairwell in the west wing. They dropped off May with Paula and the still sleeping Abigail. Paula also wanted to come, but as they needed to move fast, only Mark and Ange were suitable for the job. Just why is the parking entrance closed? Ange felt angry and were complaining as they jogged down the stairs. Who knows? I expected it to be open too if you ask me. The employee entrance was barricaded and the entrance was closed. It's likely that there are people that hide in there. Mark replied, looked at Ange and continued. Just which dumb people would stay in dark place like that? I can't be called dumb in this place, I think. Why? The basement parking also serves as a cargo bay and had direct access to the warehouse of the mall, so if they manage to secure the parking area and the warehouse, then they will be able to live for a long time without worry for food and water, though I did not expect that there would be anyone who can do it since the outbreak came so sudden. Ench looked at Mark. Why do you know a lot about this mall? Remember my job hopping? I also worked here before. The same work as Fernan and James. I also remember Uncle Bernard a little since that old man was already working here that time I was hired, though I don't think he remembers me since I looked younger that time and we never really interacted. During the 6 months I worked here. That's... Ange was surprised. Mark and Ange arrived at the lowest level of the stairwell and stood in front of the door. Mark then frowned while Ange reached for the door, but it would not budge even an inch. It's no use, it's barred from the outside. Let's hurry back up and use the elevator. Mark, who was frowning, said. Is something wrong? Your voice sounds serious. Remember my ability? Yeah, Paula said that you found Abigail and those two using that, right? Mark nodded. There's a problem, I don't detect any human nearby inside the parking area. What? Anyways, let's go. We just need to be extra careful. The two hurried back towards the 3rd floor and waited for the elevator. Ting. The elevator opened, bringing Mark and Ange into the basement parking. The eerie feeling assaulted them. The basement parking was actually the largest parking space in the vicinity of the mall. The parking area occupied the space under the central area, west wing, and the east wing of the mall, while the area under the south wing serves as the main warehouse. There were 2 entrances that led to this area. One was at the underpass under the city mall's main door, while the other was a direct access to the warehouse on at the western side of the south wing. The south wing entrance though was closed most of the time since it was only used as exit to cargo. Vehicles that already finished unloading their cargo. In order to open the main entrance, they needed to locate the guard post that had access to controls of the main entrance. Mark and Ange carefully looked around. There were neither zombies nor humans in sight. If I knew that it would be like this, then I didn't have to lead her brother here. Mark thought. He expected that this place would be brimming with zombies even if the numbers were fewer than most parts of the mall. Though it would be fewer, he was sure that they would still not be able to handle that number with just a few people with very low firepower. And thus, he decided to get some helping hands. Eerie. That was Mark thought as he and Ange hurried across the parking area under the west wing. The place was silent. Though Mark was fond of silent and peaceful places, the silence in this area gave him a different vibe. There were a lot of cars parked along with several delivery vans, but there was not a single soul in sight. When they were near the central area, they stopped in shock. The area was brimming with dead bodies. Not bodies of dead zombies but humans. Decapitated, mutilated and dismembered bodies of humans littered the floor. It may be children, men, women and elderly, no one was spared. Splashes of blood, bullet holes on the floor, pools of blood and scratches on the concrete made the scene too strange. Ange could not help but gasp. Mark approached one of the bodies and picked up a few things. The body he approached was a man wearing a white security guard uniform. His eyes were still open and the horror in his face was visible. The guard's upper body was cleanly separated from the lower part. Mark picked up a revolver in his hand and took the bloody belt bag that contained bullets from his waist. He then approached Ange, who was still shocked at the scene, and held the gun and belt bag he just took towards her. "You can use this, right?" Ange snapped out of her stupor when he heard Mark's voice. She nodded. "Then take it and be on guard." Mark's voice was really stern as he continued. "You should only focus on letting your brother and his men inside. Don't think about anything else." "What's wrong?" Mark looked towards the central area. "Nothing, we just might die if you get distracted about other things." Ange looked at him wide-eyed. Mark then looked at Ange. "Promise that you won't look back no matter what and concentrate of getting them inside. I know I make fun of you every possible time but not now, all right?" Ange noticed that things were really serious since Mark was acting like this. Actually, by the time they saw the bodies, Mark's back started to get drenched in cold sweat. When he found Abigail, she had faint and very calm emotional fluctuations that he did not notice her immediately. But right now, he was detecting the complete opposite. He was detecting an overpowering, wild and highly erratic emotional fluctuation that could even make an average empath kneel down. Due to a head-splitting headache. He then looked towards ceiling of the central area, murmured under his breath that even made Ange dumbfounded. "It smells like a boss fight." Chapter 58 The Bone-Armored Mutant. 9:06 p.m. City Mall, Bacoor, Central Area, Basement Parking. Mark and Ange entered the part of the basement parking that was under the central area of the mall with their guns in their hands, ready to shoot whatever was the cause of the massacre. As they stepped into the area, there was an unknown pressure that enveloped their bodies. It was not a feeling of being watched or being stared down by a beast, but rather, entering a territory of a terrifying monster. They were less than 30 meters away from the entrance of the basement parking, but the pressure they were feeling made them feel that the distance was even further. Mark looked at the direction opposite of the entrance and spoke to Ange, who was behind him, with a low voice. "Angeline, go towards the entrance and find the control for the shutters. Tell them to not enter with the survivors they brought or they might become a hindrance. How about you? I'll stay here and lure whatever this thing away if it tries to attack." "All right, be careful." Ange looked one more time at Mark and hurried towards the entrance without making too much noise. Mark kept staring in front of him, trying to detect any movements. The intense emotional fluctuation increased when they entered this area, but Mark could not determine the exact location as there were dim areas inside the parking area. It seemed that several lights were busted or might even be deliberately destroyed, as Mark could make out several broken pieces of LED bulbs on the ground. He then reached into the right side of his helmet and turned on a device he attached to it. It was a small Bluetooth camera that was connected with his phone. He found it boxed in the shop he was made his base in. He started recorded for various reasons. One, for research purposes, and another was for documentation of how he died if ever it happened. Blagum. A few seconds after Ange left, a dead body of a man was thrown away not far from Mark's position. As Mark was already waiting for any movement, he did not flinch from the sudden appearance of the dead body. It also made him determine the position of the creature that he was looking for. He could see a silhouette of a woman walking on the dark side of the parking lot in the middle of two cars. The creature sluggishly walked out into the light and Mark finally saw it. It was a woman about several years older from his age, only wearing her lingerie. She had a long black hair and a good-looking face. Well, the left half of her face was the only good-looking part now though. On the right half of her body, from her foot to her face, a gray-colored armor which had a texture similar to human bones enveloped her. There were several black pointed bones protruding from some of her joints on the right side of her body, like her right knee, right elbow, and right shoulder. There were also several pointed bones protruding from her chest and even pierced through her right breast, which looked like parts of her rib cage. Her right eye was glowing yellow and staring straight at him as if was something insignificant. Her body and armor was stained with blood. At the end of her fingers, there was also black-colored claws growing where her nails was supposed to be. She walked while dragging her left foot and tilting her head to her left. Drops of blood fell from her chin and claws to the floor. On the uncovered part of her body, her black-colored upper and lower lingerie was exposed and her skin was stained and dripping with blood. Even the left half of her face was smeared with blood. Mark was dumbfounded. Her face was not smeared with blood, not only from other people but also from her own. Her left eye was still dripping with tears, red blood tears, and there were also traces of blood coming from her mouth. Mark reached for his collar and played a song from his phone. He made sure that the volume is just enough to hear the song while still being able to hear the sounds around him, so he would be able to hear when the entrance opened. The song started to play. Mark's eyes then dilated and he immediately jumped and rolled to his right. At the instant he rolled away, several black flashes appeared where he stood before. Fast. The instant he played the song, the woman covered in bone armor traversed about 10 meters in an instant. Even though the woman's speed was fast, Abigail was still faster. Mark could only see a red shadow before, but Mark could still somehow react to the movements of this woman. After rolling to the ground, Mark stood up and jumped back before firing his shotgun towards the woman. Bang. Damn it. Mark cursed in his mind. This mutant woman had better instincts compared to the mutant zombies he encountered before. When Mark fired his gun, the woman immediately jumped up using her right armored foot and propelled herself towards the ceiling. That was about 7 meters distance from the ground. The woman pierced her claws towards the ceiling, spun her body forwards and kicked the ceiling, propelling her body towards Mark. Mark wanted to fire at her once more when had to dodge towards his left as he did not dare meet her attack head-on. If he did even once, he will become minced meat. His armor would not be able to protect him from something that could effortlessly pierce through the concrete ceiling like the claws of this woman. After he dodged, he was facing the woman's armored side. The woman fell on the ground as she swiped her claws through the empty air. Bang. The mutant woman tried to jump again to dodge the shot that was aimed at her head, but as she was in close range, she was not able to fully dodge it. The pellets from the gun hit the woman on her right shoulder, making her flew back as she was not in contact with the ground. You got to be kidding me. Mark stared in disbelief as he saw the spot that got hit. There were dents on the armor covering her shoulder, but it was mostly intact. The woman turned towards him, glaring in rage with her glowing eyes, and jumped towards Mark. The sudden explosion of emotion that came from the woman made Mark's eyes blurred for a little less than a second. Still, that short time he lost focus made him lose his chance to dodge the woman fully. Mark jumped and rolled to his right, but 3 of the woman's claws managed to swipe across the glass covering of his helmet. His helmet now had 3 gashes in front of it. Fortunately, the glass cover of his helmet was made with plexiglass, or else, his face would already be covered wounds from several thousand broken glass fragments if it was not. He almost died to that attack. He should brace himself from this woman's wild fluctuations, or his ability as an empath would be the one to pull him into his grave. Bang. Bang. Mark shot twice in succession. One hit the woman on her armored waist but managed to dodge the second shot as she jumped away. However, it was what Mark wanted. He did not want to kill her with those shots, but he wanted her to get away. He jumped back after the second shot and ran behind a nearby sedan. He decided to remove his helmet that was of no use at his current battle and was now a hindrance due to the slits on the glass cover. Mark removed the Bluetooth camera on the helmet and stuck its hook onto his collar. He then ran away from the car as he heard the roof of the car dent after the woman jumped on its roof. Bang. Mark shot the woman on the roof of the car, making her jump towards the ceiling. She then kicked the ceiling again and propelled herself towards Mark, only to meet his unexpected attack. He threw the helmet towards the woman charging at him. The woman slashed the helmet into pieces but lost the opportunity to attack the Mark, who was waiting in front. Bang. The woman's body spun backward as the shot hit her face. Mark did not rejoice, however, as the woman turned the unprotected half of her face away in the last moment, making the shot hit her right armored cheek. The woman lied down on the concrete floor, but Mark did not press the next attack. He ran away behind another car while his right hand reached into his belt bag. He needed to reload. Strange enough, he finished reloading and did not receive any form of attack. Mark heard the mutant woman scream. It was not a scream to warn her enemies and not a scream to attract other zombies. It was a scream of pain. He peeked from behind the car and saw the woman standing unsteadily while flailing her arms. She tried to move forward towards Mark's direction, but he noticed that the unarmored part of her body was holding her back. Run. Mark was surprised. The mutant woman spoke. Her voice was weak and unsteady. Run. She shouted as her left human eye stared at Mark. The light on the woman's left eye started to dim once more and stopped speaking. The armor on her body started to grow, leaving only a quarter of her body left. The claws grew longer and her mutant yellow eye grew brighter. Her left eye was now halved in color. She then moved in for another attack. A more ferocious, more powerful, and faster attack. Mark jumped away from the car and the woman's attack hit the vehicle, making the 2.9-ton car skid towards the other car parked beside it. Mark now knew that time was the crux to survive this. It would be either Ange managed to let the military inside as fast as possible and to kill this mutant before her body was fully covered in armor. He knew that when that happened, this woman would be in her strongest form. Chapter 59 More Problems. While Mark was fighting with the mutant, Ange was running towards the parking entrance, trying her best not to turn around for another time. At that time Mark's helmet was slashed. Ange saw it happen. She had the urge to run back and help him, but she firmly held to what Mark told her to do, to let her brother and men for reinforcements. She could hear the sounds of a shotgun being fired and the booming sounds every time the mutant woman hits the concrete floor and ceiling behind her. There were also sounds of metal being slashed and car windows being smashed. Several car alarms also began to sound. All those sounds gave her the urge to turn back, but she managed to hold it in. Even if she managed to turn and head back, Ange knew that she wouldn't be much of help right now. Even if she had trained in taekwondo and karate, it won't be enough. At that attack that she saw, it was not beyond her cognition, but she knew that she still would not be able to react to it. She even started to wonder how Mark was able to fight with that mutant without being killed easily. She also have a gun, but she doubted that she could do any damage to it when Mark's shotgun could not. When she arrived at the parking entrance, she saw the metal shutters that were blocking the way while she started hearing sounds of assault rifles from the other side. She took out Mark's phone from her pocket and called her brother while she started running towards security booth in the middle of the entrance. The call connected. Angeline. Brother. What's the situation outside? I'm already on the other side of the entrance. What? Oh dash. No. You got here too quick. Are there no infected or people inside? Answer me first. Ange shouted at the phone while she tried to open the door of the security booth. It's locked. She won't be able to open it with force as it was made with metal. She started to look for another way in. The infected are already surrounding us. The fireworks attracting the infected already stopped moments ago. What? Why? Wait. I'll ask them. Ange picked up the radio holstered on her waist and called while she made the phone and radio face each other. Uncle Bernard. Uncle Calvin. Are you there? There was static for a few seconds until someone replied. We're here. She heard Bernard's voice, but it was noticeable that they were panting hard. Did something happen? The fireworks stopped. We had to run. There's a mutant on the roof running on all fours and can climb walls. Fernan was scratched and Calvin hurt his leg since he had to jump halfway on the ladder to escape. What? Okay. Are you guys safe now? We just managed to enter the stairwell in the west wing and jammed the door. We're bringing Calvin and Fernan back first. All right. I'll end the call. I'm also in a hurry. She holstered the radio once again and spoke on the phone. Brother. You heard that? I did. Okay. I'll hurry up and try to open this damn entrance. Don't hang up and just let the call run. And stop cursing or father will scold you later. Now is not the time for that. Ange put the phone in her pocket but did not end the call. She already ran around and found no other way in but through the window. Unfortunately, the window was equipped with a reinforced glass. Without any choice, she held her revolver pistol forward and shot towards the window. Bang. Crash. The ear-piercing sound of glass shattering echoed after her pistol was shot as the tough reinforced glass shattered into pebble-sized pieces. After jumping into the window, she immediately found a control panel on the table along several office supplies and coupon-sized printed papers. There was a smile in her face as she pushed the buttons on the panel, but her smile grew stiff and her face grew dark. After pushing the buttons, the only thing that moved was the security gates on both sides of the security booth and not the shutters at the main entrance. Ange started searching inside the security booth and found nothing that looked like something that controls the shutters at the main entrance. Shit. She was sure that her brother heard her say that as he started shouting on the phone. Brother. Now is not the time. She picked up the phone after jumping out of the booth. I know. I just want to hear the reason you are cursing. The control to open the entrance is not inside the security booth. Then it should be inside the main security room or the control room of the mall. It was there most of the time we had operations in other malls before. Just where in hell can I find that room? We don't much time to search for it. What's wrong? You're very agitated. Mark is fighting against a powerful mutant right now. He might get killed if we take too much time. What? TSK. We have no choice. We'll abandon the vehicles here outside first. Angeline. Go inside the employee entrance and remove the barricades behind the door. The entrance should be on the west side of the entrance. Okay. Ange saw that door, immediately ran towards it. She readied her gun and busted in. There were several zombies inside the room. She was no hesitation in her eyes anymore. She immediately shot the zombies, whether it was a biter or an eater. After dispatching the zombies, she immediately shut the open door on the southwest side of the room, which led into a hallway that also had zombies running towards her. She then started to remove the chairs, tables, and other heavy stuff that were cluttered into a barricade on the front door. Mark was panting as he ran in between cars. He already disregarded his state after this battle as he used his adrenaline rush in full throttle. Still, his chances to attack were getting lesser and lesser. If not for this ability, he might have already turned into minced meat already. This parking lot was the mutant woman's domain. She was like a fish in the water while he was shackled by his physical limits. The mutant woman could use the ceiling and the walls, could jump over and topple cars while he could do nothing but run and dodge with almost no time to counterattack. Several cars already started to make noises as the alarms installed went off. Broken glass windows scattered on the ground while the smaller and lighter vehicles were already toppled. Mark was also pushing his mental abilities to his maximum capacity. He was trying to resist the pressure this mutant was inducing and detect her emotional fluctuations to monitor her attacks, and when the woman's conscience was able to resist for a moment. He already noticed that even if the mutant woman was fast and strong, it was not her full strength at all. As if she was holding back. Using the emotional fluctuation, knew that the woman was still there trying to resist, but whatever the cause of what was happening to her was eating her inside slowly, physically and mentally. He started to understand that what was happening to this woman was different to the eaters and biters. Using his assumptions, fat mutants mutated after turning into a biter while mutated eaters changed after they became eaters. The woman he was fighting right now started mutating while not turning into one of the two. He did not know the reason, but he was sure that it was the case. Bang. Mark managed to make an opening by hiding behind a parked van near a wall. He jumped towards the wall and propelled himself onto the roof of the van. The mutant, who was not expecting what he did, as it tried to chase him, was caught off guard. He managed to shoot her open back. Blood gushed out of the woman's unarmored back and she screamed in pain. The woman staggered as Mark detected her human consciousness tried to hold off her uncontrollable body. She turned towards Mark while the remaining half of her human eye was tearing up with blood. Please, kill me. I can't hold on anymore. The bone armor started to grow once more. Though it was visibly slower, it was still growing. Chapter 60. Just what is going on here? Kill me. The woman shouted in remorse and pain. It was accompanied by a huge outburst of emotions containing regret, guilt, anger, and sorrow. Mark felt that his head was being smashed with a hammer. After hearing the woman shout once more, Mark endured the head-splitting pain he felt and jumped for the kill. Bam. Unfortunately, the growth of the bones suddenly stopped and the woman's eyes grew dim with it. As Mark aimed his shotgun at the woman's head, a sudden force hit the gun sideward, breaking the shotgun into pieces. The parts of the shotgun were blown away and the bent barrel of the gun was embedded onto the wall far away due to the force of the attack. He could feel the muscles of his hands and fingers being torn up due to the gun forcefully thrown away from his hand. Mark's eyes grew wide at the unexpected attack. The attack was not a slash from the mutant woman's claws but a sideways kick that she never did even once since he started fighting the mutant. He then noticed that both the woman's lower limbs were now covered with that gray-colored bone armor. The only remaining part that was not covered by the armor was a quarter of her face, her left shoulder and her left arm. Shocked by the sudden unexpected attack and the sudden breakage of his shotgun, he was not able to see the next incoming attack from the woman at the start. It was a front kick using her other foot. It was not that Mark was too shocked to see it, but the kick came fast, even faster than the swipe of her claws. When he saw the front kick approaching, the foot was just several inches away from his chest. As his arms were thrown away sideways by the kick that broke his gun, he could only block the kick with his left arm. Mark could not think any more of what to do. Receiving this attack head-on would surely cripple him or worse, could kill him. At the last moment, he jumped back. Mark jumped backwards as strong as he could. If he could not dodge, could at least mitigate a percentage of the impact. Bam. Crack. The kick connected with his left arm, breaking the bone on his arm. He was also sure that his ribs were also fractured. The kick threw him about a dozen meters away towards the east wing of the parking area and sent him rolling on the floor. It was fortunate that he jumped back and there was no walls or cars behind him when flew back, or his body would have been smashed into meat paste. Still, it hurt like hell. His adrenaline could not suppress the pain in his body anymore as he accumulated more and more injuries as he battled against this mutant. His skin was bruised, his head was aching, his left arm was broken and his ribs were fractured. Even the ligaments of his legs and calves were almost torn up due to overexertion. Even if he had all his abilities as an empath and he was able to control the release of adrenaline in his body was still of an average shut-in. His body was weaker than an average person, he had low stamina and his untrained muscles were mostly fragile. It was already a miracle that he was able to last this long fighting this mutant woman. It was also a miracle that he was still alive after receiving the kick that could probably topple a car. Phew. Mark spit on the floor. What he spit out was not saliva but blood. He could already savor the thick iron-like taste from his throat. His eyes was blurring as he tried to stand up using his last unbroken hand. Shivering in pain and the side effects of adrenaline kicking up, he could only sit on the floor. Angeline. Where the hell is that girl? She's really taking her time. Cough. Cough. He coughed out a mouthful of blood from his throat. Looking up and forward, he could see the woman approaching while leisurely walking. It seemed that whatever the thing that was eating the woman's consciousness had deemed him unable to fight anymore. Would he resign to this fate? A bad end. Of course not. He was not afraid of death, but he would rather not die in the very first day the apocalypse started. And he already found people who unconditionally wanted to be with him. Unfortunately, he was already losing his grip and was about to fall unconscious. While sitting down, Mark looked up. The mutant woman was looking down on him while tilting her head like a child. She then raised her leg and not using her claw. It seemed that she was trying to practice her kicks with Mark's body as the target. Mark was not able to see the woman anymore as she swung her leg down like a hammer. He finally fell unconscious. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. Loud beating sounds echoed inside his entire body as his heart pumped stronger. A sudden wave of suppressing mental fluctuations came surging out across the parking area, making the mutant woman stop her attack and jump back several meters away. She stood staring warily at Mark. At the center of the wave, Mark's body sat unmoving. He slowly raised his head looking at the woman. His eyes looked fierce and the pupils of his eyes were glowing red. There was a smirk on his face. It was not a sinister smirk but full of amusement. Disregarding the mutant warily watching him, Mark stood up, stretching his body like he just woke up. He then started speaking. Damn. It's been years since I came out just to find his body all beaten up. He stood with a straight back filled with confidence, different from before that he was a little hunched and looking lazy. Mark then observed his body and continued speaking. Broken ulna and radius, torn brachioradialis, the other arm muscles were overexerted. The ligaments on the knees are scraped. The calf muscles are almost torn up. Several bruises and muscle pains on other parts of his body. He held his chin with his right hand and nodded. Yeah, he's all beat up. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The mutant woman started to attack once more, but with claws and not her foot. The mutant swiped her arm from above, trying to cut her prey from his head downwards. The attack hit nothing but air. Mark already stepped his left leg behind and faced the mutant sideways, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He glared at the mutant woman, making her falter before sweeping her leg sideward towards his flank. The side kick hit nothing but air once more. The mutant woman looked around and did not see where Mark went to when she felt something heavy by her armored shoulder. Her face turned to her right and saw him as he landed on her shoulder. Before she could react, she felt a strong force from behind her head. The mutant's face heavily slammed on the concrete floor, making a fist-sized crack. Mark then landed several feet away from the woman after delivering a ruthless ankle kick towards the woman's head. Oops, I torn up several muscle strands on his right leg and fractured his ankle. I shouldn't have done that. His body's juice is also about to run out too. He then tilted his head as he closed his eyes. Why the hell is there a foreign substance in his body? When he opened, Mark seemed to have come into realization as he looked at the empty space filled with air around him. The foreign substance is also in the air, huh? Looks like the world became F***ed up now. These substances don't seem to be harmful. It's slowly changing his body structure, isn't it? I see, it's actually starting to fix his body, huh? Then I could play for a little without worry then. What's this? He noticed the Bluetooth camera on his collar. A camera. He pointed the lens on his face. This is good. I can teach you how to properly use your abilities. It's been years and you haven't mastered them yet. Mark waved at the camera before putting it back at his collar. The mutant woman, who already recovered from her sudden faceplant, attacked with a side swipe of her claws. Mark took one step back and turned his face upwards, making the woman's claws sweep through the space under his chin. Seriously, can't you wait a bit? Mark grabbed the woman's arm and did a sudden one-handed shoulder throw, slamming the mutant's back on the concrete, creating another crater on the floor. Guh, I snapped a few muscles again. This is why it is not good to turn off the brain's limiters while concentrating the adrenaline one part of the body. Geez, you should really exercise a bit. Your body is much heavier than the last time. He then looked at the direction where Eng was busy removing the barricades. There is still time to play a bit, but his juice was about to run out, so it's a pity. Turning towards the mutant that stood up shaken, Mark contemplated. What should I do with you? Normally I would just kill you like he did, but you can be useful to him. Do you want to be saved? I can save you, but you need to swear loyalty to him. Become his servant. A sudden pressure gushed out from Mark, enveloping the mutant woman, making her stagger backwards. Chapter 61: A Mutant Servant. The mutant woman staggered backwards while holding her head, screaming in a double-toned voice, a woman's voice and a voice that was not of a human. Mark started his narration about what he was doing. Anyone would think that he was crazy talking alone, but he was actually talking to the camera that hung on his collar. You always use your ability to sense and absorb emotions, but you never tried to release the negative energies you absorbed. No wonder you get exhausted every time. Taking in all those negative energies and storing those without using a single bit. That is why you always possess an aura that makes people stay away. He tilted his head. That's not an issue, isn't it, you loner? Never mind. Anyways, you can also release it like this. Watch. Bam. The mutant woman fell on her knees while holding her head, screaming. She was feeling a piercing pain in her head, as if her skull was being drilled into. Oops, I overdid it. Mark approached the kneeling mutant without fear and grabbed her forehead. It's quite hard to pinpoint which consciousness to target if used in a distance, isn't it? Then, the pressure entered the woman's head, but she did not scream anymore. Instead, the dim eye of the woman brightened. Can you speak now? I'm suppressing whatever this thing eating your consciousness. You heard what I said before, right? The mutant woman looked at Mark and looked down once more. She had a sad expression on what remained of her human face. Please, just kill me. Why? I'm not even human anymore. I don't know if I can go on like this. In the first place, I can't accept it. I killed my family with my own hands. Tears of blood came out of her eyes. Her heart must have been crushed. When the zombies started to appear, in order to protect her twin daughter and son, her ankle was bitten. With the help of her husband, she managed to escape and they entered this parking area along with her family and other survivors. She was wary that she will turn as she was bitten. To her surprise, more than 5 minutes passed and she was still fine. But 3 hours after she was bitten, she started to lose control of her body and a bone-like growth started to cover her body starting from the spot where the bite was. After finally losing control, the first people she attacked with her claws were her family. She was conscious and saw everything but she could not do anything to stop it. She stabbed her husband who protected her children. Her claws pierced through the back of her husband and towards her children he was protecting, splattering the blood of her precious family. She then started to lose her control even more as she started to attack everyone. Slashes, stabs, her consciousness watched as her mutated body played with the lives of the people she killed. Oh! Is that so? It's a pity then. The children are still alive and their mother wanted to die already. Just how are they gonna live in this F***ed-up world without a single parent? She looked up at Mark confused until she realized what he meant by what he said. She tried to stand up in shock. Hey! Hey! Wait! Don't move or you'll lose control again if I let go of you. The woman was still agitated but she paid heed to what Mark said. Are you saying the truth? My children are still alive. What? Don't believe me. Though I don't know how, they are safe and sound, though both of them are unconscious. Mark looked at a certain direction towards the East Wing area. So? You still want to die? No. But the woman who was kneeling on the floor used her human arm to touch the unsightly armor covering most of her body. Say. Mark spoke, making the woman look at him. Have you been a good parent? I did. I love my children. I can trade my life for them. Mark nodded confidently. Then, what's your answer to my proposition? I suppose that I can save you and you can take care of your children. But you have to become his loyal servant. Mark smiled. Do you agree? The woman became excited and as she knew that even her husband sadly did not make it, she could at least atone for her sins as she take care and protect her children in this chaotic world. Even if she had to sell herself to a demon, she would still accept it. I do. All right. Mark shouted while he discharged a huge mental energy drilling into the wild consciousness that tried to consume the woman. TSK. It's like a wild horse, damn it. He was using the released energy to scatter and contain the foreign consciousness inside the woman's head but was not able to do so due to it being wild and uncontrollable. During the time he was doing that, the woman was shivering while trying to hold out the pain in her head. It's impossible this way, huh? Then I'll just use that ability that this idiot loner doesn't even know he had. The flow of energy changed. It became a calming and comforting one, gently flowing into the woman's body. It was like cold water flowing in her body during the summer heat. The woman stopped trembling and her body started to relax. The wild consciousness started to calm down. Mark then shouted. Quick! Devour it. How? Just like how you tried to resist it earlier. The woman closed her eyes as she started to struggle to gain full control of her mind. The wild foreign consciousness inside the woman's body was getting devoured slowly. During the process, the bone armor covering her body started to retract. It retracted slowly and steadily back inside her body. Even though the gray bone armor entered her body, there were no wounds, holes or scars left on her skin as if her skin and muscles freely allowed the movement of her bones. It did not take long as all the armor covering her body was gone. The woman looked really weakened as she opened her eyes. Still, there was obvious happiness in it as she was given a second shot in life. She stood up and vowed. Thank you. It was a gratitude that came from the bottom of her heart. Nah, I don't need your thanks. Your life is his property now, remember. Mark shrugged her gratitude away. Who is this his you are talking about? Huh? Are you an idiot? You are conscious all the while you are being consumed by whatever that is. Do you think I'm the same person who was fighting you at the start? Mark started smugly. So, you are talking about the one before. A DID, isn't it? Is that you before is the main personality? Not bad, that's right. So you are now his servant? Yes. But, are you not afraid that I will renege against your condition? Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. Rather, I'm more surprised that you accepted it with all your heart. He tilted his head, smiling at the woman. It's because it is a life debt I won't be able to pay even with my whole life. I'm already a dead person the moment I got bitten, and this chance was nothing else but something you gave me. And if I did not comply, I'm sure that my children will be at stake. The mature woman let out a refreshing smile. Nice, I like your personality. Then do your best and make your master accept you. Moss master. Yeps. That guy is too much of a loner that he'll sure be troubled when you introduce yourself as his servant when he wakes up. Kukuku, I want to see the look in his face when that happens. He will surely try to ditch you. Mark raised his right arm and fixed his hair with his hand. Anyway, even if he tries to push you away, you will still be his servant and obey what he says except when he dismisses you. I'm the only one who can do that. Understand? The woman nodded with cold sweat on her back as Mark was glaring at her sinisterly when he said that last word. Say, can you control that bone armor of yours? I could. Look. The woman stretched her right hand forward. Her skin on her hand split up while her gray bones enveloped the hand like a gauntlet. I really picked up a good thing. He nodded as he looked at the bone gauntlet the woman wore. Mark then sighed. He took off the camera on his collar and took out the extra phone from the holster on his waist. She handed the two things to the woman. This is. Hide these and don't give these to anyone but him when he wakes up, all right? Also, are you not cold? I don't think you're an exhibitionist, but maybe I'm wrong. Mark scanned her body. When she saw where he was looking at, she looked down and saw that her mature peaks and bushes below were all exposed to the men in front of her. Her face grew red and turned her body the other way in embarrassment. Normally, she would have slapped the person in front of her, but she did not feel that it would be right to do so towards her savior. And also, for one or more reason, she was afraid of offending him. Anyways, find something to wear and take your children here. Remember, the mutant I was fighting earlier was injured and ran away. You are just a survivor who managed to survive the mutant. You got that? He then turned around, walking towards the nearest wall. Where are you going? The naked woman asked. My time is up. Remember our deal and my instructions, all right? Under the watch of the woman, he sat on the floor and leaned on the wall. His head then drooped to the side. Chapter 62. 4:07 p.m., Central Business Park, Pasay City, Research Building. At the far corner southwest of the Central Business Park, there was a several-story building that was converted into a research laboratory. Here, the elites of research that majorly focused on medicine and microbiology was gathered to research for the possible cure and to research the nature of whatever was causing the outbreak. In the lounge of the building there was a middle-aged man who was eating with his two young assistants. His name was Isaac Ko, a half-Chinese biology professor in the University of the Philippines 6 years ago. He was known as the crazy professor due to his high immersion on his research back then when he was teaching. It was 6 years ago that he was taken in by the government to research a confidential and valuable specimen, and thus, he worked under the government until now. Isaac was about to finish his food when someone he knew entered the building. He smiled and waved towards the visitor. Hey! General, aren't you too early? Don't tell me you didn't sleep. The person who entered was the highest officer in this evacuation area, General Miguel Perez, who was followed by several of his men. The general ordered the people following him to wait at the entrance and walk towards the professor. I already slept for a few hours, Professor Isaac. I think it's you who did not sleep at all. Right. I did not sleep at all. See this. The professor pointed at his unfinished food. You think this is breakfast? I just had the time to eat dinner. He grumbled. But towards his grumble the general just laughed. Well then, Professor, with that all-nighter I'm sure you gathered a lot of information, right? Miguel, can we stop it? You started it, Isaac. The two men laughed as they clasped their right hands and bumped their shoulders. This showed the close brotherhood between the two. They were high school classmates who both did their best in their fields and rose to success. You want my report, right? Just let me finish my food. By the way, these two are my assistants. The young lady is Nia and the young man is Alan. The professor pointed at his assistants who were sitting at the opposite side of the table. The two assistants bowed their heads slightly in acknowledgement. There was no reason to introduce the general as they already knew who he was. After eating his very late dinner, Professor Isaac together with his assistants brought General Miguel towards his office. Nia, get the reports in the other room. Alan, turn on the monitors. As they stepped into the office, the general saw several flat-screen monitors hung on the wall beside the door, a large office desk and several cabinets filled with cluttered files and books. These were Professor Isaac insisted on bringing away from his private laboratory. The two assistants immediately followed the professor's instructions with high efficiency. Professor Isaac then sat on the chair behind the desk and waved at the general to come in. Then, Nia, who went into a door opposite of the office entrance, came back holding several file folders and neatly lined the folders on the desk. Here are the reports you wanted. The professor pointed his open palm towards the folders on the desk. Why are the reports separated? Information about the pathogen, infected mutants, human mutants, and miscellaneous stuff from left to right. The general then moved the folders into one stack and put it at the side of the desk. He looked at the professor and seriously asked, Isaac, I want to ask your opinion about what is happening right now. You want my opinion? He looked back at the general with a skeptical look. The Earth is doomed. He stretched his arms diagonally upwards and yelled. Can you elaborate? Can't you just say that you want me to summarize the contents of those folders in front of you? Hearing the question that was returned to him, the general nodded. All right, let me explain. The profession inhaled and exhaled deeply. First, we are all infected. Me, you, everyone. Including animals and plants. Though there are no sudden negative side effects to us for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Before the professor could continue, he was interrupted. Wait. You said there are no negative, but are you saying that there are positive effects? That's right. The strain that initially infected all of us is not harmful but rather helpful. It is slow, but it is changing our bodies into something better. It is slow that no one will realize it in a short while, but probably in another month or year, the changes will be noticeable. The professor reached towards the stack of folders and pulled one folder opening in and pointed an information regarding a 6-year-old boy. Then he pointed at one of the screens where a child playing was shown. You did not do anything to this child, right? The general looked at the professor in askance. You know that others called me crazy, but I'm not a monster, mind you. That child is only there for observation. He is there because that child almost died several hours ago due to a gunshot. The wound was not fatal, so he was saved by a surgery. Look at him now. Do you think that a child running lively like that was someone who just undergone surgery? After the surgery, he was burning with fever, and after 10 hours, his wounds closed. During the time he was healing, we conducted tests and it showed that the pathogen in his body was actively mending his body and DNA structure. We tried the same to several of the notorious criminals you brought here to experiment on. Unfortunately, most of them remained normal except for one who was currently healing there. The professor pointed at the screen where an unconscious bald man was shown. By the way, there are a few more children being observed having fevers right now. The analysis showed the same symptoms as the previous boy. The problem is that not all of them received a fatal injury. Some just fell burning with fever for unknown reasons. The pathogen in their bodies is active, but we couldn't still find out what is going on with their bodies. Looking away from the monitor, the general asked. If we are all infected, why didn't we turn into those flesh eaters outside? It's because the strain that is inside us is different from the ones inside the bodies for that zombie-like infected. I called this as the neutral strain. The professor flipped over the papers in the folder again and pointed at a picture of clustered microcells. This is the strain inside our body. As you can see, it is neither a virus nor bacteria. Because of this, the research for the cure was stumped. It has some of the properties both bacteria and viruses had and some properties that it didn't have. Anyway, the neutral strain in our bodies won't make us turn unless we are bitten. The professor pointed at the next picture. It also had similar appearance to the first picture but had thick tentacles and was dark-colored. This is the reason why people turn. I call this the agitator strain. This strain lives on the saliva of the people who turned, and if the saliva entered our bodies, we will become one of them. It is due to this strain having a large influence in mutating the neutral strain to this one that I call the unstable strain or the mutation strain. Professor Isaac pointed at a picture in the next page. A picture of clustered splatter-shaped cells was present. This strain is highly unstable that it mutates the body and turning the host. Also, this strain reacts if there is a present catalyst inside or outside the body of the host and mutates into a new strain while mutating the body of the host further. While the general was seriously listening at what the professor was saying, he took another folder from the stack and flipped it open, showing a page with a picture of a mutant man. The mutant man looked normal except for the thin fur covering its arms and legs and his teeth that had changed into fangs. This person mutated in front of us all after he was bitten. Before the mutation, we determined that this person was bitten by a dog that was not vaccinated yet. Look at him, doesn't he look like Weredog? I tried using a sample of the unstable strain and mixed it with a sample of rabies lyssavirus, and the result, the unstable strain, mutated into a different one similar to what we found inside that mutant. Using that as basis, we tried mixing other things like viruses, bacterium, chemicals, and everyday things you can find, and each catalyst caused the unstable strain to mutate into a unique strain using a proper amount of the catalyst. It also showed us that there are endless possibilities that the infected can mutate. Be prepared that more powerful ones will appear sooner or later. Professor Isaka's last sentence placed an unquestionable pressure on the general's shoulders. There are different strains, but what did you scientists name this pathogen? Isn't it obvious? It is a mutagenic pathogen, so for convenience sake, we called it mutagen.